I will. Goodness gracious. Good morning. Hello, friends. Hello, fellow traders, and everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and most watched futures trading stream that you will find. We have an all-star cast each and every week, and each and every day we will have all-stars talking and sharing knowledge. Real traders, educators who will give you 100% transparency in their trading. You're not going to find another show here like this anywhere else. We've got education, support, and tradertainment. This is opening call. He's Cheech. I'm Chong. Get ready. Let's fire up the bong. We have an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today. And throughout the week, we will be your trading buddy, your trading your mencat. I fired up that bong a little early this morning. Trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that says, great things are done by a series of small things brought together. There you go. It sort of like goes on trade small, take small profits. They add up. But anyway, get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. And John, you got your game plan ready?
Check.
Check. You got your checklist checked with a check?
Checked.
Check. And your journal, Crayola's ready?
Yep, all ready.
All right. I'd like to say good morning to our good friend and the master, John Hoagland. Johnny, how are you today?
I'm doing great. Feeling good. Got a good night's sleep. Ready for the day, Thursday, January the 25th. Looking forward to whatever these markets have to offer us today. We got a lot of economic numbers and information today. So what do you got as far as news is concerned, Eddie?
Well, we did see that futures are fueled by some of the data here. Earnings in focus here today. U.S. stock futures hovered around the flat line before a slew of these numbers hit the wire this morning, and boy, oh boy, it opened up a new venue. Benchmark extended its recent rally yesterday, increasing by 0.1%. That's the fourth straight record close, boosting the index with its shares. Netflix, which surged after the streaming giant reported subscribers growth that smashed expectations. Netflix keeps doing it. Tesla. Elon Musk has warned that it expects to see a notably lower sales growth in 2024 versus the prior year. The electric vehicle giant faces intensifying competition, stalling demand for the cost-conscious car buyer. Now, we did see Tesla stock slip in pre-market trading today. Shares in the major Chinese EV makers also fell. This was after Elon warned that these groups would these groups would demolish the foreign rivals without trade barriers. More news on the FAA Boeing 737. U.S. aviation regulators said that it will not let Boeing expand production on the 737 in the latest blow to the plane maker. Following that dangerous mid-air breach, the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration, said in a statement which will halt one of Boeing's most popular line of planes is needed to ensure accountability and full compliance by the company with quality control. Fresh concerns have arisen around the safety of Boeing's planes after the non-fatal fuselage blowout on the MAX 9 on Alaska Airlines this past January 9th. Well, 98, it says non-fatal, but 98% of those people shit their pants. The other 2% shit other people's pants. I would hate to be on that plane. Johnny, what do you got?
All right. Well, there is oodles, and that is an industry term of economic information that has come out already this morning, and more later on in the session. At 7:15, the ECB rate remained the same, 4.5%. At 7:30, the durable goods orders came out. The core durable goods, they were looking for a move lower from the November number of 0.5% to 0.2%. It came out much better than that, actually higher than the November number. So core durable goods, 0.6%. Use that as in your trading as you will. The fourth quarter GDP actually came out a lot higher than they were expecting. They were looking for it to come out at It came out 3.3%, still lower than the previous estimation. However, probably some good news in that, and I think the markets are mostly responding from that GDP number. Maybe the economy is doing a little better than people are thinking or expecting. The economy doesn't seem to matter in the equities at all, but we'll see how that plays out again by the end of the day. Jobless claims. We had our first rise in jobless claims for a little while. The previous week was 187,000. They were looking for 200,000 new jobless claims. Came out 214,000 new jobless claims. The continuing jobless claims also a little bit higher than expected, but lower than the previous weeks. We were looking for 1,828,000. That came out at 1,833,000. We also had retail and wholesale inventories, probably not going to be all that impactful with all the other information coming out here. We've got trade balance, which came out a little bit lower than expected and lower than the previous month. They were looking for 88.7 billion. It came out 88.46 billion, so it's a little bit lower on the trade balance. 9 o'clock a.m. Central this morning, we're looking for new home sales. 9:30, the nat gas storage. 10 o'clock, we've got the KC Fed Composite Index. We also have a 4-week and 8-week bill auction, and a 7-year note auction. All of those around 10 o'clock a.m. Central this morning. The VIX is actually a little bit higher the last time I checked, 13.16. The dollar index slightly lower at 103.18 last I checked, and the yield on the 10-year continues to hold above that 4% level, currently a little bit lower on the day at 4.14. Again, last I checked. As far as earnings are concerned, Comcast beats on both categories. Union Pacific beats on both categories. Blackstone misses on revenues just a little bit. And Marsh McLennan, a big firm that has a lot of commercial real estate, also beating on both revenues and earnings per share. After the close today, we've got Visa, Intel, and T-Mobile will be the majors for after the close today. And with all of that economic information due out, that's all we've got for that this morning.
That's all we got. Marsh McLennan, I haven't heard that company in a long time.
Well, I like to keep an eye on it because it's they do have a lot of commercial real estate, and commercial real estate has been, since COVID, a little bit under pressure a little bit. And the fact that they beat expectations on earnings per share and revenues, that's a good thing.
Yeah. Okay. Dude, where's my crude? Well, I'm going to tell you. We did see crudes rise after U.S. inventories draw. Oil prices climbed higher today after U.S. crude inventories falling more than expected last week, as well as stimulus measures from the top importer, China. We did see crude up 1.57 higher at 76.22. Right now, we're looking at 76.32. Brent right now climbed about 1.3. And widely watching that $80 a barrel level. Well, it talked about these stockpiles tumbling a hefty 9.2 million, according to the EIA, but this figure was impacted by the harsh weather, which shut in refineries and kept motorists off the road. Johnny, remember Jim Harbaugh? Did you watch that Michigan game? Coach, he is now in the NFL. So Jim Harbaugh moving back to the NFL. It seems like the Los Angeles Chargers have a new coach. And I don't know, I sort of like that guy. I was hoping he'd be the coach of the Bears, but that didn't happen. Anyway, John, what kind of car you drive?
I have a Volvo SC90, I think it is. What's it called?
Okay, Volvo. Okay.
Yep.
No Fords, right? You're not driving a new Ford anywhere? No.
Nope.
No, me either. Ford is recalling. Now, listen, if you do have a Ford between 2011 and 2019, Ford is recalling 1.9 million Explorer SUVs in the U.S. Because the ejector button, the roof does not open up when you hit the ejector button, and when you hit the ejector button, it just makes a mess. Actually, that's not the case, but that would be terrible. James Bond. Actually, it's a trim piece that can fly off and create hazard for other drivers. So they're going to, I guess, arc weld it onto your car. The trim that covers the roof supports close to the windshield can become loose. So if you've got a SUV Explorer 2011, 2019, call your dealer, not your car dealer, and check that out. We want to make sure that everybody's safe. And James, let's see here. We've got D-Time. D-Time, you guys got the tip of the week for us today? There it is. Motivation. We've been talking about that a lot this week. And what motivates me a lot is rewarding myself. Do you reward yourself when you do something good? You should treat yourself when you reach milestones. Okay. Reward can serve as a positive reinforcement and keep the motivation high. So treat yourself, reward yourself when you hit your milestones. Johnny?
Always a good idea. Give yourself that pat on the back and get your feet back on the ground, because you got to do it again the next day.
You got it. Nice. All right. All right. We got some time here. Lots going on. And Johnny, let's hit the charts here. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. A lot. There's a lot to read into these numbers that have come out, and a lot to see in these charts. So let's take a look. I'm going to get these charts up here. All right. So as always, we start with the daily and the S&Ps every day, but Monday we start on Wednesdays. So I want to remind everybody, there's no predictions, no expectations. All I'm doing here this morning is strictly looking at the nuances in the marketplace. Now, we have 2 days now of largely going to be impactful economic numbers. Keep that in mind. So yesterday, the daily bar in the S&P is the largest excess that we've seen on a daily bar since this contract started. This is the largest wick that I've seen. Well, maybe one of the largest wicks, but it can be an indication of excess. What did we do yesterday? Well, that long wick really didn't provide a whole lot of changes in inventory in longer or short time frames. We only added 400 in open interest yesterday. Now, I saw people were commenting, that long wick, and I saw Fred saying the long wick might have been indicative of long liquidation, which is healthy for the market, right? Because that takes selling power away from the market. But that's not really proving to be true with that basically inert change in open interest. After 4 straight days of open interest increasing at higher pricing, yesterday it was inert. It didn't do much. We did bring in volume, higher volume yesterday, and that a lot of that volume came in on the downside. What I'm thinking is, and the nuance that this is saying is, yesterday, all the laggard longs that have been getting paid for, just getting into the momentum trade yesterday, they really felt the heat for the first time in a while yesterday off those highs. So, after 4 days of increases in open interest volume, I'm not worried about on up days. We get a pullback on higher volume, and we don't change open interest that much. What does that tell us? Not a big change in open interest, not a big change in positioning according to that information. So moving on to the 30-minute chart. Here is, we opened with overnight inventory to the long side. We ranged, we tried to push higher. Not a very strong high in the 30-minute time frame, but on that daily chart, it looks like some pretty serious excess on that pull off the high yesterday. Where did the volume come in? Well, the volume came in on the downside. When we look at the volume down here, when this market turned, it started to bring in more volume, and that's kind of typical on down moves and on down days. People start to freak out. They start thinking, okay, this is the high, and you cannot discount the resiliency of these U.S. equities markets. Now we've got the GDP looking better than expected. So things have changed since 7:30 this morning, as I was kind of getting my thoughts together on what's going to happen this day. So But yesterday, all those laggard longs really started to feel the heat yesterday. Now, these are just the probably shorter time frame buyers just getting into the momentum to the upside. They got smacked yesterday. They got smushed. And yes, smushed is an industry term. So overnight inventory before the number came out was flat. There was no real overnight inventory. Unlike the previous day, we had overnight inventory. Momentum buyers, the laggards got long. They started to peel off. We didn't lose a whole bunch of open interest. So I'm not thinking that this was necessarily a big long liquidation event because of that. So I think our longer time frame, longer term traders are still holding pat to those long positions. If we did, take out some weaker hands longs, those weaker hands longs are going to be eager to get back in because they've been trained now for the last, few days, weeks, whatever it is, that they get paid when they find opportunities for longs. So this trend line right here was really magnetic. We took a look down to it yesterday after the regular close. Settlement was really magnetic. No overnight inventory. We're starting to look at long overnight inventory this morning. So I'm going to be kind of focusing on, what are we looking at? What kind of news is going to topple this market or provide some sort of a pullback? I think it's going to take some sort of news, and we're just not seeing it. We've got PCE tomorrow. That could be something completely different. So the this magnetic trend line right here, I think, is going to be somewhat pivotal. As long as we hold above that, I'm looking for opportunities to buy weakness and to continue this move to the upside. As far as visuals to the upside, you're going to see on the profile here, and I want to show everybody, that these little anomalies, they are visuals and they do tend to get revisited. Upside visuals or the anomalies are at 49.19. It's 49.09. 49.14 quarter and 49.19. Looks like we're probably going to be taking care of those anomalies here at some point just after the open. Visuals lower. We've got this trend line here. We've got naked point of control here, 48.84. We've got another naked point of control down here, 48.86. We've got weekly kickoff low, which is relatively close to this trend line right off these highs here. And there get 3 points of contact there that could certainly be targeted visually if this market starts to head to the downside. Again, not predicting, no expectations, just taking a look at where eyeballs might be looking if things change, if the market state changes. And again, this trend line right here is coming in probably right around 48.90 throughout the session today, I think is going to be somewhat pivotal for us. Now look at this profile. Now I know this is the market profile, and some folks don't see it, but what I'm looking at here are these little anomalies, these little one tick price bar overlays. This sticks out. This sticks out. That's that 49.14 quarter. This sticks out. 49.19 even. Those are, if the market doesn't really move all that much, these will be the first visual targets that the market may move to. We've got the TPO point of control above that at 49.2350. So those anomalies, which don't seem like important levels, they do stick out. They do attract eyes, and they do sometimes attract price. So those are those levels. Again, 49.09, 49.14 quarter, 49.19. Basically, we've traded through all of them in the overnight session. Let's see how they get treated in the regular trading hours session. Let's move on to the NASDAQ. There's so much information and nuance in these markets today. And, whenever the market state changes, you get a lot of nuances. And I just want to kind of put those nuances out there, and you can use them for your opportunities, how you see fit. All right. Same prediction today. No prediction, no, nothing, just only nuance is what we're talking about here. So again, yesterday's excess on the daily chart is among the biggest excess that we've seen since the March NASDAQ contract began. Is this predicting a paradigm shift? If the news were different today and we started looking lower, that might be the case. Right now, the market is still an upside structure. It is still looking to the upside. And remember, don't discount the resilience of U.S. equities. What kind of news could topple these markets? Or, is it just that they're going to get eventually overbought and we're going to need some sort of a pullback? We just came out of an area of balance that evens out inventory. I think there's still, a lot of money out there to keep this rally going to the upside. Open interest increased in the NASDAQ yesterday by 9,000 contracts. That's not inert. That's saying something. What direction did that open interest come into the market? We've got, again, 2 days of vital economic information. Trade what you see. Make sure you manage risk. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Where did all that open interest come in? 9,000 contracts. Well, of course, the first hour or two is going to be higher volume. We did increase volume near the end of the day as this market pulled back. This in the NASDAQ is telling me we've probably got some shorter time frame shorts that came into this market yesterday that are now currently underwater. The laggards at the high yesterday got smushed. The sellers yesterday are now taking heat. That's what these equities do. They get the retail traders short, and then the retail traders run it up on themselves. I don't know, again, what's going to happen. The NASDAQ is holding up better than the E-mini S&Ps. It just has been. It seems to lead lower and lead higher. Overnight inventory prior to the number, pretty much flat. We're already back in range, back in value. Maybe this is a suggestion that we be patient today, that we may find range, and that we may be really focusing more on the PCE numbers tomorrow than what happened today. We don't know for sure. But again, overnight inventory was flat. It's a little bit long right now. Maybe some of those shorts that got into the hole yesterday, part of this push to the upside. Looking at the profile, it was a normal variation day. The one thing about the S&Ps was the profile created a late spike. It wasn't a very long late spike, and we're opening above that late spike. That's an indication of rejection of lower pricing. NASDAQ failed to put in that same late spike at the end of the day yesterday. So as far as visual targets to the upside, we know this is our all-time high, both in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ. It occurred in regular trading hour session. The things I'll be looking at are the volume point of control, 17,078. We're already above that. I'm sorry, 17,078. That is incorrect. Hang on one second. Let me take a look here. 17,708 is the volume point of control from yesterday, and the TPO point of control is 17,718. Points of control tend to get revisited in regular trading hour session. We've moved through both of them in the overnight session. Let's see how they get treated in the regular trading hour session. There's so much information here. I'm going to have to, I could talk about these equities all day long, but let's move on to crude oil because we only have so much time here. Let's take a look at the session yesterday. We had higher volume. We increased open interest by 17,000 contracts. It seems as though there was possibly a longer time frame anticipation of a potential breakout above that 75 weekly kickoff level. When 8 ticks through it yesterday and came off, still structured to the upside, a potential breakout continuation is currently in play. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. We've got overnight inventory to the long side. We have opened with a gap. We have resistance at weekly kickoff high here. We have support at weekly kickoff high here. This swing high right here looks like we're holding above it. So that this market does potentially have legs for continuation to the upside. What is it going to take? It's going to take new business. It's going to take volume, time, participation, and momentum for this continuation to continue. We've got overnight inventory to the long side. As long as we can maybe hold above that overnight high here, that could be an indication that buyers are certainly in control, and we might see continuation to the upside. As long as we hold above that overnight high and that previous swing high. That previous swing high was back on the 26th of December. Gold also playing near and around the weekly kickoff Weekly kickoff low here. We added 1,300 in open interest yesterday, basically closing right on the weekly kickoff low, 2016 even. We closed the regular trading hour session right on it. Volume and open interest did increase by 1,300 contracts. Volume was a little bit higher as we approached that level. This morning, after the numbers came out, we had the knee jerk to last week's low, almost to the tick. Now we're holding back above weekly kickoff high. Is this going to be rejection? This looks like excess on the daily chart to me. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Overnight inventory, where is it? Not really anything to be talking about as far as overnight inventory is concerned. The market did knee jerk, checked last week's low, back above weekly kickoff high, in range, in value. I'm going to try and stay patient today. I think the more important number is the PCE number tomorrow. The traders will be positioning and hedging themselves between now and tomorrow morning. The profile was a double distribution trend day to the downside. This area right here, this weekly kickoff level, looks like decision time, but it may take some time to reach those decisions, especially with the PCE coming out tomorrow. Take a deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And as always, make sure you pray for peace today. Blessings, everyone. Let's get down to business.
Thanks, Hoag. Hey, coming up here, Fast Markets with Anne-Marie. We're going to take a timeout. Market's going to be opening up here very shortly. We'll be right back with Fast Markets and Anne-Marie. Don't go away.
We're live.
And as I promised, yes, indeed, we got Fast Markets. Let's get our horses in the gate, whatever you want to ride today. And there it is.
Yes.
And we are open.
Let's go.
All right.
So, take it, Johnny.
All right. Well, we're opening in range and in value. The GDP number was certainly viewed as positive by early traders here. It's got the equities opening in range and in value, which suggests trying to stay patient and looking for better trade locations as the day goes on. Like in the opening call, I said, now everybody is probably going to be focusing on tomorrow's PCE number, hedging and positioning themselves for protection, whatever happens then. Well, that's just my initial thought. The opening range in the S&Ps is large, almost 6 points so far. 7 points, 6.5 points, 7 points. Looking like we've run into some sellers here.
Yes, we have.
We got Delta negative 300 already.
Already, gotcha.
Same in the NASDAQ. a
100.
43-point range in the NASDAQ opening range, which
Large,
just
right?
got taken out to the downside in the NASDAQ, but not yet in the S&Ps.
So I don't know if you guys noticed, but we also, well, you probably didn't because you don't have the band sitting on there. We just tested the 1SD of the VWAP band and the very top of the value range from pre-market. Traders were waiting there to buy in the ES, almost right at the bottom of that opening range. And
Mm-hmm.
so everything still feels like they want to punch it higher. The problem is, in order for it to continue higher, we got to get up over that opening range, which is currently sitting as the very top of motion, which John talks about very often as not being something that you, if that ends up being the dead ass high, like he calls it, then
Yeah.
then of course we're seeing that fade to come into the heavy congestion.
Yeah, I just put the first and second standard deviations on my charts from VWAP. I know that yours are a little bit different than that, but I just wanted to put them on there so
Yeah,
whatever
you can
chart we're
see it.
looking at,
Yep.
we can basically see the area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In Strategy Lab this morning in the Discord channel, I put up a picture of a 30-minute chart inside of Thinkorswim, since so many folks use that for all kinds of data composition and such. And so what I've done is give us a red, yellow, green state. And if the daily is green, then we jump to the 30-minute to make sure that it's green. And early this morning in the ES, before the 8:30 number, everything was neutral. But as soon as we broke out over the 4904 area, everything turned to green. So that 4904 for me is going to be that baseline of support that makes me go, you know what? If I can fade into there, then and it's near the VWAP, I'm going to start looking at some measure of accumulation long. But until then, I'm just going to kind of sit tight and let the market balance itself out a little.
Agree.
Okay.
Johnny, did you take your opening trade?
The opening range, it still hasn't been extended on either side.
Yep. Wow. Big opening
At least
range.
in the S&Ps.
Yes.
The NASDAQ looked lower and is back inside the opening range. And when this happens, it's a big opening range. What are we? We're 4 minutes, 5 minutes into the session. 4 minutes into the session, it still hasn't left the opening range. That kind of encourages me to kind of follow the thought. Well, we're in range,
right?
We're inside value. Better trade locations probably might come later on. So I'm kind of sitting here just on my hands. Just waiting. Okay, so now the S&Ps just took out the high of the opening range.
Wow.
And the NASDAQ took out the low and is back inside the opening range. So, the things that we're seeing as far as short time frame nuances, be patient.
Exactly.
Don't be looking for any big moves from this. And now that I've said that, the markets love to make a liar out of me. So we don't know. We don't predict. We're not suggesting anything. You got to take these nuances and use them in your way that you look at markets through your lens, through your context. This is just the things that I'm seeing that I'm looking at this going, I don't think that there's any real oomph at this time in this market.
GDP came out much better.
I'm going to peek at what the option chains are showing us right now.
Excellent.
Awesome.
Just for
excellent.
Grins.
So what Anne-Marie is looking for is where some of the options strike prices have a lot of open interest, and to where some of the dealers and options will be kind of forced to adjust inventories. Is that about right, Anne-Marie?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What is that?
And go ahead.
What is that telling us, Anne Marie? What sort of strike prices are you looking for, and what kind of insight does that give you into the futures market?
Okay, very, very complex question. So I'm going to
Yeah.
try and answer it in the simple ways that I look at it. So the dealers and the big money houses that use zero DTEs, that's 0 days to expiration options in the futures, will put a position out, but if the position starts going against them, the only way to hedge it is to buy more positions. They can't hedge it with other instruments. And so, since there are no real margin requirements for these big houses that put on these big positions where they're really in a naked strangle for the day, meaning they sell a put and they sell the call and they hope it doesn't get nearby and they collect all their money at the end of the day because the options expire as worthless.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're looking at today is to see where they're positioning in a general fashion. And right now, as it sits in the ES, 4850 is piling up as their support floor, where they feel comfortable saying, hey, I'm going to sell, I'm going to sell. Now, they're only getting a quarter, 25 cents, but if they're doing it tens of thousands of times, it's going to be pretty significant.
Mm-hmm.
On the call side, what we're seeing is interesting. There's not a lot of call side pressure being sold today. The biggest one at this open is 49.40. That makes sense, right? It's near the prior high. That's what they're going to look for. So right now, the chains are not showing much of anything other than what we anticipate. A range-based event that says, hang on, let the charts balance themselves out. Once they do, you'll be able to pick a proper position. And that really has been that voice this morning. Now, of course, as fast traders, we and in fast markets, we go, oh gosh, that's such a crummy thing to hear. But the game is not, hey, can I trade? It's, hey, can I trade well? Right? And although we're watching things, I think one of the things that as participants on the chat side that we want to say, hey, what am I learning from these seasoned traders that are simply saying, wait a second, I haven't found my edge in the market in order to participate, because we aren't alive in the seats today without watching that edge. And so as you listen to us in the chat and you go, no, I really want to trade, the question really should always be, is this the best place for me to put my money in the octagon, or is some 800-pound gorilla going to grab that money before I even see it again? And so that's really what we want to watch for.
Some days it's more of a Thunderdome, like $100
Oh, yeah, that's
enter,
right.
$1 leaves.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if we're looking for call liquidity, it's all the way up at 49.40.
40s, yep.
For sure.
Okay.
Let's see what the SPX
What about puts?
Got nothing doing right now, Johnny.
Well, puts are 48.50 is where they seem to be sitting, but the put wall in the SPX, I believe, is 4,800. So it's really far away.
Yeah. So I mean that would take some good volatility for us to get to those levels here today.
Like a day.
Not a question though. BS. Hey, Eddie, if you're there, my man, you know the question I got to ask you. What do we got on tap today for eco numbers?
Oh my goodness! Coming up here, top of the hour, in about 27 minutes, new home sales selling homes. Have you sold your home? Not. That's going to be coming up here. Also, we do have 42 minutes here. I'm sorry, about an hour natural gas storage. We do have some other numbers coming out throughout the week. 4-week bill auction, 10:30. 8-week bill auction, 10:30. And 7-year note, high noon. I want to focus on that one. That might be a little bit exciting. And later on today, Fed's balance sheet. So I'll keep you up to date when we got the new home sales. The previous 590,000. They're looking at more here at 645,000. So we'll get that out here in about 27 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Eddie. The one thing that I'm sitting here thinking, Anne Marie, Eddie, Andre, and everybody, is I'm feeling like a genius that I haven't done anything yet in the regular trading hours here today.
Yeah. Good.
And, you know, like David was saying yesterday, you know, part of being a trader is boring. You know, you're waiting for something to show up with some opportunity, and so far we're just not seeing it. We're sitting right in the middle of the range, the opening range. We are piling on some long delta. We're up about 3,300 positive already here this morning with no movement. That's a little bit unnerving, I think, for
Why is that, John?
Potential longs. You know, we got a lot of aggressive buyers in here, and they're just not getting paid. Just not getting paid.
Yes, 30 plus 32. Thank you, Jack K. And yep, we're going to keep an eye on that all day. What I tell the story is how to do this stuff. Hey, quick note on that auction. Eddie talked about the 7-year auction. Yesterday, the 5-year auction really sent us lower. It was a poor auction result, low bid to cover. Yields had a raise, and we definitely saw a nice sell-off in the equity. So something definitely to tune into around high noon Chicago time. So just sometimes we think the lunch hour trade's boring and sleepy and slow. I think, again, definitely something to pay attention to.
Well,
yeah,
that
was.
See that?
Yeah, go ahead, Anne Marie.
No, that was super important for that 5-year. And I think Andre had said something about it earlier yesterday about that. That 5-year has really started doing some things to the market. So if you look at the chart, and here's the thing for me, I will only trade in my Topstep accounts simply because it's very hard for me to mechanize my live trading and talk and do all of those things. But at the break, if you want to see this right here, at the break of 1, the volume point of control, and 2, the 1 standard deviation, I took the short out of the framework. The single prints and the VWAP are sitting below, and that's my expectation of where I suspect the chart is headed. It lost the last 30-minute low, which was somewhere around 49.14. I hopped in right after that. There could be a shot to take it again on the failed retest, but that is that short event that I believe should come into my VWAP. So that's the trade that I'm sitting out right now. But it really came right into this low tick, and so I'm looking for it to just leak into the single prints and take them out.
Okay. I like it. I'm still sitting here with my hands on my butt.
But absolutely, John, we're gonna wait this sucker out, man.
Now, one of the things that I mentioned this morning on the opening call was yesterday was one of the first days we've seen in a while. Now, there have been days where the longs they just keep getting paid. The market breaks, Buyers come in, they pick it up, and the longs continue to get paid. Yesterday, before that auction came out, all of these laggard momentum buyers up here, probably shorter time frame, for the first time in a long time, they really got smushed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is a little bit of a possible break in pattern. You know, we've seen
Yes.
momentum buyers getting paid
I
over
felt
and
the
over
same way.
again.
Yep.
You know, and looking at the daily chart, that excess that we put in, Anne Marie, you and I talk about excess a lot. This wick on this daily chart here is probably one of the longest ones that we've seen since the March contract started. I can look back and say, maybe this one, but it didn't provide opportunity. It was excess, but the market held it and then continued to move to the upside. But you can look back as far as you want to go, and there's really not a lot of excess on the highs here. This one, it kind of competes with it, but other than that, the excess has always been on the lows.
Yep.
Excess is on the lows. There's an excess low, excess. So there, that is something that has me just kind of on edge as for continuing to look for longs. And it's just one of the nuances that we look at in kind of longer time frame. Was the high yesterday excess? It was excess, but low excess. We had just a couple, 2-3 TPOs off the end of the high yesterday. It's excess, but it's not excessive. But on the daily chart, that wick looks like, holy cow, something changed yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah. And, from a macro perspective, what the voices were saying was, hey, wait a second. The bond market is finally sniffing out that the Fed might actually stand pat because they're thinking about interest rates. They actually are pricing in, I think it's 68% that we're going to have a cut by March. And if the numbers keep staying solid in terms of GDP, in terms of growth, in terms of whatever it is that they look at, it's less likely the further along that they move. And so the voices out there seem to say, hey, listen, the bond market is sniffing out that we're going to stay higher for longer, just like Powell has said the entire time. And so that is a very key event for us to think about. But I thought the very same thing, John. I thought, we haven't had a topping formation like that in a really long time. And I was on the chat yesterday and I called it out and I thought,
yes, you did.
Okay, that's just going to come back to the VWAP. But man, it just kept going. And I thought, all right, that is not like the other times. So I felt a real shift in market participation yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, John, so are you saying you're willing to hold your shorts then in this market?
I'm less likely to be looking for huge wins on the long side.
Gotcha.
But caveat to that, this trend line, which comes off of the high here and the high here, and it traded on this big up day, was that last Friday. Right. By the end of the session, it traded almost right to it. It was magnetic. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we came back to it. As long as we hold that trend line, I'm looking at both sides for possibilities.
Gotcha.
Yep.
But if we break this level, there's lots of visuals down below. We got a point of control here. Last week's low. We got a point of control here. The 200 session moving average. Below that, we come all the way back to this trend line, which was where we broke out that last Friday. So there's a point of contact, congestion. This is where the buyers really came in on this next leg to the upside. So that 48.30 weekly kickoff low, you know, the last week's weekly kickoff high was 48.38.
38.
So, you know, so that's really where this market broke out of this trend line and really started to grow legs to the upside. Let me make this a little bit bigger.
Yep.
So, you know, in short time frame, I'm looking for price to maintain above this trend line. If we show meaningful participation below that, we can come check out all these visual targets down below, and maybe even back down to this trend line / weekly kickoff low. Just by looking at the nuances, you know, I am not predicting or suggesting any situation that somebody should take advantage of in this. You got to make your own decisions. I'm just, you know, throwing thoughts out there as to what I think. And, you know, people are going to agree. People are going to disagree. We don't know, you know, what's going to happen. So again, there's no prediction in anything I'm saying, Anne Marie, Eddie, Andre, and there's no prediction in any of this.
Nope.
We have to take the information that we're getting from the market. They call it market generated information, and find ways to limit risk. First, limit risk. Second, profit.
That's right.
Yep.
Real quick here, guys. We got 80% long in crude oil, 80% long bias in crude oil. Market trading towards its highs for the day. Some keep an eye on as it rallies. Bias is with the rally right now up to 81%. Hey, Anne Marie, real quick, can you talk about you know, tilt and CL and as like the average price is so close? I know we talk about this all the time, but I think we got to keep dialing it in and trying to clarify what we're looking at, what you're looking at, and how to use this to your advantage, if at all.
Okay, so with the tilt, those things that we talked about, and so let me pull up the tilt, or maybe do one of you guys have the tilt? I'm afraid to drive too much because it always sort of stops my, okay, great. And so as we take a look at the tilt, one of the most important things that I look at all the time is, what is the trend?
Yep.
If the trend is up and the tilt is heavy,
yep,
the reversal will come into a support zone that sends us right back in the direction of the tilt. When we're sideways and we have heavy tilt, we can, when the numbers get close together and the tilt gets heavy, we've got a reversal action that brings us literally many, many times to the base of prior congestion. So the key is, yes, when the numbers get close together, we want to watch out. But before we take an opposite trade, we go, wait,
what's the trend?
What's the trend? And finally, where are the near-term levels of resistance or congestion? And that's where I pick up my daily levels from TopstepTV /daily levels. Every day I go there, I mark them up, and I see them on the charts, and I go, all right, that's what I'm looking for in general. That's how it's going to hold out for me. And so when I look at the tilt, I stare it down all the time. When it gets to be any time after the 60s, I'll start staring it down. If slope is steep, I'm not going to make a move until those numbers get close together and I'm looking at a level of near-term resistance or congestion that I can measure. So if we're staring at the CL right now, and let me move the CL.
78% positive. Long and short average price is the same.
Upward slope.
Okay. So yes, steep upward slope. It's sitting above the VWAP. The VWAP is upside. It's sitting, the linear regression is a little bit sideways here, but slope is telling us that it is all upside pressure. So what I will do when it sits like this and I've got the tilt, I'm going to go right to the daily chart and I'm going to say, okay, what is my next edge, and then I'm going to go to my levels, and I'm going to see what I'm near. Now, I'm over a lot of these zones, and so what I have to do is squeeze my chart in to see where the next heavy congestion is. And
5 minutes remaining.
I love that. And so I see we've got, 78 as a potential upshot here, right at 77.80. So that's pretty far away, and we've got the EIA coming up. The nearest tick is right here at 76.60, and that's where it's choking out right now. That's perfect with the tilt, because then it tells me, all right, I need to see a reversal. So what does the reversal look like? I'll go over here. This is a 90-second chart, so it's moving really fast. And so it says, what am I looking at? My slope is up. My linear channels are still up. And so here I am between the two bands. So until I lose this line, which is the value area, all the pullbacks are going to be buy zones. So I'm not willing to do any shorting here unless I'm willing to accept the risk between 76.64 and 76.51, because the buyers might come in there. If per happenstance you go, you know what, I'm going to short it right here, and you take the short, the risk is very small, because as soon as you break the high, it's very likely to creep up into the 2.5 standard deviation band. But that's exactly how I would do it. When the tilt gets heavy, I go find those near-term wicks, and I go, all right, let's see if I can get to the wick and reject it. If I can get to the wick, pierce over, and completely reject it, I'll chase the short in. But as it sits right now, it's still holding that framework that says, hey, I shouldn't be shorting here, because very easily this could be old resistance, new support, and it could head back to the north. So I just wait for this 90-second formation to go, hey, I'm topping, right? And so how does it look? We did one just a minute ago. Here it is topping. It loses the edge. It comes back, breaks the value area, and immediately moves down. I know I can take the short for the snap scalp trade. I got to think about the quick strike trade into this. I know he hates that. The quick strike trade into the 76.29, right? And then your rejection here, you're all done. But because everything's so bullish, every reversal trade needs to be an absolute quick strike. And it needs to be 1, I stop moving higher. 2, I break support. 3, I try to test the old high and reject it. The second that happens, I'm in, and I'm going to the first standard.
Excellent.
Real quick, guys. We've got 10 seconds till new home sales. Eddie, please keep an eye on that and keep us posted. I know it's breaking right now.
Got it here. New home sales, previous 590, and coming out right now, hitting the wire. They're looking at around 649,000. Sales changed at 10%. See what these numbers do for our markets here right now, waiting for. Okay, we got new home sales coming in at 664,000. So a little more than what they anticipated. 649 coming in at 664,000. We do have the new home sales change month over month. They were looking at a 10% coming in at 8%. And there you have it. Next, we've got coming up here half an hour. If you're trading natural gas, heads up 9:30 EIA natural gas number next.
Thanks, Eddie.
Eddie. Yes. Go ahead, Johnny.
Thank you very much for that explanation on your thought on usage of
that's
tilt.
just how I use it,
and it makes perfect sense to me. One thing I would do want to kind of mention, if you look on my charts, 75.75 was an important inflection level. That was weekly kickoff high. We tested, rejected it yesterday. We opened above it today, and you're seeing more continuation above. The level that Anne Marie was looking at on the daily chart was at around 7780, 7800. The 200 figuring out there, bringing eyes towards it. Is that going to be where this market is going to head? It is a break of structure from range bound to potential continuation. My suggestion for everybody is do not fight a directional move. Just like Anne Marie was saying, any moves in the opposite direction, any shorts should be short lived. And you're looking for pullbacks for longs as long as we remain in this current shorter time frame structure, which is basically, we call this one time framing higher. Here's where we found support. The market opened. We got fourth straight 30-minute bars with higher highs and higher lows. Looks like we're going to be taking out the high of the fourth bar with the fifth bar here, maybe shortly. But that is that is one time framing. That is all time frames possibly acting in concert. You don't want to fight a directional move like that. And again, now that I've said all that, the market loves to make a liar out of it.
Every time. So real quick, we're not seeing anything in tilt. Yes, 61% short in the ES, 50-50 in NASDAQ. Crude peeled off its long bias to only 68% now. Nothing really doing. S&P's it's kind of chop around. NASDAQ did break off to VWAP. It's kind of chop around VWAP right now. Both positive, but it's been not any kind of direction just yet. Anne-Marie, what are you looking for the rest of the day strategy-wise? I don't think you've taken a trade yet since you've been on air. How do you display patience going forward in a day like today? You know that there's going to be movement, there's going to be volatility, but how do you exercise the patience in order to know that you have the rest of the day to trade? Not all your money needs to be made in the morning.
So actually, I did take a trade.
Oh, you did?
I took the trade at the loss of the one standard deviation, right?
Oh, yes, I saw that. Yep.
We were talking about it. Yeah. And so now I expect it to go into the single prints and the VWAP. I've been underwater for a ton of it, and now it seems like it's working. So a great question would be, okay, so you take a trade, you think you've got a reasonable setup, you think it's going to work, but all of a sudden you're underwater. What do you want to do, right? And so for me, the first thing I want to do right now is cover some of those. And so the next thing I want to do is say, hang on a second, if I'm looking at a formation and I believe that I read it correctly, where will I be wrong?
Right.
And set my head on, okay, if it breaks out up over that, I am wrong. And so today, that is, hey, if I break out up over value again, which would also be up over the highs, I'm sitting in the wrong direction. And so I must say, you're done. Doesn't matter what level of upside down you are in the trade. So the first thing I'll do is, one, I want to be sure that I take some profit if things look like they're working against me. But two, I want to reevaluate and go, am I correct in saying if it gets up over here, I'm wrong? And can I still sit in the trade and feel good about being in the trade, knowing that if it gets to there, I'm completely stopped out? Now, some of us are going to say, I don't want to wait. I'm done. It shouldn't be doing this. And nothing's wrong with that, just so long as that's part of your mental strategy you use every single time. For those of us who are saying, I think I'm right. I hate it that it's using my patience bucket, because my patience bucket is about this big. So once it's full, I'm out.
How full is your patience bucket right now, Anne-Marie?
You know what? It's got a hole in the bottom of it.
No,
I can
okay.
tell.
Okay. So it's not overflowing.
I
Oh shit.
right, not overflowing. It's got a
Okay.
hole in the bottom, and it's
Uh-oh.
because I came right back up in the middle of the opening range.
There you go.
And so my brain is saying to me, come on now, if you have a trade that is supposed to leak into your single prints and your VWAP, this shouldn't be happening. Come on, what's going on? And so, although I'm sitting here going, golly, my patience is running out, but I know where my trade is bad. My trade is bad up here. Now, that's at 49.20. I got in here. This is the last batch at 49.15. Yes. That's 5 points for each one of them. And so I have to think to myself, all right, do I want that risk? Do I want to take $250 on each of those contracts and be down potentially 500 on this last batch? Well, my answer is yes. I'm willing to take that risk. And so I'm just going to sit in here and, I don't like that we're making higher lows on this tight time frame, but I know we're making lower highs and we're creeping into the space. So I'm just going to sit on my hands and go, whatever. It's not working great, but I'm just going to sit it out and take my lumps. Now, I've taken some of them off already, so my full hit wouldn't be there, but it is what it is. That's instead of going, hey, I'm just going to clear it off, what I want to cement in my brain every time is, am I using appropriate process? Have I checked my risk? Have I checked my entries? And am I willing to accept the loss if it comes? I'm not going to move my stop up. I'm not going to do anything that expands my risk because that's just not what I want to do. And so I'm just going to sit here, and if it stops me out for the last bit, so be it.
You already took small profits on part of the package, right?
I did.
Yeah.
I did. Yeah. So it's really hard. And again, there are a lot of really valid arguments that people will have that'll go, hey, if I see the profit and it's sideways, I'm going to take my gains. That's absolutely valid as long as you go, what is the reason I might be taking profits now? Not I'm scared or I don't want to lose. Those are not valid reasons. The valid reason is, hey, these candlesticks are sideways. And if it's sideways, it means I take profit on the bottom and I have my stops at the top. And if it's looking like that and you go, hey, I'm going to get out of the trade, then that's exactly what you do because it's part of a process. Anytime you go, oh, I'm scared, I got to get out, say to yourself, is this part of a process or are you moving on your emotions? If you're moving on your emotions, you're sitting in a wrong mindset to trade well. That's just the way it is.
Hey, real quick, we got new highs in the S&Ps, guys. NASDAQ catching a bid as well. Tilt's heavy, 76% on the NASDAQ as we rally. Yes, 60% as we continue to rally. New highs in the ES, not seeing very much liquidity above. John, let me know if you see anything different.
No, not really. Well, I mean, 49.25, there's 400 on the offer, 49.25. Big fat round numbers, they tend to attract those, right? So what about above that? 49.30, 365 on the offer. 49.44, 500 on the offer. That's a ways away, but that's showing some interest in at least some liquidity up at that level. So, Anne-Marie, I mean, basically what you were just saying is if you're in a trade and it's going your way and it's not performing the way you anticipated prior to the trade, you can say, all right, I need to loosen up or lighten up on this position or get out of it because the expectation was for a different outcome during the trade. But if you're so kind of succumbing to the fear of, well, I got a little bit of a winner here, I'm really afraid it's gonna go away, so I'm just gonna take the profit. That's not what you're looking to do, because as we all know, we don't get any smarter once we've put the trade on. But if it's already anticipated and cognitive before you put the trade in, and you don't see what you're looking for in the trade at that time, that's kind of being, I think, cognitively creative, intuitively creative, and not impulsive.
Exactly. So here's what I mean. Let's say you're driving down the interstate, okay? And you're going at 70, right? You're wide open road. It's got 70. Those stinkers, 2 ticks stopped me out by and looked at it. All right, whatever happens. So let's say you're driving down the interstate. You're going 70, and you're
slow.
like, oh yeah, straight up ahead. You slow. Okay, that's funny. So you're going straight up ahead, and all of a sudden you see that you're in Florida or the Carolinas in the middle of the summer, and you can see a squall that is coming up ahead, and it's literally raining sideways, maybe 2 miles in front of you. You're immediately going to go, I did not expect to see that, so I'm going to reduce my speed.
Yes.
That's me in the trade going, I did not expect to see that, so I'm going to reduce my risk.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same sort of thing. If you're driving at 70 and everything looks clear, you're not going to go, oh, I'm scared of going 70. I better slam on the brakes, or I better slow down, for no random reason other than I'm feeling nervous about driving 70. Now, if it's because the speed limit's actually 45, then you've got a real problem. But outside of that, equate it to literally driving and looking around. Although we say, hey, listen, you don't get any smarter once you get in the trade.
That's right.
What you are doing is collecting more information the longer you're in the trade. And so 2 things have to happen when you're in the trade. 1, the market confirms that you are positioned appropriately. Or 2, the market does not confirm you are in the trade in the correct direction. So is a stop the only way that happens? I would say no. I would say, wait a second. I wanted my stop. So let's say you went long at the bottom of the opening range because you saw the VWAP was so close. And you took the trade long. So now you're up and you just broke a new high. So that's obviously a place to take profit. And so you're down to half size, and then you move your stop up. Okay, why? Because you did get smarter understanding the environment, because more information is being given to you in the direction of the event. So although I would say, hey, listen, you're spot on about saying you're not any smarter, that's true, but the information that you collect along the way needs to tell you something, or you're going to get sideswiped. Hey, I'm driving down the road and some knucklehead is on her phone and she's texting.
Pull him over.
I'm not razzing the women. Guys do it too.
Yes, they do.
But because I'm a woman, I'm going to pick on women. And so she's texting, and I go, you're going to hit me if I don't slow down or get out of your way. The interstate was just perfect until she got on the on-ramp and started behaving badly. And so I'm going to say, do I have the right amount of risk? Now, I believe what you're saying is, hey, don't go adjusting your stop and moving all kinds of things around. You don't have any kind of different information that tells you your original perception of what ought to happen has been changed. But when it does, is it legitimate? Is it logical? And is it repeatable? So for the person that goes, hey, these candlesticks are sideways, you should have taken profit at the bottom instead of getting stopped out at the top for the last half of your trade. You know what? That's completely valid. And in hindsight, I would say, you know what? I buy that. If that happens again, I probably will take 3/4 of the trade off rather than just, because that's information that I am collecting. But fear, or I don't want to lose, or oh my goodness, look at how much I'm going to make if this thing actually runs into XYZ, all of those things are emotional and they're not process based.
Absolutely.
Stick to
And
the
Marie,
process.
stick to the process. I think that's the moral of the story. Stick to the process. You can never go wrong sticking to the process. And do not text when you're getting on the highway. That's a very bad idea. All you do is get in the way of other people. That's the problem. Do not text. Before we break to Eddie, I just want to say hi to my beautiful mom who's watching right now, resting in bed after having some illnesses. Mom, I love you. Glad you're watching.
Oh,
Good to see you.
hi,
Yeah,
Mom.
she's watching right now. Yep, that's Mrs. McHugh. She's watching right now. Love you, Mom. Real quick, Eddie, what do you got
have
for
an
us?
awesome son.
Oh, thank you, Anne-Marie. Eddie, what do you got?
All right, so we got some news here. We're going to bring up Jack here. We got our first Top Step news pack of the day. And Jack, what do you got for us?
Yeah, we got real GDP coming out here. Actually, this is interesting. We are holding above the line of the pre-pandemic projections from the CBO office. So if we can hold this, we are back. I'll say question mark, ... for now. And then a quick Chicago story here. We had a man, this is a wild one. We had an individual pull out a gun at the Logan Theater during a showing of a Weird Al movie, UHF. Apparently, he was talking the whole time, told by staff, and then ended by pulling out a gun and leaving. Just if you haven't seen the movie, we have one more picture here of, I don't know, perhaps what it looked like. But yeah, don't pull out your gun at a movie. It's not good.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Sure that wasn't Florida?
Thank you for that, Jack. Thank you for that,
Logan
Jack.
Square,
All right.
Florida, who knows?
What's the difference? Checking in on the markets right now. S&P's shopping around. I know people in the chat are saying, why aren't they trading? Why aren't they trading? Well, guess what? We're not here just to simply entertain. We're here to actually be real traders. Real trading isn't exactly the most exciting thing all the time. We're here to help you work on your discipline, stay patient, right? Look for real trade opportunities. I know we love to pull the trigger all day. The range-bound markets like this, the opportunities haven't necessarily presented themselves. Something we're going to watch for is that 7-year auction at 12 p.m. I saw a question from Fred Decker about the 5-year auction. You know, is the 7-year auction going to be an action item, so to speak, an event? It only is if something comes out of whack. If it comes in line, bid to cover comes in line, it's probably going to be a non-event. But when something comes in out of whack, that's why you always watch. It's not an event. Go make your lunch. Go continue on your walk for the day. If something does pop off, there's going to be opportunity there. But yeah, you know, we like to bring trades to you, and keep in mind it's a 6-7 hour trading day. We're here all day, bell to bell, baby. So we'll be trading all day. When we take our trades, we'll definitely let you know all our trades are real. Open transparency here at TopstepTV. No BS. These are all real trades. So, you know, stay with us, man. We're here to help you with your patience and not make this a lonely journey. Slowly, please. Huh? I get excited about this stuff. What's up, Johnny? How you feeling? What are we looking at?
I was a little muted there. I apologize.
That's okay.
No,
That's okay.
that was great, Andre. I mean, you're speaking the truth there. You're not here just to play. You know,
we're not a piano bar, man. We're not a piano bar. Sorry, hate to break it to you. We're here to actually trade, and we take 2 or 3 trades all day.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time when the market opens in range and in value the way it did in the S&Ps today, I'm going to try and remain patient. We know we've got information coming out tomorrow. when we open in range and in value, sometimes the better trade locations come as the day goes on.
Yeah, we got 500 here at 25, John. 500 here at 25 in the S&Ps. Keep an eye on that.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I'm looking at 25, 23 quarter is the TPO point of control from yesterday. The volume point of control is 49.27 right up here. This green line right here, 49.27. I'm seeing as the real volume point of control from another platform. But the market it's basically traded almost to. So here, check this out, and I'll make this quick.
Do it.
Talking this morning about the anomalies that were left in yesterday's profile. An anomaly is anything that sticks out or does not fit a smooth bell curve. So we had one down here that we still haven't checked. M anomaly, just one little price bar layover by one tick. Another one here, we checked. Another one here, we checked. Now we've checked up to here. We're probably targeting point of control, which is right up here. Now it's starting to pop a little bit, right?
All those orders were filled.
Filled.
Yep.
So now we get the point of control. Now, once the initial balance, that first hour of trade is established, then I can focus on those extremes. If I think it's going to be range bound, we fade the extremes. If something changes and we start to see some directional activity outside the initial balance, then I can look for those opportunities as well. I'm looking, because the market opened inside range and in value, for some sort of reference early in the session where price may have shown to be too cheap, the low of the initial balance, and too expensive, the high of the initial balance. If something changes from that, then we can adjust our thoughts and our opportunities. So basically we just traded almost within 2 ticks of that naked point of control.
Right.
We took out that liquidity above. Next is 49.30.
Okay.
Would be the next liquidity above, which takes us in essence to value high from yesterday. That looks like a better opportunity to me up at value high from yesterday.
Yep. Anne-Marie, we ended up railing, Anne-Marie.
Yep.
Unbelievable, this market. Unbelievable, this market.
Well, if for those of you who want to look at the speedier versions of trade when we're not talking to each other, you can see on the 90-second chart that I have here, you don't look at anything but what are the big picture levels, and that's going to be value, the big area here. It's going to be the VWAP, and it's going to be the overall slope of the VWAP. Okay, so for me, my thought was, hey, listen, what's going to happen is I'm going to lose this area and then come down into the VWAP, which for the NQ, it absolutely did. For the ES, it did not. But here's this area. If you're looking at a 1 minute, a 90-second, a 2 minute, a 3 minute, look at how many things converge that tell you you've got a buy zone, and why it is that it's a reference point for you to go, wait a second, the market's going to turn around and I'm going to potentially start heading a bit higher. One, it tests an upward sloping VWAP. Two, it comes to the bottom of the value area created by all of the overnight trading. And then three, it begins to bounce off of that positive VWAP and it holds an upward on whatever moving average that you use, right? I've got some bigger moving averages here that are holding in the space. And you can go, hey, I'm going to take that once it bounces off of it. So as we sit here, that's what I'll be looking at for us for the last bit of our time here in the NQs. And notice this, it blew out of the value range and now it's come right back into it. Right back into it. And so that says to me, we've got sideways pressure that is slanted a little bit to the upside. And so what we have to do is we wait until it comes in and tests these key zones, the 1 standard deviation, the VWAP, or any of our key levels that we're looking at, like 650 53, a little bit below that, just below the VWAP notice. That was one of John's numbers, and it literally came right into it and bounced off of it at that 10 o'clock time frame.
5 minutes remaining.
5 minutes remaining. Yes, net gas coming up in 5 minutes. I'll throw it to Eddie. Eddie's got his eyes on that news. What do we got here? NASDAQ catching a bid. Tilt looks pretty 50-50. NASDAQ a little heavy long, 70% long. As we continue to rally, congruent with price movement. John, what are we looking at in Delta? Just as we keep track of that throughout the days, it's a building story. Last we checked, it was plus 3,300 in ES. That was about 25 minutes ago. What are we looking at now?
We're looking at 1,500 positive, and
right.
all that with range extension to the upside since we were at 3,500. So not really any real divergence in a longer time frame, but it's kind of strange that we've taken off a lot of that positive delta on a push to the upside.
Yes, sir. Hey, real quick, we got almost 3,000 people watching. Let's get those likes up. Really appreciate it. We appreciate all the bell-to-bellers, everyone that's viewing in, tuning in for us. For those asking about Michael Patak, MP, he is on a plane to British Columbia right now, going on an excursion of a lifetime. Going to do some heli skiing. Hopefully, there'll be some internet connection or a cell connection. He's going to send us back some photos and videos when he does have the chance. But he is currently on a private jet to British Columbia, Canada right now. He's going to do some heli skiing. Pretty cool. Bucket list item for him, I know, and he's super excited to do it. Yeah, reserve break. He's going to scare the hell out of himself doing it, but it should be a good time. He comes back in one piece. He will. He will. He knows what he's doing up there. Yeah. We got 3 minutes until nat gas number. Anything else, John? I know we were talking about fading the extremes at 500 out of 25. It seems like when paper gets filled, paper will get filled, but then we'll see the market come back off of that. And is that just me just picking up on that, or is there something to that? Is that just
I'm sure that in the right time and in the right context, that's something that happened. You remember, was it about a month ago? There was a 1,000 or a 1,500 lot in the S&Ps.
Yep.
Michael leaned on it.
Yep.
In other words, he got in one tick below that level, and he got filled on that. The market dropped 8-9 points almost immediately, but eventually the market did take out that liquidity. It traded out, but he got that nice bounce off of it by leaning on it. So, sometimes it happens. Sometimes not so much.
Yep. Yes, it is.
That's the thing about the market.
Sorry, Anne-Marie, please.
Oh, no. I said that's the thing about the market. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So all you manage is the risk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
that's all you can do.
Things happen similarly, but never exactly the same twice.
Yeah.
It's one of the things that you love and hate about trading is because you never know. It's ambiguous. We don't know the outcome of anything. So we just got to try and find ways to work the probabilities in our favor. And, today I felt as though that my probabilities would be in my favor by letting the initial balance play out and then looking for opportunities as the day goes on.
Absolutely. Eddie, if you're standing there, we've got about 25, 26, or 24, 20 seconds till EIA natural gas change. What are we expecting? And please let us know. Yeah, what's expected and what was previous, Eddie?
Thanks, Andre. Prior was 154 billion. Now, these are measured in cubic feet. They're looking at 318 billion. And we got about 5 seconds there. So if you are trading that natural gas, check your position. Should be hitting the wire here any second. And while we're waiting for that to hit the wire, hey, rumor has it we're going to be having our 100th episode tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
And yes, it hit the wire here at 326 billion cubic feet natural gas. And as I mentioned, that 100 episode, boy, I think we're going to throw a party tomorrow. What do you think?
Yeah, it's been a wild ride. Can't believe it's 100 episodes already.
I know,
yes,
it's crazy.
We have something special in store for all everyone. Please tune in. It's Friday, so things get a little funky on Friday. We have a little something special in store for all the viewers that have been with us from the beginning, the new viewers we've had, the bell-to-bellers, even the ones that come in and troll us. We love you all, and we will be sure to have something special for you as a sign of appreciation from us to you. Love Topstep. Thank you, Noah Hall. We love you.
Maybe I'll shave my beard.
Ooh, Johnny.
Ooh.
What?
Coming in nice, man. It's coming in real nice.
Nah.
Yeah. He wants to keep his wife.
You better run that by her.
Well. No, Eddie says I could make a lot of money as a Santa Claus next year. Maybe I'll try and do that.
We do talk about having dual incomes. He's back.
There you go.
We do talk about having dual incomes, multiple income streams while being a trader.
Yeah,
So,
right, right. There you go.
So, but yes, hey, just quick preview of what we got coming up for the rest of the day. We got Shoulder Tap with Hoag and Mick, 10:30. Power Players, Robert in the driving chair with myself and Christian. Top Quiz, 11:45 with Jack and Vanessa. That's been a lot of fun this week. I've been tuning in. As always, we announce the winners of Top Quiz during Power Hour, so be sure to tune in then. Then we've got, oh boy, buckle up, baby. We got Andre, Hogan, Rips for Power Hour, Power Players. And then at 2 o'clock, goal will be Andre and Rips for Power Hour. Buckle up. That gets weird. That gets wild. We do have a lot of fun, but we take the trainings very seriously. Those who want Rips, Rips is coming this afternoon. I'm sure he's tuning in right now. Shout out to Rips. He's always a good time. Hell of a trader. And we always look forward to having him. So please tune in all day, bell to bell. I appreciate that. Real quick, whole question we got up. Who trades nat gas? I do. I used to. I want to. Not for me. That's a not for me. As Eddie calls it, it's the Widowmaker.
Be right back, guys.
You got it, Johnny. All right, Anne-Marie, what are we looking at here moving forward? I have not taken a trade as I've been kind of driving the show a little bit. I'd like to take a trade if no one's looking since the teacher's away. Maybe pull up the trade here. But I haven't seen anything just yet. My head's on a swivel right now looking around, but what are we looking at? I know the market did end up rallying on us. We've kind of stalled out here, but moving forward, what are you looking at? How are you displaying your patience a day like today? Well, we thought we were going to get a lot of price action. It's been somewhat muted. We've had a little bit move to the upside, but what are you seeing here at this point?
So right after that nat gas number, for those of us that may or may not know, nat gas is actually a derivative of the WTI. It actually is a flare-off product. It gets anytime you drill for oil, you're going to have the flare-off of nat gas, and so oil has a tendency to move in some fashion. And so what I actually am looking for is a long off the VWAP in oil, because it's got upward pressure, upward motion, and it also happens to be the opening range low. And so I'm sort of sitting tight, waiting for that to come in. You can see that there is an order here just above me, and it looks like 253 at 76.16. So I expect that gets filled,
right?
But I'm not going to chase it there. I'm waiting for it to come in at the VWAP and potentially a little bit below. So I have one order there and then another order just below it. So that's what I'm waiting on right now.
If you suspect it's going to get filled, why not make a trade with that in mind? Why do you want it to get filled and then react around it? If you don't mind me asking, what's the thought process going in? Because I'm still trying to learn. When you do see these paper orders, and you do know that there's a high probability these paper orders will get filled, why am I not executing a trade knowing, or with the thought that we will indeed chase that paper and gravitate towards it? Why wait for it to get filled and then react after?
Great question. So twofold. One, I'm very concerned about my risk exposure playing inside of the oil market because it's $10 for every penny. The second thing is that although sometimes those orders get front run, like it looks like it's getting, technically speaking, there feels like, there we go. There feels like there's a little bit more price action that's going to be technically run, and that's why I waited, and we watched it get filled right at that second. Now, the second one is going to get filled, and so let's make sure.
We got everything selling off right here. Crude selling off hard. NASDAQ selling off hard. S&P selling off hard. Gold selling off hard, too. Boy, everything's breaking right now. Anyone in the chat that can kind of make sense of why everything's breaking right now at the same time? We don't necessarily see this all the time, but yeah, Anne-Marie, we're seeing some price action all over the globe. Excuse me, all over the globe right now. We're breaking hard everywhere. So place your trade ideas there in the chat. If you guys have ideas as to why everything's literally breaking right now, this is got some action going on right now. This is good trading going on for Thursday. Meat and potatoes. We were talking about this with RIPS. This is what we've been waiting for. This is why we've been patient Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for days like today. Get in there and trade. But Anne-Marie, we are breaking everywhere right now. We were just talking about this, and that order did get filled, didn't it?
Yep, it sure did. And we're coming into the VWAP on every single chart.
Yes, we are.
Right?
S&Ps too.
So
Might
the
take a long here.
Qs, the NQs coming in. Yep. What's the tilt?
Tilt, good question. Tilt is kind of 50-50 right now. S&Ps 50-50-ish. NQ 50-50. Crude a little heavy short, but nothing substantial. So we are breaking. Okay, they're saying U.S. dollar is breaking out. That's what's setting everything lower. Thank you, Paul Gonzalez. I love the chat. We got eyes. There it is. We got eyes everywhere looking out for watching each other's back. But we are freaking breaking right now. This is good stuff.
As someone pointed out, Tesla is down 10.4%.
Oh, Jack, thank you for that. Did not see that. We got to start paying attention to these stocks a little bit closer because, earnings poor yesterday. I saw Elon was on the call. Sorry, Anne-Marie.
Oh, no, that's okay. That's okay. It's a big bounce off of the VWAP for the NQ and the ES. It liquidated right into the level and then bounced right off of it. This is textbook range trading.
Yes, it was, Anne-Marie. It was.
Textbook range trading.
That's good stuff. Textbook, old school. I know. I'm sitting here blabbering away, watching it bounce off VWAP. And this trade's been working 4 out of 5 times. That VWAP trade's been working. I'm sitting here just blabbering, man. Come on, Dre.
I just put up the Tesla chart here if you guys want to see it.
Let's take a peek. Come on, Dre. Snap out of this shit. Come on. Come on, quit talking. Start trading. What's up, Johnny? Let's take a look at Tesla.
So, I mean, this is overnight, and it's pressing the lows right now, which may have something to do with this pullback. But again, range bound trade. We've shown we've got the initial balance. It has not been able to trade outside the initial balance in the S&Ps or in the Nasdaq. Well, it did take a little bit of a look above the opening, the initial balance in the Nasdaq, but there's a failed auction up there now. What do you say about this, Anne-Marie? Yesterday, laggard longs got smushed. This morning, laggard longs got smushed again.
Yep, we have got a change. We've got a sea change for somebody who loves being on the water. We definitely have got ourselves a sea change.
It's getting a little wavy out there, isn't it?
Yeah, choppy waters. Here we go.
Getting very choppy.
Man, everything's breaking. Wow, crude is not done breaking. Crude is just free falling right now.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the tilt. Tilt not too heavy. It's 67% short. We've seen much higher levels than that. We've seen it well into the 80s, congruent with movement. But
I did it again.
What happened, Johnny?
I called the high on a directional market by saying, "Don't fight a directional market."
There's a new indicator out there.
Highs.
It's a new indicator. We'll see how this goes. Yeah, we should. Those that want me to talk less, unfortunately, I'm driving the show. I have to talk. I talk. You guys listen out there. That's how this is going to work. Thank you. Anyways. All right, Johnny. Anne-Marie. That was for you, Anne-Marie. Yes, we continue to chop around here. We did see a little break. We'll answer this once for all. ICT is not going to be on today. He flaked on us, plain and simple. We tried booking him. He kind of did the dance, kind of flirted with us, then kind of flaked. That's it, and that's all. We're moving on. We got a show to run here. We got 3,000 of you guys, 3,100 of you guys. We love having you guys. We got Anne-Marie here. We got John here. All the badasses in production. All the badass chat mods. The show keeps on running, man. Sorry, he bailed. What are you gonna do?
I don't know why. We're not going to bite him.
Yeah, it's whatever, man. Hey, could be part of the game. You never know.
I think we have an email. All right. Anytime it's open, I will send a link and an 8-digit numerical code. And if you put that code into the link, you will appear instantaneously on TopstepTV. We don't need any preparation, anything.
What?
The invite is open.
Wait, what? What are we doing,
He's,
Jack?
he's talking to ICT.
Oh, gotcha.
What I'm saying is that we are flexible with these things. It's just a link and a code. You can come on anytime.
Yeah,
That is
yeah,
all.
for sure.
Yeah,
Open
that's
invite.
true.
I think
Yeah.
we're done. I think we're kind of done with the dance. Open invite. We'll leave it at that. But yeah, you know, people get off on dumb little internet games. What are you gonna do? But yes, thank you, Jack.
So
Open invite anytime you want it. Sorry, you're saying, Emily.
I'm still holding the long in oil because it hasn't broken that my stop, and it looks like it's coming up and holding that VWAP action. Remember, when you come into the VWAP, there are going to be people that say the second it loses the VWAP, I'm going to be short. There are other people that go, holy cow, it's coming into the VWAP. I'm going to go long. And what happens there is the bucket of slosh, back and forth to see who wins. So even though I'm watching this 90-second chart, my head goes to the 30-minute and it says, wait a second, what is my trend? My trend is high, low, higher high, higher low, higher high. The implication is the higher low. I don't want it to lose the range because that's going to stink. But this area of saying, hey, I'm going to try and buy here has not been invalidated. Where does a trade get invalidated? It gets invalidated if it loses my low. So the question then becomes, well, is this one of those things where I go, I'm not any smarter because I entered the trade after I'm in? That's exactly right. The commentary that put me in the long in the first place says, hey, I need to hold the range low and I need to recover off the VWAP. But because I'm using 90-second candlesticks, I'm going to go, all right, well, that might take a while to slosh because I got it as it came into the level, not as it's recovered. If I were helping someone who was trying to figure out, hey, I just want to learn to trade better, I would go, hey, wait for this to resolve just above the VWAP and then take the trade in the upward direction rather than just saying, hey, listen, I'm going to take it at the VWAP and just below because I just want to get in the trade and I have a fairly good sense of what risk I need to take on if that's moving. And that works exactly the same in the NQ and in the ES. Notice in the NQ, it came close to the VWAP, but just back. And you know that's likely to happen because you have a low, a higher high. And so you can go, wait a second, I'm going to look over here. I want it to come into the VWAP, but maybe I'll step in front of that trade. Just like Andre was saying, look at all of the volume sitting in this this order right here.
Nailed it,
Front-running
Emery.
that would have been perfect.
You nailed it,
Front-running
Emery.
Well, blind squirrels.
No, stop that.
However,
We're out there saying we don't make trades. I told you we make trades. We're just patient out here. That's what we do. We don't just trade just to trade. We're not piano bar, like I said. We find good opportunities, find good areas to execute, and boom, that's what we did. There you go, Amory. Nice trade. We called it out. Look at that bounce. Look at that bounce in crude. My goodness. Look at that. Now we're talking 25% bounce right there. Yep. Sorry about that, Amory. You were saying great trade.
No, it's great. No, you know what? Sometimes the market will say, hey, I got something good for you. And sometimes it'll say, hey, I got something good for you. And it's a paper bag of poo, whatever. You just have to go, where's the risk for me taking the trade? And am I willing to go, you know what? I took a shot there and it didn't work out. Listen, every trade is not going to work out, but the process of here's where I go, here's where I get in, here's where my risk is, here's where I get out. Your method will give you reliability, and that will affect your emotional capital, and it will also improve your general motivation. Our week of study and what we want to focus on is how can I make my motivation better? Listen, if you go to the gym and all my kids are gym rats, every single one of them, and they're all about what for the boys. It's like, oh, look, I'm getting swole. That's their big send the snapshots to each other. I'm like, oh my gosh. But they get encouraged because they go in and I got a process. I do 30 of these, 20 of those, whatever. And the motivation comes from the results that you see from looking at yourself in the mirror going, man, I'm really changing my body type. And that's really, when we're looking for motivation, it's going to come from consistent application of solid process. And it's going to come over and over and over again, but you've got to fixate, and I mean fixate on your process and say, wait a second, that risk is not acceptable for me. That risk is not XYZ. Whatever it is, focus on that risk, follow the process, and then the chips fall where they may, because the market doesn't care about any of us.
Anne Marie, let me ask you something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let me ask you something. I stepped away to get a cup of coffee when this whole kind of breakdown off the highs happened in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ. Are you currently long the S&Ps off of VWAP?
Yes, because my morning opportunity says anything into the VWAP is a buy zone. Until I stop making new highs off the last bounce of the VWAP, anything into the VWAP is a buy.
Okay, so the momentum that it seems like the market took down to that level, did that give you any trepidation? Now, again, I stepped away for a second, just taking a cup of coffee, and I came back. So when it dropped like that, you were taking that trade no matter what.
Yes,
accepted the loss. Whatever happens. Okay,
exactly. I'm looking at the range.
You're currently in that position. Absolutely. How many contracts?
Well, actually, the one I took was oil because I was waiting for that.
Yeah, oil's an oil trade.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nailed it.
And so
Anne Marie, Anne Marie, are you still in this trade? And if so, what's your position, or if you're flat, what is your P&L? So we can update here at the top.
Okay, hang on 2 seconds.
Yeah, when you get a sec. I think also we got some some hot streaks and stuff coming up here in a second. I'll keep you posted. Let's get an update on Anne Marie so we can update the top here.
Okay, so I'm on. That just faded on me again. All right. I need to.
Live TV, Anne Marie. We're all good.
Yeah. All right. So overall, I'm only up a couple hundred because of the ES trade flattening me out. And unrealized, I've got about 350 in this trade.
Okay.
350. So if I flatten it right now, I'd be up at about 550.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. All right, Johnny. Yes, you stepped away with that for some coffee. Of course, for that second you step away, the market just falls out of bed. I said the dollar broke out, and that kind of sent us lower here. We're starting to see a bounce. Sorry, someone was saying there back there. We got.
Oh. Yeah, we've been seeing the dollar trend higher since about 8:30, almost since the opening this morning. It's kind of been trending higher.
Coming up to VWAP here in the S&Ps again. I got some liquidity down below, 200 on the 91.
So here's the thing. Notice the lower high here. I would not buy the VWAP on this one. I would not buy the VWAP on this one.
You're just going to push
because
through.
Remember, the theory says on every bounce of the VWAP, if it gives you a higher high, you can buy that VWAP. Now notice it's bouncing right off of it.
Yes, it is.
So it could go all the way, but that's a weak signal because it's not giving me a new high. So my thought is they're getting ready to sell some more. So I will say, wait a second, I'm on my tiny time frame. I just bounced off the VWAP. Did I make a higher high? I did not. I made a
Right.
lower high. So that tells me if I took the long here, I should be taking profit if it can't get up over the 1 standard deviation. And I am not going to take the next long here.
You are not.
Absolutely. I am not.
Okay.
I am not.
Okay. And we're gonna see how this we'll see how this VWAP plays out. In the meantime, Eddie, I think you got something for us. We got a little lull here in the markets. Keep an eye on this VWAP play, but Eddie, what do you got?
We got some stats for you,
Ooh, nice.
and we're going to bring in Jack and see what our leaderboard looks like.
Yeah. So we got the top 10 funded were triggered. James, you got yesterday's best. We were looking
There it
for.
Wow.
Well,
Hey.
yesterday's best. We got some good ones.
KO. KO.
Wow, Branavan again.
Branavan, Chang, Bayan N, and Ree. Good days for sure.
Outstanding.
And if we get the hot streaks,
Wow.
newcomer to the list.
Who we
Say
got?
hello to Christian A, starting with a
Christian.
14-day run there. And
Welcome to the
farewell to
club,
Micah
Christian.
H, who unfortunately ran into an $1,800 loss yesterday. Has fallen from the ranks of the streakers.
Ooh, Jack, who got hosed on just having a $10 losing day the other day? I was thinking about that after. That was brutal, man. Absolutely brutal. The streak ended because of a $10 losing day.
And we had him on. We had that on shoulder tap as well.
Did you?
That
Did
same
you?
guy. Yeah. Yeah.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Thanks, Jack. We got any more streaks out there, Jack? Or are we good?
We're good for now, and maybe in 10 minutes we'll show the top 10. You got a quick preview of the top 5, but we'll show it for good this time.
Yeah.
Jack. All right, Anne-Marie, we're watching this VWAP level here in the S&Ps around 49, 12 and a half. Kind of chopping around here. Let's take a quick look at tilt just to see what we got. ES.
Yeah, what's the tilt on oil?
Tilt on oil is about 50-50, 57% long. And
Okay.
anytime it's under 60%, either way, I call 50-50 just for
Okay.
simplicity's
Yeah.
sake. All right, we're starting to break through VWAP here in the S&Ps.
I jive with that, Andre. I jive with that.
I appreciate that, Johnny. Let this level come up here.
All right. So we're going to go down and take out that anomaly at 49.09.
49.09. What do we got? What's down there?
It's just that little anomaly. We were talking about those earlier. We tested out to all 3 anomalies and maybe 4 anomalies. This is the last one that we have to check in the day time frame today. 49.09. So we'll see if we get any kind of continuation off of any range extension that might happen, but we've got to get through that VWAP first.
Yep.
And,
What are we thinking? Yeah.
I mean, there
Okay,
is
so I'm
some.
finally flat off of that oil from 76.04 and
Nice.
76.10 into 76.34 and
Beautiful.
76.24 and then
Beautiful.
76.30.
Nice.
Anne-Marie,
Yes.
well done.
Nice.
Textbook trade. Very nice. My goodness.
So
That's
your
how you,
P&L is a little better now.
that's how you cut the markets
Yeah.
out. Woo.
Well, again, I'm using tiny time frames, but I'm looking at big levels and formations, right? In the end, I would love to be able to hold this for it to get back to the top of the value, but I should not have undercut the VWAP. That was new information that came to me during that edge that says, wait a second, I shouldn't have done that if the market was really strong. And when the market's really strong, those things don't happen. So that's the new information. You go, oh, market's not so strong. I know where my risk is, but I might need to pull my reward in a little bit. I was thinking I'd go back to the top of value, but it undercut my VWAP. Now, at the end of the day, I could be second guessing myself, and it could go all the way to the top of that value area. But see, I don't know. And my goal is to make sure I've got, the $1,000 to pay whatever that I need to
Right.
pay at whatever time. I'm here to extract money out of the market a little bit at a time. And although I love to watch those big swinging trades move,
Oh, I thought you were gonna say something
I'm
else.
not. Yeah,
Sorry.
I'll take that one. But
No, okay, sorry.
I like watching them swing like that. But I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to
No.
go, wow, good on you, buddy.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
because I have to go, hey, I got bills to pay. So I'm just going to go in there and carve it out a little bit at a time using big levels, but watching small candles to validate motion.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Johnny, you see this liquidity? Hey, can you shout out this liquidity in the S&Ps, Johnny? What are we looking at here down below?
Yeah, down below we've got some liquidity kind of bunched in between 49.10 and 49.11, maybe 11.50. It's 350 to buy at 49.10. We got 300 to buy at 49.10 half. We got 300 to buy at 49.11. So some liquidity down below. Not really seeing anything in the neighborhood to the upside as far as liquidity is concerned. So I'm kind of see, there's conflicting information for me here
What
because
do we got?
the Nasdaq has, well, here just in the S&Ps. I mean, this is yesterday's profile. This is value low. This is value high. We've been inside value all day long. I think that there's a pretty good probability we're going to go down here and check this anomaly down here. A breakout of the initial balance would be something that I would be looking for a continuation of, and I'm not necessarily seeing that at this time. So, a breakout to the downside against yesterday's low in this anomaly, I think is a bad idea. I don't view that as a viable option. Putting in lower highs, bouncing off of VWAP, as Anne Marie has said, is, not necessarily a positive thing. So I just have to sit and keep my hands on my butt and wait for something to happen later on. And this is what happens on days when you're really range bound inside of the previous day's value. The better trade locations usually show up later on in the session. So
Agree. That's
kind
kind
of
of
hanging out here.
We're gonna wait this out. Yes, bounce off VWAP again here in the S&Ps. Like Henry, this keeps being the play. Got to keep. Eventually, we're gonna break through it though. We got this liquidity to the downside, so it's kind of tricky being long here in the S&Ps. I wish I could be trading right now, guys. Why don't I trade? I'm driving the segment right now, guys. I got to focus on driving right now. I can't necessarily execute trades and drive a good TV show at the moment. So catch me later. I'll be trading in the afternoon, power hour for sure. Power players, I will drive it. Definitely be trading, especially with Dolby, Rips, and myself in power hour.
Oh,
We'll
yeah.
trades. We'll make some trades and we'll have a good time. All right, coming up at 10 o'clock, we got 30 minutes left in this segment. Kind of going sideways here. Let's take a look at crude. Anne-Marie, you want to talk about that crude again? Oh, wow. Way to get out. I know you're, and okay, how about this, Anne-Marie? You were saying that, yes, maybe, okay, what if this thing keeps running? Well, sure enough, it didn't run. So way to get out. Way to take that money, take the money off the table. That's shoulda, woulda, coulda game will send you into a tizzy and you'll be chasing your own tail. And
Absolutely.
It's not good for the mental.
Absolutely.
And that was a really, really important observation is, we were looking for it to hold VWAP. We took the trade. It went through VWAP. Maybe that's just telling us that the long opportunity isn't as big as we might think it is.
Exactly. And, sometimes it could be a red herring. Sometimes the market can absolutely fake you out. The question is, what's at risk? You want to give up the 40 cents that you had or the 30 cents that you had? Or do you want to say to yourself, you know what? I'm just going to take that 30 cents. 30 cents times 4 is really great. And
$1,200.
Yeah. And so when you're looking at that and you go, yeah, I don't know that that's going to continue to the top of value. I'd love it to, but it should not have undercut the VWAP. And so, the same thing, take a look at what's going on here with the ES. You see this buck, what do I call it?
Yes.
I feel like a lot of the traders, this is in the dome, but a lot of the traders are sort of bunched up at the base of value here, right? So for us to break that level, we'll have to cut through they could pull their orders. But my thought would be, hey, let's see if we pull price into there, just like you say, John, the market comes to where the liquidity sits. Yep. And so let's wait to see if it comes in, tests the single prints, eats up all of these guys. And if it's super close to the 1 standard deviation, the VWAP is still upside. So traders are definitely going to try and bounce here. And look at the thin pocket, the low volume node here. It tells us all kinds of things that say, hey, coming in about that 48, 49.04-ish area could be a pretty nice buy. And so I'm just going to draw a line there. And that also happens to be, isn't that one of our numbers?
04?
4909. I'm looking at one of John's numbers, but we did close the 4 o'clock event, I think. Yeah. And so anywhere from there. So I'm going to say, see, here are all the pre-closes and stuff. So I'm going to say, all right, I'm going to try a position at this 4904-ish area. If it comes down into it, and I know I'm going to have about 5-6 points of risk. And so that is going to tell me what my size is going to look like. But I want to see them either eat this up, test some of these, and then sort of stabilize back up into value. If it comes all the way here, I'll buy it, and my first target will be at the bottom of this value area where all of these guys who went long might be underwater and might want to cover at flat. Right. That's how I use these bubbles in the depth of market. When the dome gets really bunchy and everybody says, hey, I want to get in there, they're either going to provide the floor and the market's going to bounce, or they're going to carve through all of them. And the first dip that comes right back into it, it would be the snap trade that tells me, okay, I'm going to go in, and all those trapped buyers that went long that are going to cover it flat, I'm going to get out too. I'm just going to be with a profit because I'm sitting at the end of 1 standard deviation.
Yeah, I was just going to say, somebody's pointing out in the chat here, UVXY spiking.
Oh, yeah. Never a good thing.
VIX. Okay. All right. So downside pressure. John, but I think what Anne-Marie's talking, she's talking about a great trade setup here. If we do see it come into play here in the next 23 minutes or so, we're definitely going to take advantage of that. I'm looking to get along with you there as well, Anne-Marie. Segment's closed on. I can pull off a trade here. No one's looking at this point. But yes, if we blow through here, if we blow into this, if we go into this liquidity area here, I'll definitely try to get along. We'll see how it goes. But John, yes, you got me looking for liquidity all up and down the ladder. Now that's all I do is hunt for liquidity and see how the market reacts.
Well, it's good. It's good. You're a hunter.
Yes, I'm listening. I'm paying attention. I hope everyone in the audience is doing the same because it's truly valuable. What Anne-Marie and John are talking about here. Talking about a setup. It hasn't come in, but we're having a pre-trade, thought process. We're thinking about how we're going to attack this next move. We're sitting on our hands, waiting for the market to come to us. We're not going to chase the market. Like I said, if the market comes to us in that 49.09, 05, 04 area, we'll be looking to strike. But until then, we're going to be patient and sit on our hands.
Andre, with Michael in the air, I think that is your permission structure to let it rip if you need to.
Thank you. Noted. I will. Yes. Michael is in the air. I have been getting some pictures. Looks like he's having some fun. And yes, I will be taking a trade. But yes, we got to bring this. S&P's got to come back down. Let's see all these liquidity, all these paper orders get filled, and then take a long and see if we can get a bounce. Thank you, Jack, for the permission. Yeah. I appreciate that.
Yeah, there's a whole lot here. I'm still thinking short. I mean, we got basically head and shoulders. We've got the neckline right at our regular trading hour session low here. We've got a fair value gap all the way down to there. We've got the dollar ripping to the upside. We've got the VIX ripping to the upside. The UVXY ripping to the upside. I'm not really interested in longs at this point.
John's a
And
bear. John woke up this morning a bear. You woke up this morning and said, "I'm a bear." Damn it.
You notice I'm not wearing the rally sweater, right?
I noticed, John. John's looking downside only today, man. I could felt an opening call.
No, I'm just no prediction, just trying to use the nuances to put myself in the advantage seat. And that nuance that we found yesterday, laggard longs are starting to get whacked, and they got whacked again this morning. So just kind of looking and just kind of stalking for the next good opportunity here and being patient. I'm proud of that. And I think that there's some good possible opportunities here today.
Yeah.
I know the feeling.
Indeed. We should see a sell-off here. Lukey Luke says we should. Famous last words, should. I think the market should do something.
Yeah.
By golly, sometimes it doesn't do what it should do. But yes,
exactly.
we are looking at the downside as well, but S&Ps are holding VWAP here. Acting like some support.
Yeah.
Take a look at crude. Crude's chopping all over the place. Good luck trading. Good luck holding the position for anything longer than, I don't know, 5-10 minutes.
Just a wee bit.
Yeah, just a wee bit, just like Anne-Marie showed. We got about 20 minutes left in this segment. Keep in mind, we have a 7-year auction coming up. That could be a mover, like we said. If it won't be a mover if everything comes in line, everything as expected. Once things come out as not expected, that's when we see the fireworks like we did yesterday. We've got shoulder tap coming up after this. Always everyone's favorite segment, Hoagland Mick. Mick's going to show some of the best traders we have here at Topstep. Some traders that might need some work and some mistakes that we should not repeat. But I know John really likes that group coaching as well. John, how are we looking on questions for group coaching? We good on questions, or do we need some more?
Let's.
They always have more questions, but I know we got to fill up that bank. Make sure we have plenty of questions for John.
There's always some really good questions. We've got a few. If there's questions that you have from today, questions that you have, and overall any questions at all, of course, are appreciated. There are no bad questions, of course, and I don't know everything, and nobody does. So I'm going to do my best to answer, and if I don't know, I'm going to tell you. It always gives us the opportunity to learn something together.
Appreciate it. Yes, open honesty. That's all we are here is Topstep TV. No BS
100%.
Here. Real trades, real accounts. Like I said, we show our losses, and we don't have 20 accounts here. We got one account that we trade, maybe two. Yeah. We always show real results, real trades, real P&Ls. Sorry.
Don't trust anybody who says they know it all. Don't trust anybody who says they know it all.
No, they most certainly don't. All
hey,
right,
John, what do you think about a short at the top of the opening range?
S&Ps?
Yes.
I like it because it's coming in really as the high of value. Okay, you got volume value high here at 49.1850. You got TPO value high at 49.2050, and you got the high of the opening range sitting comfortably right between them at 49.19 quarter. I like it because if we get too far above value high, then something may be wrong. I mean, you can expand your risk to the high of the day. I don't want to do that. So, I would look for the market to get up to this level, and I would look for it to pull relatively quickly off that level to at least put me in a little bit of profit to begin with. If it goes against me much, I don't want to risk a lot on it.
Gotcha.
Especially, we're all trained to say this market's going higher, this market's going higher, this market's going higher, and I'm subject to the same kind of habit. But we are seeing potential changes in that pattern where laggard buyers continue to get paid, and that makes me a little nervous to be long. Gotcha. But I like that idea.
Yeah.
Anne-Marie's talking about taking a short.
Yeah, I was just thinking about taking a short into that 49.04 area. I think that
49.04. Wait, Anne Marie's taking a short 49.04.
That's where we were going long. Yeah, no,
got you,
into
target.
49.04. Yeah.
Target, got you.
So that'd be the target, and then potentially turn around and, pick up the long if it holds on that pressure event. But it feels like it's trying to hold that level that I took that first that first short I took this morning near 49.15, 49.14. It feels like that's the actual area that all the prices are trying to move off of right now, coming back down. So I don't know.
If I could respond to Fred, Fred saying
sure.
he's not understanding my negative bias today, and I probably shouldn't be putting any biases out there, but Fred, as well as anybody, I've been wrong quite a bit. So don't let try not to let anything interfere with what you're seeing in the market. I don't want to take any opportunities away from you if there's something that you're seeing that I'm not. Maybe you're seeing something that I'm missing. Fred, you've got great skills as far as the profile is concerned. So I don't mean to put my bias into anybody else. My goal today was really just to focus on the nuances. And the nuances, from yesterday's pullback off the high, the pullback off the high today is
exactly.
Those laggards have been really struggling for the last couple of sessions, and that could change in a heartbeat. That's why we're really trying to be patient, letting the market kind of establish its range and then see if we find opportunities on those ranges. So again, I apologize to anybody if I've kind of colored your bias to something that that you don't see or that you don't agree with. Trade what you see, man. Trade what you see.
And I don't think it wasn't necessarily a bias, John. I think you had actual facts going into it. Remember, we talked about the excess to the upside. We saw the wicks to the upside and rejection to the upside.
Exactly.
I don't think this is a bias. I was just busting your chops about you having your reasons for being a bear. I do with Patak all the time too. Yeah. You have actual thought and logic behind this. It's not just you roll out of bed, hey, we're not going to be bears today. It's like, all right, well, let's see what the market action did. Let's see how the market responded to those upside moves. And then, then we said that, maybe it was a failed auction to the upside. Let's be clear about this. Not just, we flipped the coin here and said, all right, we're going lower today.
No. Just like trying to when you look at a market, there's probably 50 nuances that you can take out of any chart or profile. Yes. When they start stacking one way, that's when I start to kind of to change my opinion of the market or start looking at things a little bit differently. And just in yesterday's session, the laggard longs got whacked. Laggard longs got whacked already here this morning. Things can certainly change at any time. At any time, the market can restack those nuances to one direction or another. But we're looking for opportunities to use the nuances to our favor. And if they don't, we're going to manage risk. And if they do, we're going to make some money. Either way, you got to be okay with it.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
We didn't see the downside push in the S&Ps just yet. That's why we wait and we stay patient. We wait for the market to come to us before we do enter a trade. So we did have a thought. We had a potential setup. It didn't come into play. So no trade. Sometimes the best trade is no trade.
Mm-hmm. So I've got an order resting to sell the S&Ps at 49.19 quarter, which is basically
I have one
the
there
high.
Also.
Okay. Basically the high of the opening range. Value high is 49.20 half. We get a fill on this. I want it to start feeding me pretty quickly. We really just traded to value high, the volume value high, which is maybe a little bit of a double top here on the 5-minute chart.
All right, Jess, you think this is this is based off the opening range? Is what you're thinking here?
Yeah, and value high from today.
Anne Marie, you concur?
Yes.
Okay, great, guys. We got a little setup going in. Like I said, we're not chasing the markets here. Letting the market come to us. Yeah, you might have got a fill right there. He said 19 quarter, 19 3/4.
Yep. that one just filled.
Yeah, you got to fill right there. All right, so now we're in the market, you guys. Got about 10 minutes left. While they enter this trade, we'll keep an eye on it. Can we do top 10? Eddie, what do you got over there? Top 10 funded, hopefully.
We've got our top 10 funded.
It's alive. Oh, it's alive. It's alive. It's alive.
And here they come, number 6 through 10. We have 2 new traders on the list. Jade T took over number 7. He had 5,500 up yesterday to do so. Matlin M snagged the top 10 spot. He's in 3 XFAs there. And now there was a preview earlier, but I will show the numbers 1 through 5.
Look at those.
There it is.
Zach.
Holy
Dennis Rodman still
smokes.
holding up there.
Awesome.
I saw you. In
R
the chat,
squared. Justin and Dennis still on top. The only current live members of the 100K club, Ronald, David, and Isaac. Good job, everyone. Those are impressive numbers.
Hopefully they're
Very
taking
nice.
payouts. Most important thing,
thanks,
take
Jack.
payouts.
Take those payouts. Pay yourself.
So make it real, make it tangible, make it, yes, spend that money, something valuable, not just on Ferraris. Hey, you can do what you want with that money. Ferraris are cool. Ferraris lose money, lose value.
They are cool. Yes,
They're
they
cool.
do.
They're head turned and might get the girls and stuff, but lose money. Hey, but have fun with it. Do what you want with that money. It's your money. You earned it. Have fun with it.
So, Anne Marie, what's your risk on this trade?
Well, it's going to be above the value area shading. So 23 and a half, so maybe 4 or 5 points.
Yeah. Your value area is kind of a little bit different than mine. I've got
And
TPO
yours?
value
Where's
high at
yours?
2050 is TPO value high, which lines up with that first standard deviation from VWAP.
2050. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I think I use 68.3 for mine. But it's also, look at how that one standard deviation just
Is holding a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
Yeah.
you know, it looks like there's some promise there. I don't like that it went higher, but we could just have ourselves a little bit of a messy market, right?
Yeah.
Right now we're about, 4 ticks in the money. And so, my first thought is, hey, I'm going to take it into the VPOC, into 15, and I'll cut it to half size rather than waiting for it to come into the VWAP all the way. I want to secure some profit. Why? Because I didn't expect it to break this node right here where we went in. And so my thought is I'm going to clean a little bit off.
How many contracts did you trade?
4.
4 lots. Okay.
John, what about you?
I just put 1 on.
Okay, I'm punching it in the router here just so we can keep 19 quarter. 19 quarter,
19
right?
quarter. Yeah. Sorry about that. I always forget.
All good. No, mate, you're in the trade, man. You're in the trade. Stick with your trade. Yes. That's the patience. That's the patience we like to see. Anne-Marie short. Robert, Anne-Marie short 4 from same price. You can push that in. Thank you, sir. Just need about thank you, SSS. What would we do without you? What would we do without you? Yes, we're gonna punch that in as we speak. Time is the quiz. Good question. Quiz is at 11:45 Chicago time. Hour and 25 minutes. Hour and 25 minutes. Top quiz with everyone's favorite. Jack and Vanessa today. Yesterday was Jack and Bonnie. This time is Jack and Vanessa. Like we said, we always show the winners of Top Quiz during Power Hour. Power Hour is going to be a wild one today, so please tune in for all the bell-to-bellers. Like I said, tomorrow's our 100th episode. Please tune in for that. It's going to be a fun one. As we see the S&P start to catch some breaks, starting to sell off here. We talked about the trade setup going into it. Both our traders here executed it, and they're going to stick to pre-trade thought process. We got a price target, guys?
Well, my first target price for half of the position is 49.16 and a quarter.
Okay.
49.16.75. So
Very nice. We're taking a look at tilt
I already
50-50.
took one at 17, and so I'm waiting for this next one to.
Hell yeah. Isaac joining us for the 100th episode. Hell yeah, Isaac. Just saw you on the leaderboard. Can't wait for you to join. Should be fun. Well, a lot of fun, man. I'm glad you're tuning in, and we'll definitely see you tomorrow. Real quick, across
Awesome,
the board.
Isaac.
Yeah, 50-50 tilt. ES, 50-50 tilt. NASDAQ, 50-50 tilt. Crude. Nothing popping there. I'll let you guys get back to your trade. What are you guys thinking?
Well, my candlesticks are still making lower highs. We've just put in our first higher low.
Mm. Is that on the
So
90
just
second?
on a 90 second. Yeah, it's a minute and a half.
Anne-Marie, why 90 second? What's with the why 90 second? I know we were talking about that from the different time frames. You look at short time. Why 90 seconds?
So I feel like 1 minute feels really, really fast.
90 seconds isn't fast. I mean, all right, go on.
Yeah. So it's a little slower than a 1 minute. But what I really use it for is to tell me what these curves are doing. When the curves move, it gives me a little bit of an understanding of, what's going on overall. And so I have two curves. I have a slow curve and a faster curve, and my slower curve is got upside pressure, which is why I said, hey, listen, I want to take half of these here.
Right.
But I only got one of them off. I'm still waiting for the other one.
I'm not feeling this, so I'm just getting out and looking for something as the day goes on.
Time stop.
Fair enough.
Time stop. Like it's
I wanted it to pull off this value high a little faster.
Yeah, I know. That's the big time is really important right there to consider. So I'm gonna.
What did we, John? We saw it dip into what, the 17th, maybe? Maybe for a hot second we dipped in the 17s there, looking for some follow through. Never.
1650 was the lowest, and it didn't fill this one, but it filled my 17.
Okay.
Yeah. It didn't get to point of control. That's kind of another thing I was kind of looking for.
Exactly.
To get to point of control. When it doesn't, that can be important.
Yeah.
Hey, if the reason you got in the trade is no longer there, you get out. That's exactly what you did. I mean, you guys have seen a textbook.
Sort of, it's still there, but it just wasn't performing like I was looking for it to. So yeah. I've missed better trades.
Oh God, yeah, absolutely. This one was not going to keep you up at night, John. I can assure you that one.
No.
I can assure you that this will not keep you up at night. All right, well, we got about 3 minutes left here for this segment. Anne-Marie, as always, I want to say thanks. Are you still in this trade, by the way, Anne-Marie?
I am. I still have
that's
3
fine. All right,
left.
well, I don't want to distract you here, so we'll look.
No, we're good.
We got shoulder tap coming up here in about a couple minutes. Hoagland Mick coming up. Then after that, we'll have power players, myself, Robert, Christian. He's always good. Jack Vanessa, top quiz. After that, oh boy, Andre Hogan, RIPS. Oh, get ready, Hogan. That's this afternoon.
Oh yeah.
Dolby, Andre,
it'll be fun.
Yeah, it's always gonna be fun. Always gonna be a good time. A couple more minutes. 2 minutes left in this trade. Still chop around 49.18 half. Yes, as we close out here, Anne-Marie, I want to say thank you so much for joining us. You've always been a pleasure.
My pleasure.
It's always a good time. You're dropping your knowledge, dropping these free trades, setups, and executions. John, what do we think? Anne-Marie, what do you think for the rest of the day? I know we got the 7-year auction, but if we don't see you for the rest of the day, what are we thinking?
Well, coming into the day, everything still showed bullish motion. It gave us a little bit of a caution signal that said, hey, look for the dips around the buying formations. And so far, it's pulled through. So my thought would be the following. As long as we stay above this 49.04, we're going to have that buying pressure. For the NQs, if we stay above, what is that one? 17,630, and we're plenty far away from that, so that should still be bullish. And then for oil, we want to stay above this 75.80, and right now we're doing it. It's just very, very sideways. So that's really it for me. I still see pullbacks as buying opportunities in general, and the short trades should be quick snap strikes.
Right. And don't buy highs. Don't laggard into longs. Look for pullbacks.
Exactly.
Really important.
Exactly.
And for you Anne Marie fans, we've got tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central, we've got the strategy lab with me and Anne Marie. So make sure you check that out as well.
Thanks so much for having me, guys.
Actually, Eddie, you want to close us out here real quick? Eddie, we've got a couple of minutes. Eddie, I think you got a couple things you want to drop in here before we sign off for your best markets.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, hey, if you haven't got your 2024 trading goals in, it's not too late to set your trading goals. We're going to drop a form in chat here. Tyler's going to drop that, and the Topstep team is going to make sure you stay on track. And as Andre said, yes, we've got an all-star cast here today. And if you're here with us, today is our 99th episode. So tomorrow we're going to have a big party here celebrating our 100th episode. So don't forget to be there for that. And coming up next here, we got Shoulder Tap with Hoagland Mick. And I'm looking forward to the rest of this day as an all-star day. We're going to take a time out. Coming back with Shoulder Tap. Don't go away.
like every captain gotta maintain the cap. You can make change, don't change for that. Tell the whole truth, get paid for that. Bet you never fall off, you was made for that. You gotta be who you really be, shine from the inside. Cause they ain't really who they say on the outside. You gotta be who you really be, shine from the inside. Cause they ain't really who they say on the outside. Slide around the city with my day one. I ain't gotta worry cause they A1. Wasn't in the field and you can't come with us. My little shawty going stupid, going straight dumb with us. I'm a big time, still humble in the hood. Gotta keep it positive on nothing but the good. When I'm on vacation, I be stunting like I should. Got a real queen falling, she gon' stumble on the wood. And I still be doing business with my brother down. And I know that if I got it, I'ma cover them. And I know that if I need it, they gon' give it back. Gotta practice what you preaching, I be living that. Taking trips around the globe, bringing game back. Touchdown hood, happy that I came back. Take a photo with my granny for the memories. And if it's for a good cause, I'm buying 10 of these. Seem like every captain gotta maintain the cap. You can make change, don't change for that. Tell the whole truth, get paid for that. Bet you never fall off, you was made for that. You gotta be who you really be, shine from the inside. Cause they ain't really who they say on the outside. You gotta be who you really be, shine from the inside. Cause they ain't really who they say on the outside.
One.
Welcome to Shoulder Tap, everybody's favorite segment. I'm John Hoagland, and the star of the show, Mick Ironimo, is with us. How are you feeling this morning, Mick?
I'm not feeling too great today, as a matter of fact. Under the weather, but I'm going to power through this. Thanks for asking. How are you feeling, John?
I'm feeling pretty good. You look tremendous, Mick. I gotta tell you.
Thanks. I got my new my Fed earplugs. I got the Fed mustache, the Fed earplugs. I'm ready to go. Let's do this. I'll power through it.
All right. Traders are moving.
Yeah, some good stuff. We got a lot of good trading this week. Like I said, the waters are warm. Lots of nice big P&Ls. We got a guy in an XFA who's up 28 grand on the day today. I'm going to talk about our live traders though. Shout out to before we do the shout outs. Yesterday, we had one XFA to live call up and no offboards. We already got one offboard today, though. That was Jonathan M., who I talked about a little bit yesterday. If you remember, John, this was the guy in a live account. He had a $3,200 balance. He risked $3,000 of the $3,200. And I said yesterday he was going to be done today. He lost that other $200 today. So,
got it. Yeah,
I'm starting with him because that bothered me. And we talked about it yesterday. I'm going to mention it one more time, though. If you got $3,200 left in your account, do not risk $3,000 in a trading day. Split it up, give yourself a few swings at the plate, and turn things around. Someone I'm going to talk about today, Fatima, who I've got a trading card for. We're not going to pull it up now, but I'm going to talk about her. And this is someone who's done the exact opposite of what Jonathan has done. She's made really nice adjustments. We'll talk about her in a little bit. But before we get to that, shout out to RIPS. He's on a 5-day win streak for a little over $11,000. He's been doing really well. Saw he was up a couple bucks this morning, about 400, could be more now. I have a shout out for Jonathan R, John R, who we'll talk about in our first trading card, but he's up good today. I am going to give him a hard time about yesterday, though. He was up 4,500 in the day at one point. I talked about him yesterday, finished the day down 3,000. It's not the first time he's done this. We will go into a couple of those other examples because I know he watches this show. So I'm going to keep talking about him, not keeping his money if he's going to keep doing what he's doing, because I think he's got a good eye for the markets. He's just not keeping that money that he's making. And we'll do some addition when we get to him. And it's to the tune of a large sum. So anyways, shout out to Isaac R., one of our live traders. He was up 7,000. He locked in $7,037 yesterday. I know he was watching the segment earlier. I saw he had sent a message in. Farouz up $5,600 today in their live account. So really, really good stuff. Let's dive into the trading cards and talk about John R. a little bit.
All right, Mick, you talked about doing some math. Are you good at public math?
I didn't do the addition, but I can talk a little bit about the values that I wrote down. So, oh yeah, I forgot today. It's a California day today. Everybody we're featuring is from California. All of our live traders.
Nice.
So I want to dive in and talk about John. John started his live account with $20,000. He traded well in his XFA. Actually, he traded well. The money added up in the end, but I remember talking about him weeks ago on this segment saying, high risk, high reward, don't have, a huge level of confidence. And we looked to call him up on multiple days, but we kind of, held off and, for good reason, but he also got called up for good reason. I'm talking about him now for good reason. Only it hasn't been many trading days, but only 5 days in the live account. Of those 5 days, 4 have been losers, only 1 winner. He's been up money every single day that he's traded in this account, but he's not capturing it. Hoag, I know you got the trade report up. He's only putting up 36% winning trades. He's trading big size too. So the money that he makes can go very quickly when he's got size on. I think if he finds himself up money in the day and continues trading into the close, which he tends to do, he trades kind of all day long.
Sure.
I think scaling down his position sizing would be a good thing. And that's something for everybody to consider too, because if we're working our positions from the long side or the short side, we have a directional bias on the day. As you get later on into the session, the odds and probabilities of that trend continuing do decrease. Now, obviously, we can have days where, it trends all day long. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but
they don't happen very often.
They don't happen very often. And then also, we also always have those days where it's, trend up in the morning and trend down in the afternoon. So if you think about the second half of the day for anybody, I will always talk about locking in profits. But if you're up money going into the afternoon and you're going to keep trading, it's always good to decrease your position sizing and risk a little bit less, because probability of trends decreases. Also, if you're scaling your position sizing down, you're assuming less risk, which means the money that you have profited is not up for grabs anymore. You're locking it in. And if you decrease your position sizing, you're more likely to keep that. So,
all right, Mick. So speaking of locking it in, John is in the chat. He says he's up 10K right now and promises no more trades today.
All right, good. So that means he's locking in $10,000 of his $12,000 that I saw him up. John, if I got to keep talking about you on this segment, in order for you to lock in these profits, I'm going to do it. I hope you don't mind. I'm happy you chimed in. And John, thanks for catching that. So that's an awesome day. John, tap on the back, 10,000 out of 12,000. That's really good. That's keeping a large percentage of a significant profit, which is something we talk about all the time, John.
And now you can keep him accountable. He said it. He's done.
Good. Yeah. If you say you're done, be done. I know a lot of traders that I've spoken to say, I'm calling it a day, I'm done for the day, and then they keep going in and trading in the markets, and they have big losses. So good job today, John. I'm going to talk about some of these other trading days. Hoag, I'm looking at a trade report right here. So John, day one in his account was also up $12,000. He finished that day down $4,000. It's a $16,000 swing there. There was another day where he was up $3,400, finished down $3,400, $6,800 swing there. And then yesterday, like I mentioned, he was up $5,000 and finished the day down $3,400 again. So that's a $16,000 swing. That's a $6,800 swing. And that's an $8,400 swing. Those are big, big swings on a $20,000 account. So for anybody listening, it's your job to hold on to some of those big profits. Like I said, I mean, every single day in this live account so far, he's been up to start, but hasn't finished them all up money. So
it's making my heart hurt, John. It's making my heart hurt to see this.
Yeah,
you got to keep some of those profits. You start out good. You got a good day going. Keep some of it.
Yeah, Yeah, but he's doing things well. I mean, I like the hold times a lot. He's keeping his winning trades for 40 minutes on average. Losing trades only 20 minutes. So, that's a result of someone who's got a higher time frame bias, has the guts to stick in one of these big positions with 10 or 15 contracts and ride it out. But at the same time, it's kind of hurt him a little bit too, because he's holding on to the losers for 20 minutes and giving these days back. So I think I've kind of critiqued this enough. John, good job today. I want to see higher winning day percentages. The area to improve by keeping your money. I mean, if you can take out as much money as you are taking out at one point in time during the trading session and keep some of it, this is going to be a big account balance. John, I challenge you right now to make it to that 100K club. You can do it if you keep your profits. I want everybody joining this 100K club.
32. We're looking at about, if he kept his high watermark on all of these days, with the 20K he started the account with, he'd be up about 30, up to about 37,000, something like that. 20,000. So that's 31, 34, well, even more. 42, 48, 48,000.
Yeah.
Right. Right. That's big money, man. It's good trading.
Thank you for doing the math there. That paints a little bit of a picture. So today with this $10,000 day, he's locking in. He's right where he started 5 days ago or 6 days ago in this live account, right around that $20,000 mark. So, yeah, I mean, that's 6 days. What you just rattled off, John, that's 6 days of trading. And we're talking about a $28,000 difference. Now, think about, the adjustments that could be made here and the dollar value at the end of 2024, what that could potentially be. I mean, it could be astounding. I mean, this is, if you extrapolate some of these things and look at, what he could take down in this year alone, it's staggering money. So, John, take down the staggering money.
Yeah.
LFG, let's go. Okay, so Brett had actually, our other risk manager had said, Mick, I had a really great conversation with Fatima this morning and a couple of days this week too. I want to pull up the trading card for Fatima and I want to talk about her a little bit. And I've only got nice things to say about her. She is struggling in this account. And I'm not pulling her up here to talk about her struggles. I'm pulling her up here to talk about what she's doing and what she's doing right, because she might be struggling, as you can see from some of the the metrics on here, the average daily P&L. She's traded 52 days in this live account, so she's in a drawdown, but she's taking control of what she's doing, and she's had some struggles taking control. I like her a lot because she reaches out and she says, I have a problem with this. She's been active in the chat. She calls the risk line to talk to us about making improvements. So she's asking for help and she's making adjustments on this account. Also, shout out to her yesterday for putting up $3,000 in the live account.
Very nice.
We're very, very happy about that. But some of the things she's doing well here, despite struggling, is making adjustments. So she's in the 150K. She started with a $3,000 daily loss limit. She's also had some issues early on in her account about locking in profits. I know we kind of talked to her about, and on this segment, about locking in 50% of significant profits.
Sure.
She's making adjustments. She used to be more active in her trading and have bigger swings when that account balance was up higher. She has decreased the number of trades she's making, which, John, it's really, really apparent in the trade report if you're looking at it.
Yes, it is.
Bottom of that trade report, there's a lot of activity. The top portion over the last few weeks, there's a lot less activity. So fewer trades, smaller position sizing. despite having a $3,000 daily loss limit in this account, it's currently sitting at $500 to protect herself. She's doing things and asking for help to protect herself in her trading. And we are here to do that for our live traders. We want to accommodate and help people out. That 500 daily loss limit, earlier this week, it was 250. So think about that for a little bit. Someone that on the standard parameters of this account can risk up to $3,000. They actually limited themselves to $250 a day. And while doing so, they were trading one contract. They had a couple, and the loss limit wasn't at 250 for a very long period of time, but it was like, all right, I got to really do something to keep this account. I'm going to take control, make some changes. And she had a couple winning days, $3,000 winning day yesterday being one of them. Helped her out with the confidence. We all need to be confident. And if you don't have that confidence, your performance will be affected. So built a little confidence up when we kept that 250 daily loss limit. Now it's at 500. We'll see what happens from here. But I have nothing but respect for this trader. I don't care if you're struggling. I don't care if you're lights out trading. If you are taking control and making adjustments, you've really got a future in this business, this competitive, hard business with high failure rates, low success rates. All traders need to be doing this. They need to be journaling, reflecting on what they're doing, and being flexible and nimble enough to weather storms and turn this around. I wouldn't be surprised if a few weeks from now, I could share Fatima's trading card again, and we'll see things have been turned around. Average daily P&L is going to be positive. We'll see more winning trades. We'll see more winning days. Now, we don't have any metrics on the trade report that show this, but since she has become more selective with her trades, the winning trade percentage, this is a big sample size, what's printed on the board here. The winning trade percentage has increased in the last few weeks, which I like to see. This is progress. This is making changes. And yeah, good on her. Really good on her. And I want to stress again, Brett has built a nice relationship up with her. They speak on the phone on a weekly basis. And that's what we're here for. That's what we're here for.
Awesome. So when and this is, I think, a good lesson for all traders, things are going to go well for a while. Things aren't going to go well for a while. If you continue to do what you're doing when things aren't going well, you're going to expect probably some of the same performance. I love the fact that Fatima is working on it. She's making changes. She's reducing her risk. She is working to dig herself back into a higher account balance, brick by brick. She is going to be a much better trader. Not that she isn't a good trader already, but she's going to be a much better trader because of this.
She is. She certainly is. So keep it up. Keep being flexible. We always have to be nimble, making adjustments when we're in drawdowns. And I know she's got the stuff for success. So keep working. And same goes for everybody else. Keep working on it. Keep working on it. Keep working on it. Someone who's been working on it. Jab, jab, jab. Yep. Someone who's been working on it really well is Lenore, another trader out of California. Got called up to a live account yesterday, and we've got good metrics to talk about here with Lenore. Average daily P&L, $484. They traded in their XFA for 27 days before we called them up. So what you're seeing here is consistent profitability. 83% winning trades. That's magnificent over 27 days in an account. And that translates to 78% winning days. They've got nice hold times, similar to John R., who I talked about on the first card. High times on the winners, 50 minutes, and 33 minutes on the losses. So this tells me that Lenore is someone who has a little bit of tries to catch the trend for the day. You don't see hold times of 50 minutes on winning trades for people that are scalping. And I'll say it, I've said it before, I'll say it now, I'll say it again. For day traders, most money is made catching a piece of the trend for the day. It's very, very difficult to be a scalper these days on these electronic markets. If you're a scalper, chances are you're looking for small profits, but trading NASDAQ or any equity indices, on the screen, the market can go against you very quickly. So, why risk 10 ticks or more to, scoop up 5 ticks? We're not trading in the pits anymore. And I kind of like to say, scalping is like trying to ice skate uphill, or do that skimming that Michael was doing, where you put the skins on the bottom of the skis and go uphill. I don't like that. I'm all for gravity bringing me down. Same thing goes for downhill mountain biking. I don't like riding stuff uphill. And I think scalping is really fighting an uphill battle. Of these trades that he's, taken down, averaging about 12 trades per day. And that's on a contract basis. So not trading massive size, but kind of averaging in and averaging out on their trades. Something that I really like, and this is something we look at when it comes to the call-up process, is Lenore never hit the daily loss limit. They've had some bigger losing days, but they never hit that $3,000 daily loss limit. I like that. I'll say a lot of times on these cards, contain your losses. They're doing a decent job about doing that. And another thing I like, when it comes to the daily P&Ls and metrics, is they've had some big winning days. Biggest winning day, their best day was over $2,700. But these P&Ls are scattered all over the place, anywhere from $300 up to the $2,700. And it makes me think about the conversation we had earlier this week, John, about, people not having an idea of how much they want to make on average in a day. I think the example I used was, I'm going to average $5,000 a day. Like, no, the money is a byproduct of good trades. They're finding a lot of good trades, and they're taking what the market gives them. So, they're content making $300 or $500 a day. Hey, I saw an opportunity. I took it. It worked out. I'm not going to force any other trades to hit this $1,000 mark or this $4,000 mark. They're just taking what the market gives them. And that's extremely important. I've shared this on TV before. I used to sit next to a guy who was a large trader in the wheat pit and on the screen. I know that he had a 7-figure winning day back in the day. So he made over $1 million one day. And one day I asked him what his P&L was for the day, like I used to do, being a little nosy 22-year-old kid sitting around some guys that were a lot smarter than me. And he's like, made $75 today, had a good day. And I'm like, what? Like, yeah, it was a profitable day. But it was kind of eye-opening that someone that had, could have very large winning days, and that $1 million day was an anomaly for them. They were happy making $75. They're like, yeah, it pays for lunch for my clerk and I.
There you go.
So be content, with any profitability. I see a lot of the big swinging traders that lose their accounts are not content with only making, small sums of money. But, your job as a trader, and I don't even want to apply this to a daily basis. Like, at the end of the week, you should have more in your account than you did at the beginning of the week. We're going to have losing days. So obviously we want to find good trades that would keep us profitable every single day, but that ain't going to happen. So, have more in your account at the end of the week than you did at the beginning of the week. If you're thinking about that, you're going to not let yourself hit your daily loss limit throughout the day. You're going to stop earlier. You're not going to turn big winning days into losing days. You're going to capture that money. So these are all some, things that really small changes that are implemented over a long period of time have staggering differences and impacts on your bottom line. And it's all about the bottom line. We just try and do it every day.
Now, Mick, Leonore, I just added up 19 out of 27 trading days. They stopped at their high water mark for the day. They made money. They walked away. There were only a couple of instances where they were up money and then actually ended up, losing money on the day. On those days, they weren't up much. So, we're up 500. We keep trading. We lose, 2,600. We're up. What's the other one here? We're up 600. We end up pretty close to the daily loss limit. And as you mentioned, they never did touch or reach the max drawdown or the daily loss limit, but they got pretty close.
They got close, yeah.
But on days when Leonard starts up, he usually finishes up. He's got the right idea. He's got the market going the right direction. He's making money, and he's saying, $2,000. That's a lot of money. I'm done for the day. I'm going to walk away. I'm not going to risk it. The way I did previously. I just love the fact that they're not getting dollar signs in their eyes when they're up money. They're getting to a good profit for the day and saying, I'm walking away. And, the one thing I would say is when you start the day up money, don't let it get back down below. Don't lose money on a day that you start money up. And because, those small up days ended up being your worst losing days. Don't let that happen. Just a suggestion if you're listening. But, the fact that they are ending the day at a high rate at their high watermark. And we're not talking about small money here. We're talking about $1,500, $2,000, $2,600, $1,500, $2,000, these are great days, 2,700. If you can do that and trim those losses on the down days, there's only one day that really upsets me. And he was up $2,000, ended up down 2,300. That was an anomaly. I think he overtraded, and he's up $2,000. Don't let that all go. Don't let that all go.
Lock in half of it. Walk away up $1,000.
100%.
Yep. Well said, John. I knew you were going to catch those the P&L highs for the day and talk about that. Put a smile on my face when you went that route.
Well, Mick, you and I come from the same ilk, right? I mean, we worked together for a long time. We've been looking at the same things for a long time. Both our dads were in the industry, and I love what you said about finishing the week positive, because my dad always said, I could double my income if I would only work 3 days a week. And I said, well, why don't you only work 3 days a week then? He said, because I don't know which two to take off.
You don't know which ones,
two are going to be the bad ones, right? So I'm sure your dad felt a lot the same way. So how is Jay doing, by the way?
He's good, thanks. He's good. We're going to throw a banging 1-year-old birthday party at his house in a couple weeks. My daughter turns 1 in February, so we got a lot of family coming over to the house. Figured it'd be better to fit people in his place, trash his place, than my own place. Yeah.
Well, I'll look
tell
for
him
my
you were
invite in the
asking
mail.
about him.
I'll look for my invite in the mail.
Love to have you join us if you want to make the hike up to Lake Geneva.
All right, Mick, great session today. Great conversation. We learned so much about trading, other traders, and ourselves as traders during this session. Really appreciate it. It's everybody's favorite session, and I'm so proud and happy to be a part of it. Thank you for involving me and giving me the opportunity to chat a little bit about these traders with you. And have a great rest of the day, man. We'll see you again tomorrow.
I appreciate that a lot, John. It means something, it means a lot coming from you. I've learned a ton from you over the years, these last 9 years that I've worked with you. Very fortunate. And, for everybody listening, I know Hoag's a great on-air personality. He's got a ton of wisdom. Listen to everything this guy says.
Sometimes good, sometimes not so good, but hey, the heart's in the right place, right?
That's right. That's right. Big heart.
Mick,
Thanks,
have
John.
a great rest of the day. Stick around, folks. We've got the Power Players segment here coming up. We have Robert, Andre, and Christian for you for that. And then, of course, the top quiz, Jack and Vanessa, group coaching after that. And then RIPS is going to be with us the last 2 hours of the day. We're looking forward to always seeing how he's doing and hearing what he's got to say. So, again, Mick, thank you very much. Everyone, stick around. You're right back with the Power Players segment.
Knee deep in the game and I'm still the same. Why you always hating? That's a shame. Gotta split the profits with the ones that came with you. All the homies share the vision, yeah, we got the same picture. You won't catch me in the club, I like to meditate. I be higher than a bird, I like to levitate. When I ask them how they doing, it ain't never great. So I be focused on the money, need a better rate. Baby girl eating veggies, doing yoga at the crib. Swimming in the winter, don't get colder where I live. Still the same number, if you got it, you can hit me. Pull up to the park, I'ma match you on a sticky. I ain't tryna be nobody, I ain't gotta be. 100 bands up, shopping at the Dollar Tree. Never been a type that gotta act, gotta lie. I just go and get the bread and bring it back to the tribe. Seem like every captain gotta maintain the cap. You can make change, don't change for that. Tell the whole truth, get paid for that. Bet you never fall off, you was made for that. You gotta be who you really be, shine from the inside. Cause they ain't really who they say on the outside. You gotta be who you really be, shine from the inside. Cause they ain't really who they say on the outside.
I'm trying to touch the States this time. 2021. Gotta show him I can still rap though.
Now I'm in the game, I was on the bench. First I was renting, now I'm collecting rent. First it with the Beamer, now I want the Benz. Spending all the bag like here I go again. Outside says the chirp, now the camera phone. Told you I'ma make, keep the channels on. Why you acting different when the camera's on? Why you acting different like your paper long? AD day, wake up and I thank God. Bad decision got you wishing you could say nah. My city gritty, you could get hit any day now. On my mama, I'ma move my family way out. With some 20s, 50s, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, zillions. I'm talking Amazon money, talking so much money I could mess around and buy Amazon. I been winning, I'm like, why me? I heard these labels wanna buy me. I don't need you, boo, I style me. I roll G's and they grind me. Now I'm on my game, nothing is the same. Who am I to blame? Money made me change. Cardi in my ring when I'm switching lanes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Now I got a buck for all those rainy days. Ain't have a day off in like 80 days. I got hustles in like 80 ways. Kids if he won't take a lazy day. Wifey on me told me take a break. I keep going to the paper straight. Then it's trips out to Montego Bay. If I take the job, bet I get it done. I said it before, I'm a 101. I just caught some ones, only wearing ones. Fornicate the funds, money made me calm. Diamonds on your neck, bet they on your neck. You want that watch, you better rock it tech. You want that chain, you better cop a vest. You want the check, but can you make it stretch?
Gotta ride away, but you're running away. You just gon' throw it away. Where's the roadway, baby? Just come home to me. All night, all night. We gotta ride away, but you're running away. You just gon' throw it away. Where's the roadway, baby? Just come home to me. All night, all night. I am beat for vibe, moving to my life. Track what's mine on that QGTM type of time now. I'm not sorry, this drove a Rari. Big energy, his bling was really blinding. Them be my type, scheme with him all through the night. He hits me up and give me paid and then we catch a flight. From time to time, I know it's wrong but it feels so right. I know that it feels so right. What's done is done, the devil steady testing me. Tease me gently like expensive trees, like it's your expertise. Touched by V, you know it's blessed. And baby, I need you. We gotta ride away, but you're running away. You just gon' throw it away. Where's the roadway, baby? Just come home to me. All night, all night. We gotta ride away, but you're running away. You just gon' throw it away. Where's the roadway? All night, all night. I need you back. You give me peace of mind with you, I never lack. I want you back. You hold it down just like the piece that's on your back. We argue, we fuck up. We argue, that's love. Them petty games that you play put you through the same thing. Beat this piece of love. Them petty games that you.
It's time for power players.
Yes, it is time for power players. And we've got Robert, Andre, and Christian with us here today. And on our 99th, as you can see, Robert's got the 99 there. And Christian, how are you today?
Doing good, doing good.
Glad to see you, man. Glad that you can join us here on our 99th TopstepTV episode. And I'm going to let you guys get to business here. We got market movement. Andre, taking a look at a lot of things here. Markets just sort of cleaned house here. What'd you see?
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. We took a sweep to the downside. A lot of liquidity there. I don't know, 1,000, 1,200 contracts traded on the bid there. When I saw that, I got long. So I'm currently long 4 left from 12. The S&Ps kind of playing off VWAP. There's support down here at 10. We'll see, though. There's some serious follow through to the downside there. We're going to let this trade play out. But, yes, that was a boy, when there was liquidity there, boy, this market in ES just loves to fill paper. Do them a favor. Stick your bid in. Whatever you need, the market's got you.
Absolutely.
Robert, what's your
Christian,
call?
you there? Yeah, I just was listening to you guys just beforehand. I don't trade necessarily the ES, but you guys seem like you made a good call, falling off like that. Everything kind of dumped off, and while we're getting everything set up, I didn't do anything. I just was getting everything set up for here. But yeah, looking forward to segment. Looking forward to talking with Christian.
Likewise, likewise.
So Christian, why don't we start off? I have some notes off to the side. I don't want to go through everything, but you start us off with like 10 years ago. You've been doing some trading and futures like about 3 years. Why don't you walk us through what got you started and give us a little bit of history about yourself?
Sorry, I'm hearing myself twice. Okay, so I started with. Sorry, it makes it really hard to hear myself twice. I'm sorry.
What's happening with it?
Definitely hearing a little bit of an echo, guys. All right, once market's coming back, we're starting to see it come back a little bit. All those, like I said, all those orders were filled. Christian was working on that audio. In the meantime, we got markets moving here. Still seeing some downside pressure. Hey, Robert, you said there's some support. You thought at 49.10 in the S&Ps.
Yeah, it looked like right around 49.10 ish. We always work in ishes, so maybe a 2 points spot in there, and then. If it breaks through there, I'm looking at the volume profile on the right-hand side. We have a very low volume area, and we're right at the value area low. And to be clear, my value area is 80%. A lot of traders will use 70, 75, or 78, I believe. But mine is 80% is what I'm using for a volume profile, just so everybody knows what we're looking at. So my feeling on this is that once we break down below this area, we got a little bit of ways to go. This is the ES chart you're looking at right there, and I'll switch over to the NQ. You can see it's kind of similar. When the market pushed up quickly, this red area on the left is the first 30 minutes of the market open. I mark it red because I don't trade it. So I wait until after that, but we can see that same area with a little bit of drop on NQ below it. But other than that, they're pretty much synced up.
Sweet. Why don't you wait with the red? You don't trade it. What hours are those specifically?
That is Central Time. It is 8:30 to 9 a.m. So the first 30 minutes of the U.S. I avoid that like the plague.
Why? Just randomness and just all these open orders? Yes, I see what you're saying. Christian, what hours are you trading?
Yeah.
You're on mute, my man.
I was unmuted. Okay, we'll go to work on that. And yeah.
Sorry.
Let's get that audio dialed.
Okay, Christian, take it away. You got Christian, take it away. You got the floor for a few minutes. We won't talk over you. Go for it.
What you said, I like that initial open and the momentum there. And I generally trade from there up to like 10 a.m. and then I'm usually done for the day. Unless I see something really obvious in the area, coming into the 10 o'clock hour and the 11 o'clock hour. Sometimes you'll see the delta showing some sort of divergence. I'll try and go for the day swing play on those. But most of the time by 10
audio no good. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of an echo here. A little bit of an echo.
A little bit of an echo and some feedback there. So I think I heard him talk about doing trading with some delta and looking at some of the divergences there and seeing the positive and negative side. And that's what some of the traders use in the morning. So Andre, you started working on some delta stuff as well, right? Jumping onto that bandwagon as well.
I have indeed. It gives you a good picture. It kind of goes hand in hand with what the tilt is showing. It kind of shows you what open positions, what hand they're holding. It's kind of maybe it's an old school methodology, kind of seeing from the pit days. I wasn't a pit trader, but when I was clerking, you could see that everyone's watching what everyone else is holding. I know what kind of cards everyone's holding and what their pain points and pain threshold is. So essentially, yeah, we watch the delta. If we get a negative delta building, 25,000, 30,000 in the negative delta, and you see we're not breaking. The market's not breaking. Well, these guys, all these open orders, they need that market to break. So the longer the market doesn't break, eventually they're going to start looking for their outs. And if I'm flat, I'm looking to get long, and basically what's called a short squeeze. So that's something we keep track of all day as we head into power hours, kind of a build-up play, the last 15 minutes of the trade. But yeah, so it's a delta thing. I don't know. What are your thoughts on delta there, Robert?
I think it's a good play. If you looking at my chart on the screen there, I don't use any type of volume or candle volume. And I would look at previously, volume delta, where you can have candles that are blasting through the roof, but there's almost negative delta, even though the candles are going up. So that kind of tells you something. But I don't have that on the chart anymore. I just don't really follow the candle volume or even the delta where the orders are coming in. The reason, Andre, and I think Christian, if you can see this too, it's these are range bars. So everybody gets a weird look at them. They're not any time charts. So it's almost like volume in this particular instance. I hate to use the word irrelevant, but it really doesn't add anything to it. I'm talking candle volume now, because if you do have volume coming through, you'll see these things start stacking up. So it's kind of all in one. So I believe in it. I just don't use it for the style of trading that I have. Christian, are you still on there? Do you have any voice?
My mic's cutting out. My mic's cutting out.
Let me know if you'll hear me.
Okay.
All right, so that was a quick $300 trade.
try.
I was long from 49.11. If I'm cutting out, guys, let me know.
Andre, you're doing perfectly fine. I can hear you, Christian.
All right, so I thought I was long
from
from 49.11 there. Was able to take some profits. Quick $300 scalp to the upside. First trade of the day. Finally got the shackles off me. I can trade these markets now that I'm not driving. So that was a nice little bounce. A little bit of VWAP. I got a little support there. So yeah, bought 11s and sold 13s and sold 14. So up $325 real quick there. Let's just say I don't trade. What are you talking about? Of course I trade. Oh, we're still around.
Of course you trade. It is.
You got to do this. Sometimes you got to do the show. Sometimes you got to do the trade. So that was a quick $300. Very nice. I'll take it just to get the beak wet a little bit, and I'll keep this moving. Right now we got some good price action. So let's keep going. Christian, how you doing? How's that audio coming through?
I grabbed some headphones.
Oops. You too.
Hopefully all done.
Robert,
Yeah, it's just. Sorry about that audio right over there, but hey, we had Gary in the chat over here. Wanted to find where can I find that volume indicator. If you're referring to one on the right hand side, the blue, that is volume profile. This is Quant Tower platform. I pulled up ES because that's what Andre was just talking about, and this is volume profile. It's just right on the bottom of this chart right here. It says right profile. You can find that right at the bottom. And I have it set up slightly different. I have a second one on there also, and you can kind of see this little orange on the side. The blue is the entire day. That's the volume of the entire day, starting from the market open the night before, 5 p.m. Central. This orange resets every 30 minutes. So I want to see where the market is in the last 30 minutes and plus as a relation to overnight.
Yes, very nice. Thank you for answering that, Robert. How often are you looking at volume throughout the day constantly, Robert? You and I have not, I would say, exactly the same trade, different styles, so to speak. How much are you looking at volume? How much is that playing into your trade decisions?
Volume itself for candles, nothing. I don't look at it at all.
Nothing.
Volume profile, no, nothing at all on the candles, because they're not time based, and the candle movement itself, in and of themselves, the way they are, tells you where the volume is coming through, just like that, right? It's volume profile, but I look at that. That's on the chart. It's all day long that I have it up there. We're in the 99th episode. If I can point to the right side of my screen, we have the 99 on the back. We just kind of stuck that up there instead of having a white snow-filled picture.
Isn't that crazy?
100 episodes tomorrow. I know. Isn't that crazy? It is really crazy. Glad you got that trade in, Andre. What else are you looking at? Because it's tough to look at, to talk and go through and make these trades.
Yes. Well, right now we're sitting around VWAP in S&Ps at 1913, half, 1913, 14. We're going to see how it reacts to this. This might turn into be some resistance. And if we're going to bounce off, see some downside movement lower. I know that liquidity got filled to the downside. I'm going to look at the DOM here. See if we got any block orders. I got a little bit more liquidity to the downside than upside, as we've been talking all day. ES just loves to fill paper, loves to fill liquidity. We'll see how it reacts around this VWAP level right here. I'll be looking to make maybe to trade to the downside if it gets rejected. We see some follow through. Maybe if we break through, what do you think, Robert? 49.10s? If we can get pushed to the 49.10s, the 49.09s. No, Anne-Marie put a couple levels in there in the chat. Anne-Marie, if you'd be so kind as to repost those. But yeah, if we get some push to the downside, these 10s or 9s, I'll be looking to take a short and maybe catch some follow through too. Standard deviation, negative standard deviation, VWAP of 49.05. First, we got to find some major support. Major support, Eduardo says. Well, I'm not trading Tesla, but I thank you for pointing that out.
Absolutely. That's a good area. I'm looking between 4909, 4908, 49, 10. We're not going to take a specific level, but if it breaks below, I mean, the low of these candles over here is 490925. So I would want to see it
Okay.
come down there, retrace slightly, and then I believe, but who am I to say? These are not call outs. This is not trading advice, but I'm thinking it's going to go down somewhere around 4905. Just get a nice, 4 or 5 point move out of it, out of
Yep,
the
here we
ES.
go. Yep, here we go. Fortunate to get out there, didn't marry my position, but yes, looks like we're gonna have some downside sell pressure. Let's see, we holding shorts in this market is tricky. It's tricky. We got to keep
Yeah,
breaking
we
here.
can.
Get past
Exactly. And
nines.
as we see on the right-hand side, get past the nines, right through that volume profile, there's a low volume area, and that's just because the market pushed right through it early this morning, pre-market, before the open. So there's not a lot going on there. There were not a lot of orders sitting there to hold it up or to to kind of let it get absorbed and get that liquidity going on. So usually a lot of times, most of the time, it'll blow right through those types of areas, especially if you see two peaks. If you see one peak on the volume profile and another peak down the bottom, a lot
Right.
of times it will just generally go right through those areas. There just hasn't been a lot of orders in there. Always, of course not. Anything can happen. We know this.
Anything happen, anything will happen. But as you see, every time, look at that. See, every time you try to sell into, the buyers come in. That's what makes it so damn hard trying to stay short in these markets. These buyers always come in. I don't know if they're if it's long-term plays or what, but I mean, obviously we're talking equities here. I haven't taken a look in the other markets around, but every time they sell this damn market, the buyers come in. It's like, it's damn near impossible. I know Hoag was seeing, the formation is starting to see the market roll over and whatnot. I agree. We did see that. But I'm not so sure that everyone else is paying attention that they always buy this damn market. It's so hard to stay short for long, for more than 10 minutes, it seems like. I mean, yesterday, the 5-year auction, I guess you could stay short for about 90 minutes there, but I'll be damned. Coming to the close, they start buying it up, buying it up. It's almost like the longs, and obviously there's a natural bid to these markets, but it's almost like it's discount prices for the longs to get in there, the bulls to get in there, get their good prices. It's just, it's hard to stay short in these markets.
It certainly is, unless you get lucky at the tops. But we don't like trying to go picking tops and bottoms, and the markets are just they're pushing up. If there's not any bad news or anything to keep it down, they're just going to go up. That's how they're making money. You can see on that chart that I have up there, that is the ES chart. I'm going to expand it a little bit more so we can see more of the day. All right, we'll drop it down now. That again, I said earlier, this is the 8:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. 30 minutes Central Time. So this would be the rest of the day that I take a look at. What I'm seeing now is we have our daily point of control at 49.16 half. But look at this orange piece down the bottom here. It's kind of a reddish orange. That is for the hour. I think it's an hour. I'll have to look at that. I believe it's an hour. It is 1 hour. It's set up for an hour. So that is the volume profile for the remaining hour. And we can see it's not very big. It's only going from here to here. So that's it. So this is all the movement we had in the last hour. And we can see this level down here, 49.11 even is a new volume point of control. So that's where every time it comes down to that area, they're getting absorbed, just like you just saw. Going to, right. So what we need to do, in my opinion, it's it's got to come through that, break that point of control, get out of that value area, and then start dropping into that low volume nodes. That's hey, what do I know, right?
We're all sitting here. Yes, no one knows. No one has that crystal ball. Hey, Christian, how are you sounding, man? I know we're working on those audio, the technical issues in the background. You there with us, my man? Might be on mute again, Christian. All right, he's still on mute, folks. But yeah, all right, Robert, we're looking like we're going to be pushing here to the downside. I'll let you do the talking here, and we're going to watch these markets.
Okay, yeah, we're just looking at this, making sure my phone was off there. You silence my phone so nobody comes through, and the only call that does come through are my parents, and my mom just called, so the phone went off. You're going to go figure. As soon as you're online,
I had to shout out to my mom. I had to talk to my mom today. She texted me midstream. I'm like, "Hi, Mom. I'll say hi to you." She's loving it. But yes, family first, always, Robert. But yes, hey, Robert, what do you primarily trade?
I primarily trade NQs. I just like the movement of it. Kind of goes with my nature. And if anybody's seen me on here or in Discord, I'm just a high energy guy. I like the movements. I will pull up the NQ just so we can take a look at it. That is another range chart, and it's using 40 range, which is a 10-point candle. So I can easily look at that chart and say, hey, every candle on here is 10 points, which is $200 on one contract. So I can easily control my risk. I just look at it, put my trade on, and go, all right, I'm going to move it down 2 candles. There you go. There's my risk. And I believe it's pretty clear that we can see areas of support and resistance using these things because they're not based on time. But there's my NQ that I like to see. I did pull up, we are always talking NQES, gold, and oil. So I figured I would pull up the other two in case someone wanted to see those. And that's the RTY, the Russell 2000, and the Dow, YM. Just in case, because I figured I'd pull up the 4 indices and see what they look like, see if there are any type of correlation. And you know what? They're not. They're just bouncing all over the place today. But primarily, primarily it's an NQ trader for sure.
Definitely. So what do you say? Okay, here we go. Oh, there we go. Finally got the sell pressure coming through. Oh, we got 1,000 lot at 49.10 in the S&Ps. Big block, 49.10. Got 900 lot sitting there. Market likes to gravitate towards liquidity. We'll see how that plays out. But we got 900 sitting at 49.10 in the S&Ps. But sellers are in control right now. I think we hear you. Is that you? Something back there. But yes, big block order. If you ever want to see that on the S&P dome. I know we're just talking S&Ps right now. And a lot of people trade the NASDAQ as well, if not more, S&Ps. But typically you see a big block order like this. You got to point it out to see how the market trades around it. But yeah, we'll see. Watch it get filled. Robert, watch this. Watch these 49.10s get filled, and we just go straight down from there. I mean, you see this all the time. It drives me nuts.
Absolutely, and that's what I mentioned earlier. Around 49, 49.10, as soon as you break below 49, my gut was that it was going down 49.05. I'm not huge on ES. I'm just looking at the chart and the price action on it and looking at the volume profile. It's not my best instrument, but that's just looking at the chart.
Yeah. All right. So here we go. We're coming up to these 49.10s in the S&Ps. Getting close. Let's see if they nibble. Watch these get completely filled. Watch. I should go sell one lot with this guy. All right. I'm working on one at sell one. All right. I got filled. Of course he gets filled. All right. I sold one from 49.10. Let me get short with this paper. So you won at 49.10. See how the market reacts to it. But boy, what a fill. Just sticking 1,000 lot in the market. You ask the market to fill you, no problem. So yeah, I'm short 49.10 with this paper. It's crazy. It's
nice.
absolutely madness.
Hope it works out. Yeah, hope it works out for you. That, like I said, that good, man.
I was trying to get cute and cheeky there, but now I'm taking heat. It's all right. Just a one lot. This risk. But yeah, 49.10. Sell you 1,000, no problem. But yeah, like I said, it's hard to stay short in these markets. It's hard to stay short in these markets and get buyers just like that. Bill.
Yeah, we don't want to try to pick the tops, but hopefully we get those just get absorbed there, and it doesn't go much past like 49.13 or just eyeballing it here 13 to 14, and hopefully you'll be able to just jump right back in. Those sellers will take control again. But that 49.11 is where that current hourly point of control is. That's that orange section on the right hand side. That's the hour. So as soon as it closes the hour, I mean the orange goes away and it's going to start again. So that way there I can tell where the most activity is through that time frame and see where it is according to the entire day. So if it's right on top of the other point of control, that's just a major range day. It's not doing anything. And I don't like trading the ES. I mean, what are we in a 15-point range all day
I'm
long?
about to get out. There's a 600 lot now. There's a 600 lot at 49.12, and of course we're gonna fill that because why not? Here we go. Oh, there's a 600 lot. Let's go fill it before we can move forward. It drives me freaking nuts. But yeah, that's kind of how the market goes. I'm fucking these shorts, but man, 1,000 lot just gets boned up like that. Flat.
Yeah.
I got out. I can't make any sense of what this market's trying to do. Alejandro, I was short. I just scratched it.
Yeah, Andre, your baby is the power hour. You guys have been hitting it up really good in there. I'm looking forward to seeing that. Let me grab one or two questions off of the chat here because they were asking specific things about chart. It's a range chart. It's not a tick chart. So I saw some comments in there. It is not a tick chart. The ticks are how high it is. It's 40 ticks in height because we're looking at ES here. There's 4 ticks per point. I'm sorry, I'm on ES. Let me go to the NQ. There it is, 40 ticks, which is 10 points, right? So every candle is 10 points. They're not time-based. For example, you can have 4 candles in a row. From the first to the fourth candle, that might be 45 seconds. It might be 18 minutes. Because, in my opinion, it's just what I trade. We don't trade time. We trade price. And to me, it gives me a nice visual of where the price is. And as soon as these candles start, quote, barcoding next to each other, I know that price is staying just within that 10 to 15 point range. Because every candle is only 10 points high. So if it goes 10 points and a tick, it closes that candle and starts another one. So we can see, if I put one more line on it, we can see this section right in here. We can see it's all barcoding right in there. So what does this tell me? Really quickly, it tells me that the market isn't going to stay there forever. I really have no idea if it's going to go up or down. I am horrible at guessing the direction, trying to figure that out. Terrible at it. So I don't. I wait for it to make a jump in a direction. And quite honestly, if I took a break out of this, I most likely would have been stopped out when it dropped down the bottom side of this and then re-entered the top side, made my money back ×3. So that would be something that I would look at. That's exactly how I take a look at these things. Wait for it to consolidate, because hey, there's not a lot of things in the market that guarantees in the market, but I think one of them is it's not going to stay at the same price forever. So I like to see them all crabbing together and barcoding and just wait for the move.
Why do you like? Okay, Robert, when you say why wait for it to consolidate? Why? Why do you like to see that? That's how you know that the move, when it breaks out, that we'll have some follow through. Like why wait for consolidation?
Well, if we wait for it to consolidate, the answer is I don't know. We don't know when it's going to break, right? What we do know is it's not going to stay there. So once I see those areas of consolidation, if you can see on the chart, I highlight that section. That is, now I'll give you the times. This is Central Time, 10:11 to 10:42. So that's a half-hour range. Now, if I was looking at a 30-minute chart, I'm going to see one candle, and to me, it doesn't tell me anything, right? 5-minute chart, I'm going to see 6 candles. It doesn't tell me anything. Me personally, I just don't have a feel for it. Some people do, TPOs and Renkos and stuff. That's totally fine. I just like to see these because I can look clearly at that and say, yep, that market's not going anywhere, and it happened to stay there for a half hour. If it was 30-minute candle, I don't understand it. So I work looking at the price, and honestly, that I would have taken that short, got stopped out, and then taken the break over the top of it, recovered the loss, and then 2 more candles up is another 10-10 like that. So that would be exactly that trade.
Why did I be on this short? Well, there's I got spoofed by a couple upside orders in there, 12 and 11. There's spoofing orders in there. I fell for it. I didn't feel confident in the trade just because staying short. I think in order to stay short in the S&Ps, you got to catch it. You got to catch the momentum. It's very hard to stay short. So if it doesn't go and I get time stopped, essentially, I'm okay scratching the trade. They start spoofing orders at 611, 649.12. Whether they were real or not turned out not to be real because they pulled it. Anyways, I took the bait, fell for it. It's all right. I didn't lose money. I made $25 on the trade, whatever, covered the commissions. But yeah, I could have been stayed short, but I've seen, you see these patterns, reoccur. And yeah, I guess there is. Yeah, so you see 620 at 49.08 half. All right. See if that actually stays there. 08 half, 600 there. All right. They
pull up my chart. Yep.
Did that. Yeah, the same trader did it at 11 and did it at 12. And I fell for it. I guess I took the bait. So I got out of the trade because, like I said, we've seen market. We saw a 900 lot just get filled on the offer. So that after they spoofed it, and once they pulled that order, we did continue to break. But yeah, I took the bait and fell for it. Sometimes the markets get manipulated. And I fell for it. But hey, I saw CYA, and I'm not going to, we're still breaking. Yeah, should have stayed short.
Yeah, coulda, woulda, shoulda. That's how it goes, and then what it's doing is falling right through that area where there's no volume in there. Now, I am not very good at trading liquidity like you guys do, or look at that. I don't have the DOM. You see my chart. I don't have the DOM up there or the price ladders or anything. I got faked out so many times. I watched it. Look at these orders. These are great. Market's going up. They're going to be filled. And then just before it gets, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to go short with these orders and just take all the money back. The things disappear off the chart and it skyrockets. You can get stopped out for 1 million points. So I'm not good at doing those. Yeah, we always like to stay in our lane. Everybody trades different. If we know what we're doing, what we're good at, or what speaks to us, hey, that's exactly the way you should be trading. There's no right or wrong way. It's right or wring for you. So I don't see it. This is literally my chart right here. This is it.
Let's see. Let me look at it. There you go. Okay, yeah, you keep it nice and clean though. I like that. You see all these crazy lines and stuff. Yes, you keep it nice and clean. What do you have on there? Can you tell us what's going on in your chart there, Robert?
Yeah, that is ES. Okay, and what I look for are these areas. I'll highlight a couple of areas like this. Now this is 8. It's called an 8 range, right? So it's 8 ticks in height. Okay. So every candle is 2 points. High to low is 2 points. That's it. Right. And you'll notice that as soon as it goes 2 points and a tick, that candle closes and it starts another one. So, and if the close is above the open, it's green. If it's below, it's red. So they're up and down candles, but it's based on candle movement, not time. I just think it just really speaks to me. Like I said, 4 candles, they might be 45 seconds, it might be 18 minutes between them. To me, it doesn't matter because if I place a trade on and I go, this is my entry, I'm in a trade, this is my target, and this is my stop.
Yep.
As long as I hit my target before my stop, It doesn't matter to me. I was like, all right, great. I got my trade on. If it's 17 candles plot and they're right next to each other, the market was ranging. Your trade is going up and down. It's just something that I like to look at, and I like to look at the volume profile on the right hand side because it tells me where it was thinner. It doesn't tell you where it's going to be thinner, but it's where it was thinner. So as we were talking earlier in here, we mentioned that if we finally break down below this 909, 908 area, we did have that little bit of pullback, but remember we said that it comes down if we go for pullback and drop into it, and we are touching our 905s right now. So there was a nice 5-point trade. It just makes it clear it's clear to me. Is it Christian? He's there?
Yeah, Christian, we're going to give it one more shot. I think he reset everything. We're going to give it one more shot. We want to get the guest of honor on here. We got about 10 minutes left, not even. But Christian, you there, my man? Might be on mute. Something. Boy, the gremlins in the internet today have just done a number on us, Robert.
Well, I know. I just, earlier today, one of my friends sent me a picture or a link to a news article where there's like solar flares coming, like the second one. I guess they blasted off this weekend and like takes 3 days to get to Earth. So maybe it's got something to do with that, with the gremlin stuff. And we had
finally got here.
Yeah, exactly. I think Hoag was out fighting dragons the other day.
Hey, real
Something
quick,
like that.
don't forget we've got a 7-year bond auction at noon. We don't want to overhype it too much, but it's just something we definitely got to keep an eye on. You don't have to. You can go grab a sandwich, but make sure to bring that sandwich back to your trading desk. Don't put any crumbs in the keyboard or anything. But yes, keep an eye on it. See what happens there. But Robert, got some questions. My wife's boyfriend. Sorry. Sometimes the chat gets me, Robert. Sometimes.
I hadn't even been looking at it. So I think
Don't.
Linda mentioned when I'm saying on there. So hi, Linda, how are you doing? Let me make a mention about Christian here, just because he's on here. I want to at least acknowledge him. He's been trading for 10 years. Overall, 3 of those years he's been trading futures. Also been at Topstep for those 3 years. During the time, he's been funded off and on. Currently he has 3 express funded accounts. And he's working on a combine now. Primarily trades the NQ and MNQ. The last bit here is he just worked his way back to the funded level. He's got the Express account going off to a solid start with this brand new Express account. 3 winning days out of the 3 days he's traded. P&L is 732. So that's really good. I would love to hear a little bit more about him, and we'll have to have him back on once we get the gremlins out of there. So
oh, internet, man, internet. I know he's working. I know he's frustrated, but yeah, we do appreciate it. We'll definitely try to get him on again. I know this has happened before previous guys. It happens. We're doing a live show all across the globe here. Our guests are all over the planet. Just rely on the good old internet. But yeah, we really appreciate your guys' patience and working with us. Hope you guys like what you see.
Yeah, we really appreciate it for sure. And it's nice to chat with everybody live like this. Your introduction the whole day. So it's nice to see this. I got a chance to do it the other day too. I'm going to switch over to an RTY chart just for something different. Please. RTY is a Russell 2000, so we don't mind.
All right, Robert, you're finally getting your way. You're finally getting. We can talk about other markets now. Let's do it.
I know you hear me all the meetings after. I'm like, guys, can we talk about something else?
Let's talk about some other markets.
Right. This here's a range chart, and it's a 10. I hate to say 10 ticks, but it is. It's 10 ticks in height. And since this trades at 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4 between the points, right? 1998.0, 1990.1, 0.2 that way. It just gives me a full point. So I set it for 10, just being this like logical. Black and white type plus and minus AB thinker, it's a nice round number. So it makes sense to me. And if I just look quickly, I can very easily look and see areas of resistance and support. It just makes a little sense to me. Now, I don't know how much time passed in there. I can tell you that we know the red is 9 o'clock Central Time, and where it had is 9:49. So this entire area from the red to where I highlighted this is, what did I say? It's 45 minutes. Okay. Now, if I look at the next 45 minutes, I'm just going to start it from right here. 50.
All right.
There we go. There's the next 45 minutes. So what does that tell us? It tells us we had a lot of activity early on because the market was moving up and down. A new candle was plotted, and it just kept going, bang, 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 right? Up, down, up, down, down. So it's going to stretch it out. So that the thin yellow line is 45 minutes. The thick yellow box is 45 minutes. But we didn't get out of that area. So if we put a trade on to go, short after that that thin box, it didn't matter if it took 45 minutes or not. In my opinion, anyway, if we hit our target before we hit our stop, we're okay. Flip over to the YM just real quick. Now this one here is
Here
also
we go,
a
Robert.
10. Yeah. Well,
Let's do it.
I chose indices, right? I chose all the indices on this one, so
I love
you
it.
can
I
see how
love
they
it.
go. Yeah. So again, this here is the red is the Open, the U.S. Open, and look what happened during the U.S. Open. It didn't do much. It didn't do much out of here. It just kind of barcoded, and this is what I like to see. Okay. Now, had I traded the Open, I would have had double stop out because I'm going to wait for this and I'm just going to let it go and say, oh, look, it finally broke out and it's going up. I'm going to go with it. And I would have got stopped out. And then I go, oh, look, it went the other direction. And I would have got stopped out. Case in point, why I don't trade the Open. It's purely just me. I much rather look for consolidation moves like this and then making the bigger drops going down. See?
See the point.
Now, you're going to get them all the time? No. Yeah.
You make a very valid point. Looking at that chart, I would have done the exact same thing. Oh, we broke out to the upside. Here we go. Oh, shoot. Nope, we're not long. And then, oh, now we're breaking the downside. Get short. Nope. Now, oh, boy, that frustrating trade. That would have been.
Exactly. That's happened to me so many times.
Stuff.
Right. It's funny when I'm doing coaching and talking to traders and stuff, when I show them this and we walk through some of these range charts, I would say that if I showed 100 traders, like 94 of them have not gone back to time-based charts.
What do you mean?
It's
incredible. What do they stick with? What do they stick with?
These, the stick with the ranges. Yeah.
Ranges? Okay. Yeah. Well, okay. So what do you tell them? What do you tell them when you hear that? I mean, obviously you tell them to change or you tell them to switch or are they receptive to it or what?
I just show the difference. Like I see what they're looking at and I say, okay, let's take this. And here's the process. I say, I would like you to take and plant in hindsight. So you're 100% correct. Fake it out, plot 5 good, solid winning trades where you would perfectly win, and then plot 5 that were losers where you get stopped or whatever, right? So take those 5 perfect entry, perfect trades that you made and block them out. And then I'm going to switch to a range chart and ask you if you would have made those trades and so you can see how it works. And then when we do that to the 5 losing trades, and then we switch it over to a chart type like this, it's clear as day. Like, what the heck did I buy right there? Just like I showed you right there in the Open. I'm like, I'm not gonna mess with that, right? Yeah, and we can look at hindsight and talk it all day long. Here we are. We got a block right now. Like technically, I would have been short on this. Going right down here. If we get moving in a few minutes, I'll put a trade on over here. See, this is what I love to see.
Robert, let's do it, buddy.
This is what I love to see right there. And this is in YM. It's only $5 a point. Let's go back to the NQ so we can actually get something out of it. Did I hear somebody else in there?
Yeah.
Is everybody in the chat's kind of catching this? And I'm not even looking at it.
Oh,
so
yeah.
hopefully,
they're loving it. They're loving it. You're flowing right now. We only got like 1 more minute left, Robert. So we gotta speed this up.
Okay.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
1 more minute left. Okay, great. You can see where the consolidation was here previously on the left-hand side. This is just pre-market because the red is the first half hour. And then we tapped into it and we are right back at it again. And we're consolidating again. And we can see our volume profile, the hourly one, is starting to build a little peak right there. What does that mean for Robert? It means I ain't doing nothing. It's gonna wait. I want this to get out of here and move up towards these other point of controls, and I'll take a ride up there. And it looks like it's a lot, but it's not a big movement. But what do you need? This is 68. Here, we'll go to 68 to 88. There you go. That's a 20-point move right there. Bing, bang, boom. It's a 20-point move. It's $400 in one contract. Done for the day, right?
Yes.
And we're getting up there. All right, what do we got coming up? You got the script in front of you there, Andre?
I can take a peek. The script. Yes, the script. We've got top quiz coming up with Jack and Vanessa. We're coming right after this. Hoag and JD group coaching. Then we got rotating stuff. Andre, Hoag. I'm Andre. Myself, Hoag, and Rips. At 1 o'clock, we got Dolby, Andre, and Rips for Power Hour. Everyone, make sure to tune in. You can take this away, Robert. Sorry, Christian, we couldn't get things to work. Robert, take it away from here.
Yeah, it sounds good. Again, we apologize for Christian. We'll get you back on here. Chat, thank you very, very much for sticking around and tuning in there. Numbers stayed up. I appreciate it. I am in Discord. I spend a lot of time in Discord. There's a whole section of coaches channels. I'm in there. A lot of the stuff is pretty technical because I like to do algos and stuff like this, but it's really cool. Right. Any questions about this stuff? I post charts in there. Trades that I took when I was on the other day. We took some trades live online. I put all the trades on there and you can see everything, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. So hit me up in Discord. That's the best place to find me. Other than that, I am going to back out, go back into my hole, back into the production scene, and I am going to stick around absolutely for those last two segments. You guys are going to kill it. Rips is the man. Hoag is going to be there for the anchor, and Andre, you better bring your A game this time, buddy.
I got to bring my A game, man. I'm out. Later, guys.
But you're running away. You just gonna throw it away. Where's the roadway? Baby, just come home to me. Take this piece tonight. All night. All night. I need you back.
Thursday, people. Welcome back to Top Quiz. I'm your host, Vanessa, and I will be hosting you through Jack saying all 4 questions. But Jack, take it away with these rules.
Hey, get your minds out of the gutters, everybody. I've been reading the chat. That
I've
was a
not.
sigh as we were trying to figure out a connection thing there. Welcome to Top Quiz. There will be 4 multiple choice questions. Enter by clicking that link and entering your information, or go to kahoot.it, enter the code. Once you get in, be sure to answer the questions on the device because we're on a delay. If you get 3 or 4 right, we will randomly give 30 resets away to those that qualify, and the top 3 who feel the need for speed, they will also get resets. So once again, these are questions. I think we scanned them for clarity this time. I'm not allowed to see them because I'm playing today, but should be good. And we'll do a special top quiz tomorrow for the 100th episode of Topstep. So Vanessa, you're the host. I'll let you take it away. Yeah, it is.
All right, guys. It looks like we've got about almost 850. I'm going to cut it off at 850. Ready? And, oh, I went a little further, but here we go.
All
If you made it, great job. Starting with today, Thursday, 125. 3, 2, here we go. What is the seating capacity of the world's largest indoor arena? If you want me to read these, I will, but...
So I'll wait till 6 seconds. But I think this is wrong. What do they do? Arena? It's got to be the highest, 55,000. But there's indoor football stadiums that I think can hold more than that.
There you go,
Okay.
55,000. I don't know who's behind the questions today. I'm here to read them and banter. But yeah, that's what I've got.
We're both seeing these for the first time, so good show.
All right, on the leaderboard, we have Ask Clappers. I don't know how to read this. Salustimo. UP freely. Oh my God. I love you traders. Izzy and Keith Clark. Congratulations. Let's move on to the next.
That's like that
There's
Key
no
and
words.
Peele. By the way, these top right here is like that Key and Peele thing where it's like Dan Brown at the end. We got Ask Clappers, UP Freely, Salustimo, and Keith Clark.
Oh my God. Okay. Ready for question 2?
I am ready.
Let's do it. What company is generally accepted to be the creator and inventor of the personal computer? It's probably not what you think it is, but I also don't know your trivia skill span. So,
well, I was thinking it's IBM, but it could be Xerox. Hell, I'm going to go with Xerox.
Final answer?
Yes. Hey!
And that is correct. Great job. I love that it's not like your common, like something you would really think about, like Apple or Microsoft. So, yeah.
Yeah, I saw the other day, I think Apple started selling computers in 1984 or something like that. It's definitely not, so Xerox. Got it. All right.
Nailed it.
Let's see if there's more degenerates on the leaderboard.
We've got IZ, Mert MJ, Calix, Range Bound Balls, and Bear Goes Long. Welcome to the leaderboard, guys. IZ keeping it real, keeping it up there.
Right on.
Yeah. I'm not even going to talk about who's the highest climber right now. I know you can see it. We're just gonna let it go.
This might be my old. I didn't see it. This might be my old nemesis. There used to be one, yo, something so soft. Oh, let's delete this quiz forever.
On to round 3. Hope you're ready. In 2023, who overtook Elon Musk as the wealthiest individual according to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index? Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, Larry Ellison, or Bernard Arnault?
In 2023, I think Elon's back on top now. I'm gonna go with
Hurry.
Bill Gates. Bill Gates. Bill Gates.
Wrong. Bernard Arnault. This is like the Keith Clark of this list. Like just the random. You don't know them, but yeah.
I mean, I know who Bernard is. I just figured, okay. Good for you,
Don't
Bernie.
forget, it's
Good for you.
according to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. So, all right, let's look at this leaderboard. Who have we got up here? MJ climbing to the top. Bear Goes Long, Mashed Sloth, Yvette, and Becca89. Great job.
Mashed
guys.
Sloth. Oh my God. These names are going so hard today. I can't tell if I like it or hate it, but it's different. Mashed
I
Sloth.
love
Good
it.
name.
I love it.
All
Keep
right.
them coming, guys. All right, final. When was the French Revolution? I feel like you've got this.
Yeah. I think it's one of two that I know that are once again like 3 years or 11 years apart. 1779.
Final guess.
Final guess.
No.
Oh, 1789.
1789. Didn't even qualify for a reset? Jack.
No, I didn't today. That
That's okay.
yeah, wasn't that when what year was the Constitution formalized? Was that 1789 too, or 1787, something like that?
I think you're asking
Well,
someone else. I
I'm
am not
asking
a
the
history
chat.
buff. Okay, good. I did not do well in history. Honestly, if it weren't for sports, I'm not sure what high school would have gone.
I got an A in sports. Well, great job. Those questions were something today. Let's see the leaderboard in third. Mashed Sloth. Graphic name there. Becca 89.
And who do we have on this number one? MJ, congratulations. Runners up, J Lab and winner G. Congrats, guys. Go ahead, Jack, with how this all pans out.
For the record, guys, I said Constitution, right? Not Declaration of Independence. Declaration of Independence is 1776. Constitution's later. We had the Articles of Confederation first, gents. All right. Thank you so much for hosting. It's been nice answering on these side. I wish I had done better, but any parting thoughts, Vanessa?
Love being the host. Can't wait to have you back, though. Love testing your skills. Quite amazing, Jack. Your haircut still looks nice. And
Thank you.
Traders, it was a sigh. So just
It was a sigh. There's no goofy stuff going on. We run a clean ship at TopstepTV. Come back for tomorrow, 100th episode. Something cool will be happening. In the meantime, stick around because we got Hoag coming back for group coaching right after this. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Goodbye.
bye, guys.
Good afternoon, happy lunchtime, and welcome to Top Steps group coaching session we like to call Let's Crush 2024. This is me, a long time and active trader for 31 years. And that's enough about me. We have JD back with us today, John Doherty with us. Great to have you back. And how are things? Things
Excellent,
going well
Hoag.
for you?
Always
Good.
a pleasure to be here. Yeah, missed yesterday. We were doing a little software training on the fly. So Robert was kind enough to fill in. I think that was that
Yes.
went well.
And it was good to hear from Robert, as always.
Oh yeah, for sure. I love Robert.
So this is the CFTC disclaimer. It states that there's a lot of risk in futures trading. These are leveraged products. We do run the risk of losing more than our initial investment. We should only be using risk capital to trade with. And to me, risk capital is money that I can afford to lose. Today's session is for educational purposes only. Of course, we won't be suggesting the purchase or sale of any particular product or security during this time. Just remember that simulated and hypothetical results don't necessarily show real results. It's not until you've got a little bit of skin in the game until you're going to find out how you are as a decision maker in trading. Getting in the trading combine puts that little skin in the game. I suggest you do that before funding your own account for sure. But one thing about succeeding in the trading combine, we're going to be putting that risk capital up for you. You won't have to do that. So get through the trading combine and let us get you funded. It's our goal for everybody. And as always, we appreciate everybody being here. And we're going to be looking forward to getting to your questions right away here. JD, what do we have in store today? And let me put the charts up here so we can just have something to watch while we are looking at these questions.
Excellent. Thank you. Oh, sorry if I was distracting you guys. I was trying to reset the charts a little bit. My apologies if the scene got a little shaky. But first question comes from our old friend, Fred Decker. Fred was listening to the shoulder tap a little while ago, and he said in that segment, you and Mick talked about trader performance in statistical terms. Can every trader learn from their statistics, or are statistics only helpful in extreme cases?
Well, thank you for the question, Fred. As always, we really appreciate you being here and the excellent questions that you ask. So the shoulder tab segment, I mean, we're talking relatively specifically about a specific trader, but all of those metrics and all of the about and that I talk about are really there to help everybody as a trader. So I think that every trader has the opportunity to learn something from those shoulder tap segments, because we're all human beings, and some of the things that some of these traders may be going through, some of the suggestions that we have for them might be helpful to many of the other traders that are listening to that. So, when we're talking about trading performance and statistics and those things, we're talking about the metrics, Fred. And I know for as long as you've been around, you've been hearing us talk about those trader metrics and how important it is to pay attention to them. They can be really useful in your review of your trading performance, your strategy, all of those things. So I think that every trader can bring something away to help themselves as a trader from each and every shoulder tap segment. I just love that segment. I know most of our viewers enjoy that segment, and I hope you do too, Fred. As always, it's our goal to see as many people succeed at this as humanly possible. And Fred, that includes you, that includes everybody. So everything we do here on Topstep is really meant to offer, in some way, in some small way, sometimes on a daily basis, something as far as statistics or trader performance and to help each and every one of you. And again, even if it's something small that you take with you from the shoulder tap segment or just watching Topstep TV at all, then I think we're doing a good job, and I hope we are. Thank you again for for the question, Mr. Decker.
Yeah, we really got incredible feedback about that shoulder tap segment. It's anytime we run a poll or question people, it's always top of the list, favorite segment.
Yep. It is a
And yeah,
great
thanks,
segment. We love
thanks,
it.
Fred. We know you're a bell to beller. We appreciate your loyalty over the years. What a great guy, great trader, great friend, Fred Decker. Big shout out. All right, moving on. Here's a couple questions from Marcus that we've heard quite a few times in the past. Maybe we can go over just one more time. How do I keep my winners and cut the losers? What's the mindset behind that, Hoag?
Okay, Marcus. I think that almost everybody, if not everybody, and it's hard to group everybody into one ilk, if you will. When we get into trading, most of the people are not wired the right way to be consistent and profitable. And the reason for that is nobody likes to take losses. You put on a trade and it goes against you, until you figure out how to manage risk, you're probably going to default to something like, well, it's moving against me now, but if I just wait, maybe the market, or you're going to hope the market, or wish the market, or pray the market, or yell at the market until it comes and makes me whole again, or actually makes me money. And none of those are a strategy. We avoid losses because we don't want to accept them. If we take that loss, it exists and there's nothing we can do about it other than look for the next opportunity. The other side of that coin, Marcus, is when we have a winning trade on, especially after, having a little bit of pain from a loss, when that market starts to go our way, we become, I think, a little bit fearful. Is the market going to continue moving in that way, or is it going to take some of the unrealized profits that I have in this trade? So the urge or the impulse is, you know what, I've got a $50 winner in this trade, but I'm afraid it's going to get taken away. So I'm just going to take that profit. So what we end up doing, because we're kind of, our brains are wired that way, is we end up taking bigger and bigger losses and taking small wins. You're going to have to be right an awful lot for that to be a profitable strategy moving forward. Professional traders have trained their minds or rewired their brains or whatever you want to call it to say, I'm taking trades that where price has to only go a little bit against me to kind of prove the trade wrong. And if I do get that trade and it goes my way, I'm going to be looking for profits that are consistently greater than the risk I have to take the trade. I think Tom Hoagland says it best. Most of us become hopeful that it's going to come back. Again, hope is not a strategy. Oh, it's getting close to my stop, but I don't want to get out of this yet. It still might turn around. So we move our stop even further. We create bigger and bigger losses that way. When our direction, that's when we should be hopeful instead of fearful that some of the profit is going to get taken away. So that's another flip in the way our brains are wired. Is when the trade's against us, we shouldn't become hopeful that it's going to come back. We should say, that should be okay. It's this moving against us. I don't want to take a big loss on this. Where does price have to go to prove this trade wrong? Or probably we know that everything is hypothesis and probability. We're becoming fearful when the market's moving against us. Okay, I don't want to lose a lot. This is kind of invalidating the trade idea, and that stop. I'm going to accept that risk, and if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. We're always going to be trying to trade for tomorrow. Don't get angry. Don't revenge trade. Don't try and just do something to get that money back right away. It's got to be in process and strategy. And then on the other side, when you start looking at the market and the it provides, be looking for opportunities that are, well, we call them asymmetric opportunities, where if I can risk $100 to a point of my stop has to be, am I reasonable and probable in expecting twice that as a potential profit target? Is that is it technically reasonable and probable? Is it market state reasonably reasonable and probable? And if you can do that and you can maintain those metrics, like we were just talking about with Fred's question, metrics, if you see somebody who is right half the time and whose profits are consistently twice what they risk on those trades, they're going to be able to build an empire over time from that. They're going to be able to, hopefully if they maintain that metric, they're going to stay profitable for a long period of time. They're going to build their account. They're going to add to their strategy as far as size is concerned. And that hopefully will snowball into a long and healthy career as a trader. But remember, this thing is never going to be a straight line. It is a twisted, curvy mess. It's this. So this is an ambiguous environment. We have no idea the outcome of anything we do. Be thinking about what we just talked about. Try and to cut losses. When the market's telling you you're wrong, get out. And when the market's telling you you're right, be reasonable and probable with your potential profit targets, but always look for those profit targets to be greater than the risk you take. And some people are going to say, it's not reward over risk. It's how many profitable trades you take, your winning trade percentage that's going to make it. If you're one of those people that can maintain 70% winning trade percentage over a long period of time and your reward over risk is 1-to-1, God bless you. That's never been me. I've always been trying to look for bigger opportunities than the risk I have to take, and just kind of managing the reward over risk that way. And there's, even after 31 years, the line to success still is never going to be a straight line. I have good periods of time. I have bad periods of time. It's just being able to manage that risk and be able to a period of time. So, the losers, it is something that you have to retrain your brain to do. Next time you're in a loss, when it gets to that stop, don't move the stop. Cut the loss. One of my dad wisdoms has always been learn how to take a loss, because you're going to be taking losses. Even though you're trying to 100% win every trade, it's just not possible. You are going to take losses. There's no doubt about it. Get used to it, accept it. You use that information as buying some information from the market, however you want to assimilate that information. Don't expand losses, cut losses. When you got the market and things are looking good and you've got a larger profit expectation, just use those baby steps to stay in it a little bit longer, stay in it a little bit longer, stay in a little bit longer. Some of those trades are going to come back and hit your stop. But, you have to be able to accept that if you're going to be accepting profits. And some of those trades that you're in, that you're saying, you know what, this looks like a really, really big opportunity for a continuation. If you can stay in those, you might be able to realize some pretty big profits. And once you start to do that, that should build your confidence in being able to stay in some of those winning trades a little bit longer. There's no right or wrong, but expanding risk and cutting winners is not one of them.
Yep, we're big proponents of keeping the math on your side around here. Always trade for tomorrow. Those are a couple of our catchphrases. Always remember that. Checking in on the markets real quick. We just had some range extension lower in the ES and the NASDAQ. Thanks to Eddie's Bong for chiming in the chat, letting us know that Apple stock is dumping. Always appreciate an update from EB. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And we have crude oil ripping higher, extending the range higher right now.
Yeah, so a lot of the things that we talked about on the opening call seem to be coming true, even though they're never a straight line. But we were looking at upside continuation probability for crude oil. Looks like that is happening. And we were looking for the market to pull back a little bit off those highs that we put in earlier on in the S&Ps. So looking good so far. Excellent. Thank you, Eddie's Bong. Thank you, JD. What do we got next?
Appreciate it. All right, here we go. Next question is from Stuart. Stuart's curious about the VIX. Stuart wants to know if you can explain how you use the VIX in your day trading.
All right, Stuart. Stuart, the VIX is something that, do I use it on a daily basis? No, not necessarily. The VIX is, we would consider it a fear factor in the marketplace. A low VIX number indicates low volatility and low fear in the marketplace. A high VIX number would indicate higher volatility and a greater amount of fear in the marketplace. The CBO volatility index, it's not something that influences my trading at all. But however, Anne Marie has opened my eyes to the UVXY, which is a short-term VIX ETF, and it has a lot more volume, and it seems to respond to what's going on in the markets a little better than the overall VIX. So that's something that you might want to look into. But as far as does it bear a lot in my day-to-day trading decisions, I'm going with no, not really. It's something that I do want to keep an eye on because if the market is really volatile, there's going to be a lot of fear in it. VIX is going to be a lot higher. So you can kind of watch the trend. If VIX starts to trend higher over a period of days or weeks, that may be a little bit of fear coming into the marketplace. But as far as, choosing trade locations on a daily basis, not something that I really look at. But I do like to watch it because, it can keep you a really low VIX. You might be getting into a situation where there's greed in the market. Low VIX are continuing to push higher and higher and higher. And that low VIX can be, indicative of an exuberance of price action. We've been seeing the S&Ps and the NASDAQ putting in new highs, for the last few sessions. And, VIX is very low. If the market turns and VIX starts to trend to the upside, that may be a little bit more of, some of that greed coming off and a little bit more fear coming into the marketplace. But again, nothing that I use on a daily basis for actual trading decisions.
Excellent. Pretty comprehensive. Thanks, Hoag.
My pleasure.
All right, let's just keep it running. Next, Tessa wants to know the tilt you guys talk on TV and the one I see on Topstep X don't match up. Why is that? Can you explain how to use the tilt for trading opportunities? Well, first of
Okay.
all, when you're
Yeah.
watching on the YouTube stream, the tilt on the
Go ahead.
YouTube stream is delayed by, I believe, 10 or 15 seconds. Does that
Yes.
sound correct? Whereas the
Yes.
tilt you see on Topstep X is the live tilt.
Correct.
We do have plans in the near future. We're going to be releasing Topstep X to everybody, so stay tuned for more information on that. But yeah, when you're watching on the YouTube stream, you are seeing the tilt on a delay.
Correct.
That's the answer for that. Now, Hoag, can you explain what are you looking for when you watch the tilt? What kind of
Okay.
trading opportunities are you looking for?
So, there's that delay where there's going to be probably a little bit of a difference between what you're seeing on your tilt and what's on Topstep TV because of that time delay. Once in a while, when I haven't looked at tilt for a while, I'll go back to the platform and I will refresh the page. Because then I know I'm probably getting, the absolute freshest information. So you may want to refresh the page, but how do you use it for trading opportunities? This is something we were talking about during Fast Markets with Anne Marie today, and it's still a work in progress. There's no right or wrong way to look at or use tilt. It's all it's telling you is the Topstep trading community, the sim traders that's on the trading combine and the XFAs, and there's thousands of accounts. What it's telling you is their general bias. Their bias is, if there's 70, 80% long, there's a whole lot of retail traders that are holding long positions in that regard. If there's 80% short, I mean, that's pretty tilty to the short side. There's a whole lot of retail traders because this is a small group of the overall retail traders, but it's a big number of traders here at Topstep that are bringing that information to us. So it goes back to when everybody is short, the low is probably close. When everybody is long, the high is probably close. Now, it goes back to something that they used to do on the grain floor. Once a week, they did what they called the bullish consensus. Are you bullish, grains? And that was the only question. If 80% of people were bullish, they would say, okay, if everybody's bullish, they're probably already long. The high is probably pretty close to, or maybe a short time frame. The high is close to being near. When only 20% of the traders and people in the industry were bullish, then we were kind of looked at that as like, okay, if everybody's already short, then there's probably not a whole lot of people left to sell into this. The low is probably pretty close. Now, with that knowledge, there's no guarantee that every time that the tilt gets 80% bullish in the S&Ps, that it's going to turn around and head lower. What you want to do, as Anne Marie has been pointing out to us, is what's the overall direction of the market? Is the market in a trend? If the trend is to the upside and we've got 80% long, you might think twice about looking for that short. Or if you do, it better be a kind of a shorter time frame short. It should be, not something that you're going to marry into. The greater trend is to the upside. You're seeing it really tilty. You take a short and you get that pullback. Just take that money. But if the tilt is very, very long on a downtrend, that might be something that you're going to be able to get a little bit more teeth out of. There again. We are not suggesting that anybody use tilt for any decisions. It's just information. If you can find a way to use that information to your advantage, then that's wonderful. Again, we're not making any promises or suggestions that you use that tilt for trading decisions. It's up to you to make that decision, whether it's something you jive with, something that speaks to you. If it doesn't, don't look at it. Don't use it for trade decisions. Again, it's just another bit of information that is being offered on Topstep X. And there's times when we might look at it and find a decent opportunity. There's times when we look at it and it just doesn't help us. There's no guarantees on anything. So again, this is one of the ways that you might be finding some decent opportunities. Again, no promises, no guarantees, no nothing. Don't use it, whatever you want to do. It's just another data point for us to look at to try and get us into the right direction in these markets.
Awesome. Thanks, Hoag. And if you were paying attention, we just had the tilt up on the screen while Hoag was talking about it, so you could see the updates in real time. And again, if you're on Topstep X right now, you can just go down to the bottom of your platform screen. You should see a toolbar: accounts, positions, orders, trades.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see the tilt on the far right side. Just click on that and you will see the live real-time tilt, everyone. Again, the one that you're seeing on YouTube is delayed by a few seconds. The live tilt is on Topstep X exclusively right now. Thanks for the question, Stuart. All right, moving on to Ishmael. So Ishmael says, I'm a winner in micros and a loser in minis. There are two reasons for this: overtrading and a small stop loss. To solve my problem, I decided to trade just micros, enough to build up a reserve so I can risk more in the minis. I did so and it went well for a while. Then I decided to pass back over to the minis, and it cost a daily loss limit. Any suggestions? Why is Ishmael trading better with micros than with minis? I'd assume it's all about risk parameters, right? But
I was just risk aversion.
Risk aversion. There you go.
You're trading in micros, more comfortable putting your stops a little bit further away because, obviously the market, in the minis, you're going to see some bigger numbers, especially when the market moves against you. Um, Micros allow you more opportunities each day according to the daily loss limit. I mean, the micros are 1/10 the minis. You're going to have to work really hard to hit 1,000 trading in the micros. It's just, it's just less risk, less reward, of course. But it sounds to me, Ismail, I think it's a risk appetite or because are going to provide, whether you're transferring more risk when you're trading them. It's going to be difficult for you to kind of keep the same stop levels, keep parameters price wise per contract than it is going to be in the micros. My is keep trading the micros, build your account using the micros. Yes, it's going to take some time, but make sure that you're really accounting for the amount of risk that you're taking for these trades in the micros. If you continue to trade micros, and stand it, build the account. But again, you're planning for your through your trading day, you're reviewing your trading day, and you're making, maybe small trajectories, probably not on a daily basis, but small changes or trajectories that might help you. But I always account for, the difference between when you're trading micros and if it were minis. How are your stops different? My feeling is that when you're trading minis, you're using smaller stop outs in trades that may actually play out if you were trading micros with a bigger stop out, but you're kind of dying by 1,000 cuts because you don't want to take the same dollar amount risk per trade, trading the minis. So there's nothing wrong with trading micros. If you're doing it successfully, do it ad nauseum until you can't stand it anymore. Build that account. Or how your risk appetite, risk fears, whatever it is, changes when you go from the micros to the minis. And you have a successful trading strategy and system in the micros. Just a matter of I get it. The risks are greater. The rewards are also going to be greater. But once you get your head kind of wrapped around where those stops need to be in micros, if you can just do that in the minis, you may find that you have better performance. It's a question and a question that I'm sure a lot of folks have had and do have. So that's just a suggestion. A lot of it is that risk appetite. I mean, micros, the risk is small. You don't have a little bit bigger stop. You're a long way from hitting your daily loss limit and your max drawdown. In the minis, it's a little tougher to try and do that, but get really good with micros and then move it into the minis using the same levels, everything that you were doing in the micros. And if you get off on good footing, you may be able to build that into a really nice account and eventually even an empire. Who knows? But thank you for the question, Ismail. I hope that helped. I'm not a psychologist. I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of psychologists in the past, and while you are journaling, just make sure that you're using our template. The emotional journal can teach you a lot about your changes with bigger risk and maybe even some of those things back in the back of our heads that we don't talk about at parties, reasons why we become risk averse when there's more risk on the table. Great question, Ismail, and again, I hope that helps.
Awesome. Thank you for the question, Ishmael. Thank you, Hoag. I saw some some comments coming through the chat. Are you guys noticing a little lag, or is sound cutting out at all? Hit us with a yes or no, would you please? I think for the next question, we have Coach Robert in the green room. We're gonna bring him in for the next couple minutes.
Cool.
Let's talk a little bit about FOMO. What do you guys say? Robert, you ready to go? I'm gonna bring you in right now.
Hello, Robert.
So this
I am.
all right. This
There we
question
are.
comes
Welcome back.
from Joanne. Joanne asks, when I trade my practice account, I can usually be profitable. When I switch to Combine, then all the FOMO kicks in, and I always end up losing the accounts. How can I do better with the Combine trading and live trading? What do you guys think? How do you kick FOMO? I know we talk about this
Robert?
quite a bit.
Yes. Yeah, I've talked about this a lot, Robert. I'm interested in hearing what you have to say.
I'm just gonna ditto you because we're in the same vein on this one. It is entirely between the ears. Everybody is guilty of that. Guilty as charged too. It happens, and seriously had a thought about making a button with it would be hidden if you so you don't know, and somebody else would be behind the scenes and just randomly throughout the day they would click that button and you would be trading your live account versus or your practice account and you wouldn't know the difference, and we would like to see how well you do on that. It's entirely up here. This is what makes trading so hard. It really is. It's human emotion. Green and red candles. It's human emotion plotted on a chart. That's all it is. Um, if you can find a way, and everybody's different how this works for them, to get a process down and just repeat. Grab a buddy, grab a friend, grab a mentor, grab a coach, and just the same thing over and over and over. The market's not different. You are, right? So that's what we need to really focus on. If you did well in one way, do you think maybe every time you switch to a live account, the market just happened to change and not work with your strategy? Or do you think it's internally to you? It's super, super hard. It is not easy, but don't make it harder than it has to be. It's the same exact thing. It is just the candles on the chart. It's the same price, the same instrument. Get it? It's really hard. It's here. I keep pointing to my head because that's where the thoughts come in from, but it's also here too. You got to feel that we always talk about the deep thing, the amygdala with those responses and the adrenaline going and that fight and flight response, and this you can massage like a little bit right here. This is a vagus nerve release, and that can kind of calm things down for you. In center, rinse, repeat over, and as just like I'm repeating. You'll get it. You'll get it. It takes time. Michael Jordan, he didn't just throw 10 baskets, right?
Right.
And I'm sure it took a while for him or any professional to get from the practice field to the training to the court to the superstar. But it's through serious repetition over and over. That's really the best answer I have because it is emotional. And once it becomes second nature, it will be second nature and you'll do super well. And if it's a P&L getting you, change it to the ticks on your chart so you're not looking at your prices going up and down.
Or hide your P&L.
Absolutely.
Right. So this is something that I kind of bring up when it's kind of hard to see. Like this is just let's call this one down here basically a 2x4 on the floor. This is what sim trading's like. Most people would be able to basically just walk across this balance beam that's laying on the floor with ease. A lot of us could dance across it without falling off. This is sim trading. Okay, let me make this a little bit here. Okay, so this is sim trading. It's right on the floor. If you step off, you're probably not going to injure yourself. It doesn't really matter, but the process from going end to end is what you're looking for. Get into the trading combine. Now that same balance beam is 2 feet off the floor. Going from end to end is exactly the same as it is on the floor. But with a little bit of risk, you could fall off and roll your ankle. We hope, of course, that does not happen, but the risk is a little bit greater. You're probably not going to be as quick to dance across this one as you would on that one. Get into a funded account, whether it's your money, real money, our money, whatever it is. Now that same balance beam is 4 feet off the floor. If you fall off, odds are the process from going from one end to the other is the same. Now, I'm not suggesting that anybody get onto a balance beam and see how this works out, but you can kind of get the feeling. I could dance across this one. Would I be dancing across this one? Hell no. Hell no. I'd fall off and break an ankle or something. But going from one end to the other, I could probably do, but I would be a lot more cautious than on this one. So think about that. When you have no risk and you're in a practice account, the decision making is very easy because there's no consequences. There's no rules. There's no accountability. Getting into the trading combine, now there's rules. Now there's consequences. I better be careful. Ooh. And then getting into a funded account, that risk, that pain of losing that account or losing money is even greater. It makes it more difficult to make that same trading plan and to make those same decisions. Just like going along this one is easy. Going across this one would be more difficult because the risk is involved, but it's the same process. So if you can put together a process that allows you to just keep doing that same process, whether it's in sim, in the trading combine, or in a live account, you can be much better off. Am I saying that's easy, Robert?
No, it's not easy. Just don't make it harder than it already is.
There you go. There you go. Great answer.
It's a Dolby quote, isn't it? It's only as hard. What did he? He had a perfect way of saying it the other day.
Only
It's
as hard as you make it.
as you want it to be. Trading's only as hard as you want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
Checking in on the chat. I guess we can't assume that everybody tuning in knows everything there is to know about Topstep. So Ego Guy's in the chat saying, asking, what is a trading combine? Hoag, as one of the architects of the trading combine, do you want to explain to Ego Guy what it is that we do here at Topstep?
Well, sure. Welcome, number one. Glad that you're here. But Topstep is the combine is an opportunity for you to trade in a real-time simulated account with some very basic rules. And if you are successful in reaching a profit target before breaking any of the rules, we're going to take you and put you in an XFA account, which is a simulated account, but you're able to make real money out of the XFA account. You do really well, then we move you into the live markets where you're going to be able to continue to hopefully profit for a long time. So Topstep is an opportunity now to get funding. There is community, there's coaching, there's wonderful support team. There's all the tools that you might need to be successful in the trading combine. We want to provide for you. It is our goal to help people improve their lives through learning, through doing, and through being part of this community. It's a great place to be, and we're glad that you're here. Was that good?
Hoag? I think that was perfect. Yeah. We are here to give you access to the markets and hopefully make you better traders. That's our goal here.
Mm-hmm.
Checking in on the markets real quick, we had some more range extension to the downside in equities before a nice pop.
Nice pop, right?
See the NASDAQ put in a new low and ripped about 40 handles higher. Same with the S&P. Not quite 40 handles in the S&P, but...
Yeah, it's not ripping to the downside. It's tiptoeing.
Tiptoeing. Baby steps.
Very difficult to trade.
All right, moving on. Thanks for the question, Eagle Guy. Hope that explains everything for you. Check out our website. Join the Trading Combine. Get into a funded account. We'll pay you if you make money. All right.
That's right.
Next up is from... Oh, we got another Fred Decker question. Here we go. Fred the Second. Could you explain the reasons for your negative bias in the S&P 500, please? Fred listened to the opening call this morning and listened to your comments on fast markets. He's still missing the thought process, though. The daily auction is moving higher. even if the rally is being driven by laggard longs? Aren't the laggards still moving value higher coming into Thursday? That question was asked at 10:15. I think a lot has happened since then, but if you have a good grasp of what Fred's asking there, maybe you can offer some insight to him.
Okay, yes, of course. Do I know that the market is going to pull off significantly? I do not. First thing on the daily chart, Fred, we're always talking about excess, Fred, and I know you're well aware of excess. And the bar that we put on the daily chart yesterday is loaded with excess. Looking back, I think it may be either the biggest or the second biggest area, like kind of excess at a high that we've seen since the March contract opened. Okay, I mean we're going back to let's see here. So I mean, this is April of last year. We're not seeing a lot of volume here, but as we get closer to where volume moves into the front, none of these wicks are showing the kind of excess that we're seeing at the top here. Okay, there's a warning shot. Fred, the open interest yesterday on the all-time high, let me get to the actual here so we know exactly what we're talking about. Okay, so it said this morning that it was approximately an additional 400 in open interest. We know that that's very small open interest. What the actual number is, we lost open interest yesterday. So Fred, your thought of profit taking yesterday is now showing a degree of agreement in the loss in open interest yesterday. Okay. The volume on the New York Stock Exchange yesterday was still pretty good as far as I can remember here. Yeah, 4.3 billion. So the volume was still pretty good. The volume was better in futures yesterday, but where did that volume come in? Was it on the upside or was it to the downside? Take a look at the 30-minute chart here, Fred. So we have, and this is without even thinking about the auction that occurred yesterday. Okay, and it wasn't a very good auction. So volume is always probably highest on the open. It falls off as soon as this market started to push to the downside. The volume increased, and not only did we probably take out some longs, liquidate some longs, we actually got maybe some good short selling in this market. So the excess. How long has it been, Fred, since the buyers on a given trading day? Buyers got paid. Nothing really here. Buyers got paid. Buyers got paid. Buyers got paid. Buyers got paid. Nothing really here. Here's a big down day. Buyers got paid. Buyers got paid. Buyers got paid. Buyers got paid. Is there a change in the paradigm? Is there some sort of shift that occurred yesterday? Because yesterday is the first day in a long time that buyers didn't get paid. It was either range bound or buyers got paid. So that's one of the things that I was looking at. Okay. And this morning we had the number come out. We opened in range and value. We tried to be very patient, looking for the best opportunities for the day. Haven't really had much success in doing anything here today. I mean, we're basically inside range, inside value. But what's going to happen at the end of the day, Fred? Are we going to see buyers get paid again? Or are we going to see this thing kind of roll over and push to the downside? My thought is, with the change in the pattern, the day time frame pattern that we saw yesterday, I'm not as cheery about the upside as I was before yesterday's pullback. I don't know what's going to happen, Fred. Nobody does. And, when you're talking about the laggards, well, Fred, that the laggards are always the last ones in. The bell curve. Let me see if I can find this. The bell curve it's based on the Gaussian bell curve. I'm trying to find this. Oh, I think I'm in the wrong deck here. Anyways, it's always the laggard buyers are the last ones in. They're the momentum traders. They're the ones that are saying, look, it's going higher. I'd better get in now. And those laggard traders have been getting paid until yesterday. The laggard buyers, oh, it's still going higher. We got to get in. We got to get in. Something changes. And all of a sudden, the laggard buyers are taking a lot of heat. The laggard buyers today. Oh, looks like it's going higher again. Those laggard buyers are sitting here taking a lot of heat. Now, this is very short time frame, Fred. I don't know what's going to happen. Just by looking at the nuances, my upside cheeriness is off a little bit. And I don't mean to change anybody's bias. I don't mean to put any bias into anybody. I'm just stacking up the nuances, and the nuances to the upside, some of them have slipped over to the dark side. Just my thought. Yeah. And we got earnings. We got PCE tomorrow. I mean, anything can happen. What happened yesterday could really just be an inventory adjustment, preparing for the PCE on Friday. People hedging, people getting out of positions. We don't know. But, I don't necessarily have a downside bias yet, but my upside bias isn't as cheery as it was. I hope that helps. Does that make sense?
Makes perfect sense. Thanks, Hoag. Also, keep in mind we're in a Fed blackout period ahead of the 2-day meeting scheduled for next week. So keep that in the back of your mind also. We have some questions coming in the chat about open interest. I know how much Hoag loves talking about open interest. You will not find live open interest on your trading platform. In fact, it takes the exchange almost a full day after the market closes to post the official open interest number. Nearly impossible to track in real time. But Hoag, do you have anything more to share about where to find open interest? Where's the most
Yeah.
accurate source to find it?
Okay, so most platforms, if you put up a quote board, right? So this is a different platform, but this is the quote board that I look at. I'm going to go in and I'm going to say, all right, I'm going to add open interest. Is it here? Open interest. There it is. So I just added open interest. This is showing the open interest from the March contract from yesterday, 2,241,296. Okay. And that's fine for the equities if they're not in rollover. That's going to be pretty close to the total number of open interest. You'll notice it doesn't move in real time. There is no platform, no matter if they say they're able to monitor open interest in real time, they are not able to. They would have to know the positioning and the entering and exiting of every contract that trades, and it's impossible at this point. Who knows what AI is going to come up with sometime in the future that's going to know if you're getting in or out of a position or transferring risk from yourself to somebody else. The thing that I look at is this. Hang on. CME. So this is what I'm looking at, and I'm going to put this link into the chat. Here it is. Boom. Okay. So there is the link, and this is what it looks like. This is the CME group, cmegroup.com/market-daily bulletin .hotmail. I put the link in there. So this is what you're going to be looking at, the daily bulletin. So when we want to see the equities from yesterday, we just click on equities and it's going to come up. Now at 6 o'clock in the morning, this says preliminary. The preliminary number for the total number of open interest in the S&Ps, as I said, was And what was it? Oh, there it is. Plus 400. So this morning, the preliminary said it was plus 400. The final came out and said, no, it was minus 1,400. So that tells us that there was a liquidation of positions yesterday. The reason I look at the total is because there's still 628 in the June contract. I want to know overall how many contracts in all of the open contracts, how much there is. Here's the total open interest. We saw that there was 2,241,296 on the platform, but this is the real open interest down here. And then the real volume down here as well. And the reason for this is really visible in energies. So this is the final for the energies. March is the current front month, right? So there's March, 7509 was settlement, Globex volume, 216,000, open interest, 394,223. Look at how much open interest and volume there is in future months here in the crude oil. 95,000 traded yesterday in the March contract, okay? And in the April contract. May, 55,000. June, 51,000. Look at the size of the open interest that goes way out into the future. This goes out to 2033, goes 9-10 years out into the future, and look at all the open interest there. So if I'm looking for a move that is a changing open interest, if I'm only going with the front month, we added 12,719 yesterday. We added 16,000 overall, and the volume overall. So and because this market rolls over every month, if I'm only looking at the front month, it's going to seem like, hey, why is nobody trading March anymore? Well, of the volume and open interest has to move into future months. So that's why I'm always looking at the total open interest, the total net change, and the total volume down here in any product that I'm monitoring open interest in. Okay. Great question. It's something you just have to look up every day. And I collect that information and I put it on this spreadsheet. So here's the ES. Here's since the beginning of the year, volume, the open interest, the net change in open interest, the closing price, the change in closing price, regular trading hour delta, and the direction. And then this is the New York Stock Exchange volume. So about 4.3 billion traded yesterday. So volume yesterday was pretty good. I'll populate all this at the end of the day today. And there are periods of time when it doesn't help me at all, just like everything. But there are also periods of time when the open interest volume, delta, net change paints a very clear picture. And maybe tomorrow on group coaching, I will show you an example. Many of you have probably already seen it. It's one of the more stark examples of being able to use that information to your advantage. It's something that happened in February of 22 in gold. Gold is a very, very pure market to be looking at this information. So be something maybe we can look forward to tomorrow. If you guys are into it, if you guys want to check it out, great.
Yeah, awesome. I think we could spend an entire hour just on volume and open interest, I think. And just to reiterate what Hoke said, the official volume and open interest numbers are published by the exchange at roughly 9:30 a.m. Central Time for the previous day. So they are technically, you could call it a lagging indicator if you're looking for the official number.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
usually pretty close, but
yeah. Robert, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. You were about to say something, though.
No, I just say the markets are dumping off hard. NQ is down, just crossing over 100 points in the last 5 minutes as we're going. We had I think something was going on at 1. Was Yellen speaking at 1 o'clock, something like that, Central Time? I believe there was something going on there, but they just dumped off from really hard. I just watched it right in the screen. The charts are flying around. Just want to make sure that we put that out there as well. Oh, and one comment, the 99 appears. This is the 99th episode of Topstep TV. 100 episodes
99
tomorrow.
episodes
Party time.
tomorrow.
That's why I put it up there. Yep, 99.
Tune in tomorrow. Tune in tomorrow for the 100th episode. All right, let's move on. We're past time. We got Rips in the green room. I know he wants to start slinging. Markets are moving, and Andre, Hoag, and Rips are going to sling a few trades for you guys. So, Hoag, you want to take us home with a little dad wisdom, and we will just get on out of here.
Yeah, sure. So here's the dad wisdom for today. It doesn't pay to be mad. Half the people you're mad at don't know you're mad at them. The other half don't give a shit. The only person that affects is you. Forgiveness is for you, ladies and gentlemen. If you're mad at the markets, if you're mad at yourself, just let it go. You're going to be a much better trader if you can just let those things go. So have a great rest of the session. Looking forward to hanging out with Rips, and we will see you in just a few minutes. Make sure you stick around. We got an announcement about tomorrow too. It is our 100th episode, but I'll leave that for somebody else.
And thanks for joining us, Robert. We thought we were going to lose Hoag for a second. Volume was cutting out. Thanks for being a good sport and jumping in there when we need you. Appreciate it very much.
I did not know that.
Anytime.
Thank you,
Always good to be
Robert.
prepared.
Yeah,
thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right, guys. We will stay tuned for what's next?
Back to the futures.
Back to the futures. Back to the futures. Andre, Hoag, and Rips. See you guys in a little bit.
One.
And welcome back to the Futures. Look who we got. Everyone's favorite, the man, the myth, the legend, Rips in the house. What's happening, Rips?
Hey, good afternoon, Hoag, Andre. How we doing today? How are you folks doing first? Let's start there. How you doing, Hoag?
Me, I'm okay. I didn't really see much during fast markets. Didn't really do much. Had a good short on. It wasn't really doing what I was hoping it would do quickly, so I got out of it, and I got chopped up a little bit trying to get into this range extension to the downside. Been in group coaching, so I haven't been able to engage I'm just looking for the right spot to find something to do here.
Man of the people, helping others before you're helping yourself. I love that.
Well, I mean, that's the goal here, right? You gotta make sure that you're focused on the people more than any trades that I'm taking. So, when I'm in a segment that I'm leading and we're not supposed to be trading during that because you're the focus.
Yeah, exactly right. How about you, Andre? How you doing today? Any trades?
Good. I one trade, one winner, up $313. Now I'm gonna be driving the segment, so we're gonna be focusing on you, the trader, John. Rips, feel free to let it rip. No pun intended. We do see these markets breaking. Nasdaq has gone negative, and S&Ps are around settled right now. We'll keep looking around the other markets. But Rips, how's the trading going so far today? How's it been going this morning so far?
So far, so good. I had limited time to trade. I streamed this morning. I traded live on my channel, Market Clubhouse YouTube, and I traded there. And we had some losses on some combines, which is okay. We took some losses. We had the right thesis. We were short the market off the open. We ended up getting ticked out. We were about 4 handles too tight on our stop loss. Got ticked out. Had the right idea on the trade. Ended up getting stopped out of that one and ended up losing some money on some combines. But we came back. We traded the live account. I am in the Topstep live funded account and traded that account. Originally nailed one on stream for about $400 and
nice.
Then ended up trading a little bit later in the afternoon, right before I worked out, and ended up getting a trade for another $600. So we're up $1,000 today. And going back all the way to January 18th, so the past 6 sessions, right now I'm sitting up $12,520. My maximum drawdown trading the NAS has been $46. My gross loss on that has been only $100. So been on a really nice hot streak lately in my Topstep live funded account. In fact, Mick was actually bringing that up in Shoulder Tap. I always love when Mick talks about me. Shoulder Tap makes me feel real validated.
Nice. Well, I just took a short here in really bad trade location, but I'm looking for some continuation of the downside here. I'm short just one at 48.99.75.
It's tough not to be short here when the market's rolling over this fast and slippery right here. So I don't blame you jumping in right away. It's been one of those times where you keep on waiting for that entry and it just goes down like a water slide. So I don't blame you jumping in right there.
Yeah. Well, we're just going to see what happens and just to keep it interesting here.
I like that.
I don't know, if I had to pick one, I would say short. And I started saying that this morning in the opening call. Longs, even laggard longs, have been getting paid every day till yesterday. The laggard longs today didn't get paid. So there seems to be some sort of shift in the pattern here. And I've been trying to take advantage of it all day long and just haven't been able to find the right spot. So I'm not going to look for the right spot. I'm just going to get in.
Yeah, sometimes you really have to, chuck that aside and stop looking for that exactly perfect entry, because if we have momentum on deck, every entry becomes a good entry at some points in the chart. I wish I had an entry anytime from 750 on, but my goodness gracious, this thing is down nearly 200 points from the highs, if not over 200 points. I mean, just about 200 points there off the highs in the NQ. I'm looking at the NQ, of course, here. Are you trading the NQ over there, Johnny? Are you trading
I mostly trade the ES because the NASDAQ gives me heart palpitations.
It really is the crazy bull in the china shop of the markets over here. There is right now, we do have Janet Yellen who's speaking. Secretary of the Treasury is speaking right now, and I have some notes from that. She did have some Q&A going off. She did say inflation is well under control, or coming well under control. She also said a year ago, forecasters thought a recession was all but inevitable, and we haven't seen that. So some positive notes coming out from Yellen, but I just don't think they're giving the chutzpah that we're looking for in the markets right now that's going to keep things propped up. I think a lot of this is interesting too, coming off the heels of Tesla's earnings report. And like I said, the last time we were on here, I did expect it not to be such a great report simply because of Elon's temperament lately in his public town square, which is now renamed to X, of course, formerly known as Twitter. So it's not surprising to see that Tesla really didn't have a good report for the last quarter, and their forward-looking guidance, by golly, it was weak. So I'm not surprised to see the NAS getting extra slippery today alongside the S&Ps. What are your thoughts on the macro environment there, Johnny?
Well, just from looking at the charts, I mean, I was looking for a move to the downside today as far as macro is concerned. Why is Janet Yellen speaking today? Isn't she one of those that are not supposed to be speaking?
No,
blackout period,
so
right?
technically, not being an FOMC member, she is not considerably in the blackout period. So it's okay for her to flap her gums today.
Oh,
Johnny, I
wonderful.
love it. I love it. I don't know. To me, it sounds like these are kind of like bullish comments for equities, but apparently you've been selling off since you started yapping. Well, take that back. Now we're catching a bid here. S&P.
Yeah, until I get short.
Why is she talking, John? Who let her talk, man? Come on. Stay strong, Johnny. Stay strong.
The market makers are apparently watching all of these streamers out there, so you have to be careful out there. Right. The market makers apparently watching even the demo traders out there that are demo streaming. So just be careful out there.
Yeah, we're probably watching our tilt.
Yeah. Well, hey, I'd actually agree with that sentiment.
Speaking of tilts, we got 50-50 in crude oil, 50-50 in ES, 68% long in NASDAQ. So I guess catching a little bit of a bid here, but nothing too significant. Like I said, the other couple of days, we've seen crude get as heavy as 87% long, and the market did reverse on them. So, what you want to do with tilt, it's up to you, but it's just data that we're providing and another tool in the shed.
I'm looking back at Yellen's Q&A now, and it is kind of pinpointed to the moment that she said, quote, 34 trillion in debt is a scary number. So I think that's what caused the algorithms to probably start to shuffle around.
You don't say, Janet. Sorry.
I mean, that's probably not something you want to speak out loud. I think that's just kind of a given in the current macro environment.
Shit.
But she did back that up with saying, wow, we have 34 trillion in debt, and it is a scary number. She did follow that up with, but the U.S. has a huge economy. So good save there by Yellen. Way to go, picking up the slack there.
Deep pockets, she's saying. We've got very deep pockets for that debt. Oh, Lord. Oh, what a time to be alive.
Yeah.
God. Anyway,
I will
sorry,
say,
Rips,
though,
you're saying, what else you got
what
else you have from that Q&A?
She did say it's not wrong to borrow to invest in the economy, which I think is probably on the heels of the, what do we have, a 5-year or 7-year note? I believe we had a 7-year note auction today. So I think it's on the heels of that. They're trying to keep the fixies quite strong. Trust the U.S. You can buy in this stuff. We'll pay it back. We swear. Wink, wink.
So far, so good. So far we haven't defaulted yet because we can just print up some more money. So, yeah, as long as they want to keep buying our debt, we'll keep printing it. So, yep,
I think the final question she did close off with, and I quote, Bidenomics investments will pay off in growth. And I think that's where the market vehemently disagreed with that statement.
It's the election year.
Yes. But, I will say when we're blessed with this amount of volatility, I'm never going to complain about that.
Amen.
Coach Dakota in chat says, so I was right to take out student debt to invest in stocks.
Hey, take it how you can get it, Dakota.
It's like there was that question that we had the other day. Somebody was asking whether or not they should put their investment account on a credit card. I don't even think you could do that, but absolutely not. You should not be taking out loans to use your investment account.
No.
Real
Never,
quick, guys,
ever.
we got crude ripping to the upside here. Just made some new highs, trading 77.13, 77.12 now. We'll keep an eye on that. Maybe targeting 78s. Rips, last time you gave us a call in crude, you were spot on. So
how about that? Let's see what we have in levels down here for crude. I'm curious what I have here.
New highs.
So the next level I actually have on crude is 77.65, and downside support of that level is 76.14, 76.14.
Okay, thank you very much. Last time your calls were spot on for those crude oil traders out there. Write those down in your journal, write those down in your notepad, post-it notes, whatever you got. Rips has been feeling it lately, man.
Yeah, we've been in the pocket there. Also have some levels for my gold traders out there who apparently they're not getting enough love lately, but the gold traders in here, we're trading around 2015.3. The top side level that we need to break through on gold for resistance is 2017.40. If we get above that, 2027.60 is what we're looking for. Downside support resting at 2005.10.
Roger that. Johnny, what are we seeing here in the S&Ps?
We're still just kind of hanging around here. The NASDAQ continues to kind of hang around its current low. The S&P is trying to pull back off that low. I'm still holding on to that short just for giggles. The NASDAQ really just got whacked. I mean, it has left lots of single ticks, and that is change. S&P's left single ticks, 49.03 quarter to 49.03 half, just a couple of single ticks there. But the NASDAQ is really the one that's getting hit today. It's currently lower. The other equities are still higher on the day. Just hanging around to see if we can get some continuation of the downside here in the S&Ps, because it certainly looks like it's happening in the NASDAQ.
Yeah,
RIPS, how we looking at the max in the Magnificent Seven? Sorry, Magnificent
Sorry,
Seven RIPS in NASDAQ. Give us a breakdown over there.
Yeah, Mag 7. So I was just about to say on Hoag's trade over there, you did reject off the 9 EMA on the S&P, so it is acting as a ceiling right now, so we might have that downside pain continue. I do like where your positioning's at. I do think that you might be able to find an add if we're cracking below 48.96, 48.95 to the downside in those S&Ps. If we're looking at the Magnificent 7 today, what's very interesting about that is that we've had sort of this pop and drop in most of the names, and of course I'm talking about Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Google. Google is the one that's holding up the strongest alongside Meta in the Magnificent Seven right now, but we're seeing a lot of downside interplay from Microsoft and Apple right now. Microsoft and Apple are both the number 1 and 2 weights of both the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. So when those start to roll in tandem, look out below. When we have confluence in those names and they're both moving in the same direction, it does make for a very advantaged trade. If I would have seen that earlier, if I had come to the table to trade earlier, I'd be looking at that specifically. We had cracks in the VWAP from Microsoft and Apple almost simultaneously, and that really helped cause that downside pressure in the NQ there. And we saw that revisit, same thing in the S&Ps, a little flash up above the VWAP and then flushing back below. So a lot of confluence right now. Really the only one that's not bleeding heavily are Meta and Google right now. That's about it.
Gotcha. Thanks for that. So RIPS, for those that have might be seeing you for the first time, how often are you looking into those Magnificent Seven, and how is that leading into your trade decisions regarding the NQ? I know you touched on it briefly, but if you can get into that a little bit more in depth.
Sure, yeah. The Magnificent Seven is what drives a lot of this price action, and there's a lot of shared names of the Magnificent Seven that are both in the S&P 500 as well as in the NAS, and we're talking about heavyweight. These are weighted indexes, weighted indices. So when we're talking about Apple, it carries a very heavy weight in the S&P, a very heavy weight in the NAS. So if Apple is going straight down, and you'll see other names start to trend downwards because there's confluence across the board. When one starts to flush, it's momentum. The other ones will start to flush. And on a day like today, when we're coming off of a huge rally, when we have negative news on the horizon, where, as I said on Tuesday's segment on Fast Markets, where we're all here together, we're talking about analysts had really shot down their estimates for earnings. And so when Tesla came out and they missed on both the top and bottom line, they offered weak forward-looking guidance. I think the market is saying, hold on, let's take a breather. Maybe things shouldn't be pumped up this much. Maybe things are a little bit too overvalued at this point. And so when I'm looking at the Magnificent Seven, I'm seeing if there's a reaction that is that contagion across the board. Tesla's earnings were weak, and initially there wasn't contagion in that reaction. But now I think that as we look at the Magnificent Seven, we are starting to see that contagion. And with all the earnings we have on deck next week, I think that's why we're seeing a little bit of the sell-off today.
Yeah, what do we have next week? I think we have
next
Google.
Week is the Traders Super Bowl. We have Apple, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, and Alphabet, which is both of the Google's Class A and Class C. So, and that's betwixt the FOMC on Wednesday. So Tuesday we have earnings. Yeah, I mean, like I said, next week is going to be a pounding, so you better be ready for it. If you're a newer trader, I would say next week is the week where you want to stick to your practice account or stick to one lot trades at the most, because the volatility is going to be out of this world.
Sir, yes, sir. Super Bowl, baby. I love hearing that. It's going to be action-packed week. Buckle up your chin strap. Put on your seatbelt. It's going to be nuts. Real quick, I know we've been talking about that. It's going to be our 100th episode tomorrow. Crazy ride, 100 episodes. Who would have thunk it? Yeah. And with that being said, I don't know if anyone's mentioned it.
Nobody has yet.
Might get a little smoky. In here tomorrow.
Oh, my.
And I think you know what that means. Yeah. Thank you there, Rips. So we got a little something special for you guys. As a token of our appreciation for your guys' loyalty and tuning in every time. But we might have a little something in store for you guys to say thank you and celebrate our 100th episode. OMG, yes. Thank you, Trader.
OMG,
on a Friday, no less. Oh, my goodness.
On a Friday.
And that's going to be,
Fridays?
The precursor to the Super Bowl week. Wow, this is amazing. I'm excited.
Fireworks, baby. Fireworks.
Are you still in that short over there, Hoag? We're pushing up against the 9 again and rejecting.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here. Brokenhearted. Came to trade and only charted.
Yeah.
No.
Came to trade, only charted, ended up brokenhearted, as it goes.
I like that. I think this. What kind of earnings we got after the bell today? Nothing. Well, I guess we got American Airlines. That already come out. Yep, American. What do we got after the bell today? I'm looking at earnings schedule. It's been
We
reported.
got
Anything after
Visa,
the bell?
Intel, T-Mobile.
The one that I think will be the biggest watch today is going to be Intel because of all the fanfare around chips and AI right now. So, and we'll see. We'll have to see how that plays out. Intel is not a trader stock. And when I say that, if you're trying to find a lot of volatility to trade in Intel, it's not the stock for you. It's more of a buy and hold stock. Put it in your investment portfolio. It's not a kind trader stock. But next week, we have all of the darlings we talked about. A lot of trading stocks next week, nestled between FOMC, Jay Powell, the presser. It's going to be a wild week.
Oh, yeah. Make sure to tune in for that. Rips, I know you'll be joining us next week for that. I assume that's safe to say, right, Rips?
I'll be here Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday next week.
Hell yes. Dude.
Every day but FOMC.
You know what? Sometimes you got to focus. Just cut it up and just trade, man. Just focus in on trading FOMC. Obviously, the Jay Powell presser will be what everyone's paying attention to. I believe it's expect no change is the expectation. I'm sure he'll touch in the presser as to when they're looking at rate cuts. I remember Bostic, your boy Raphael Bostic, Rips.
That's my guy.
Push rate cuts out to September-ish, maybe July, if I remember correctly.
July. That's the hot date right now. And the same thing was echoed by ECB's Lagarde this morning. The ECB came out with their rate decisions. It's their version of the FOMC. They came out with that at the 8:15 hour this morning. They came up, they said, hey, rates are being unchanged. But the rub on that was basically them pushing towards the holiday change, saying, well, everybody's talking about March for rate cuts. We're leaning towards second half, not Q2. So the second half of 2024, looking for July rate cuts now.
Okay, so much for March then.
Yeah, March is what we were all looking at on this run up, especially during the Santa rally. Everyone was convinced because the dot plot came out from the December FOMC and it came out and basically said, hey, there's 3 rate cuts. Every single analyst under the sun said 3, we see 7. Let's go with 7. And then the market started rallying on that. You said 3, I hear 7.
Quick question, guys. Ash in the chat here has a question for both of you guys. Any FOMC tips for trading? How do you trade the FOMC?
That's a really good question. I wanted to ask Hoag a question about this. The FOMC has only recently been super volatile as far as trading goes for the last few years. Before that, I'm curious, in the pits, what was the event du jour that people used to get really excited about back in the day?
You're on mute, Johnny.
I think you're on mute.
Sorry. Initially, it was unemployment. But you're right. I mean, there was always the report du jour, and for years it was unemployment. We used to call it unenjoyment. If you didn't show up, on unenjoyment, it was basically tendering your resignation. You had to. So everybody knew it was going to suck. Everybody knew it was going to be a terrible, terrible, busy day. You probably weren't even going to get out of the pit. It was going to be hot and sweaty and scary and smelly and all that stuff. So everybody was supposed to go home the night before and get some good rest so they could be fresh for unemployment, right? No, it didn't work that way. It seemed like knowing that day was coming, that we were going to have a tough day, everybody went out and got hammered the night before. So the smell of alcohol and everything else, I mean, it was just unbelievable on an unemployment day. So but then eventually, that kind of lost its luster, and then the FOMC would come out, and unemployment came out before the pit opened, right? So, like the euros would be open, currencies would be open, but the S&Ps wouldn't open until 8:30. The unemployment would come out at 7:30. So we kind of had a sense of where the market was going to be, how busy it was going to be ahead of time. The FOMC comes out while the market is open at 1 p.m. Central. And we all just stood there and just like watched the wires, and you could see like CNBC they'd have up, and it would always say FOMC announcement imminent. So you knew it's imminent. You were like, oh boy. One of the scariest times was when the minis were already there, right? So you had people in the pit that were arbing the minis versus the bigs. So, let's say I got an order to sell 10 and minis were half bid. if I say, what's here, one of the guys that was arbing between them would go, I'm 20 bid or 30 bid. So if I sold him 10, he would tell his guys sell 50. And if he sold the halves, if he sold the 50s in the minis, he just locked in money. They did that all day long.
Wow.
So one day on FOMC, we get a guy from across the pit. He's not even a customer of ours. He goes, I got an order for you guys, and you got to do this into the FOMC, and you're held. So if price penetrates the price, you're guaranteeing a fill. It was a 2,000 lot. Okay.
Oh my goodness. Of the bigs?
Yeah, 2,000 bigs.
Oh my goodness.
Ooh, doggy.
So my partner looks at me and he says, I'll take 1,000. You take 1,000. So I said, yeah, let's do it. So the FOMC comes out. Let's say that our offer is like, we've got 2,000 at 8 even. And we let the exchange know. I said, we have this offer. Keep an eye on us. Don't print through us until we're done. Because then we were hung. If we only had 500 done, we owed them the other 500. So the FOMC comes out. The minis go 10 handles bid through our offer. And we're both going 1,008 even, 1,008 even. And all those ARBs started picking us off 10 and 20 at a time. I got 1,000 to sell. I don't want 10 or 20 at a time. I want 100, 100, 100, 500, 100, 100. That's how I want to get it done. Unfortunately, it didn't go that way. I'm looking at a guy that I know would take down 500 bigs if he knew he'd get out in the minis. And the minis are 10 points above that offer bid. And I look at him, I go 500. You know what he does? He goes, I'm like, you mother.
You got it. Yeah.
So now I'm getting 20 and 50 and 70 and 48. And I got a guy behind me. I'm like, what is my count on all this? There's no way I can count all this up right now.
Right.
Oh, and so finally the exchange says, we can't hold it anymore. Get done. So we got it done. I actually beat my partner by like 2 minutes to get it done and get everything counted up and everything. And it was one of the Borsalinos. Joey Borsellino took my last 150. Okay. Yeah, he just looks at me and he goes, buy them. So I'm like, 150. He goes, take them. So he got out in the minis. I'm sure he made money on it. But it was really scary. And Rips, the funny thing about it is when you know that that's coming, your body knows it's coming. I used to, when I had a big order, a big stop, and I knew I had to take care of business and do it fast. Your body would respond to it. It takes all of the blood flow out of your extremities and brings the blood flow into your internal organs and your major muscle groups. So if I touch somebody, they'd be like, oh my God, you're freezing. I'm like, I got no blood in my hands and in my feet. I got no blood in my hands and my feet because I know that I've got this big thing going on. And it's, it was, your body knows. It's, it's just like, well, fuck, this thing ain't going anywhere, is it? What am I doing here?
Did you not put a stop in there, by the way?
No, I'm just kind of watching it.
Okay.
We're good. Yeah. Oh, go stop.
This is an amazing. What an amazing story. We were so lucky. I mean, I don't know if you folks watching TopstepTV. This is amazing.
Yeah, your body, you can feel it. You start sweating. Your heart beats faster. Your palms get sweaty. And you're about to execute some big ass size, right? And
yeah.
And yeah, so
yeah, I mean
how do you deal with it? You're just like, shit, this is just adrenaline. Let's do it. Take it on, like head on.
So I had a big order and I wanted my partner to know without telling him because the locals would hear it. All I would do is touch his hand. And if my hand was freezing cold, he would say, all right, let's get to it.
Dance, baby.
So on that order, how long did it take you to get out of those 2,000? How long did it take you to fill that entire order?
Well, he did 1,000. I did 1,000. Rips, it seemed like it was 48 hours, but it was probably like 2 minutes.
Wow.
And you weren't going to get to the exact number. You had to think you were close. So you're getting 20, 20, 100, 100, 100. Now you got 360, 200, you got 560. Sell U20, sell U20. You got 600. 400 at even, 400 at even. I'll buy 10. Fuck, 10. 390. 390
Get him, Johnny.
even. And then you get closer and closer to the end, and then people start trying to pick you on 5 lots and 1 lots. I'm like, get away from me. And finally, I know I'm about 850 done. Joey goes, buy them. I go 150. He goes, take them. And I'm now the price has gone through. It's whipping around. I don't know if I'm oversold, undersold. I can't even. I got so many cards in my hand. I'm like, somebody count these up for me. So finally, somebody's like, okay, you get it. Okay, all right, you need to sell 10 more. So I sell you 10, and because it was at a better price, I had to give it to the customer. I could have been a scumbag and said, hey, sell you 10 all the way down there. Meet me in the parking lot after work. Yeah. But no, I wasn't going to do that.
So after a day like that, are you usually hitting the drink pretty hard after a stressful day like that?
Usually, I did not do that all that much with people from work.
Yeah.
There was
what was your blow off for a stressful day like that? I guess I'm trying to ask. What was the blow off for you?
Well, at that time, I was at the gym 2 hours a day every day.
Right.
I was just, that would be it. And then if I went out after that, a lot of the big drinkers, they'd already be fucked up, and they'd already be like off doing something else, doing whatever they were doing. So, but there was definitely an element around there. There was, a lot of drugs, a lot of that kind of stuff. And I really tried to avoid being around all that. Not because I'm a saint, believe me, I'm not a freaking saint, but I'm just going to get rid of this thing. It's just irking me right now. So that is an example, ladies and gentlemen, of how not to sell the low.
It's how it always happens too. You just sit there, you're watching it, and you say, you know what? It's just going to keep going. I got to jump into this thing, and then by golly, you find the reversal point of the day.
Rarely, the point, click, and pray method rarely ever works. Rarely ever works.
I'm gonna go with never.
At least it made for a good story.
Yeah,
John, that was incredible. I know the chat was loving it. Anytime you got those type of stories, please do share. While you're telling that story, crude is ripping still to the upside. 77.45. No looking back right now. It's up and away. With that being said, tilt is 50-50 with this crude rally going on.
Yeah, we're looking for 77.65 to the top side in crude still. So that's a target that's right in sight right now.
I prove over and over again, you can be dead freaking right and not make money. Crude, I mean, these are my notes from this morning's potential breakout of balance, needs new business for continuation, big opportunity present for upside continuation. Right in my notes, right here. Do I make money on it? No. I hope everybody else did. That's my hope. That's my hope. I hope everybody else did.
That reminds me of the trade I took this morning on my combines. I took that same exact trade. I had the right idea, just the wrong timing, and I got ticked out by just 4 handles, and I missed a run about 45 points to the downside, and I was hot and heavy in that thing. And oh man, I know those pains as a trader, as we all do. That's just so frustrating sometimes.
John's got nothing to say, Johnny.
No.
Johnny, you're slinging 1,000 lives, man. It's all good. It's all good, dude.
We are pushing back up really quickly. Let me get this dialed in here. Just give me a second here. I want to get this over into trading view over here. Let me see. Wrong screen. Give me a minute. Technical difficulties here. Yeah, you're gonna have to get back to me in a second here.
I want to talk to you more about your hourly range thing. I want to know more about it. Maybe not right now, maybe not today, but one of these days soon. I want to talk to you about that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to answer questions about it now. It really is just a way for me to kind of get a pulse on things. Here we go. Now I got the right screen up, by the way. Let's see if this is working here. There we go. Yeah. So for the smart money concept traders out there, we are pushing back up into this inefficiency. We do have a level at 590.25 right now. We almost tapped in directly into that level there. We went as high as, what was the high on that wick there? My eyes are failing me. 58.25, I believe. So pretty close. We have a level at 590.25. The inefficiency here, 50% is right around that level. So I would like to see this thing tap into that inefficiency and kind of reject, which it looks like it already has. Kind of missed that. But yeah, to answer your question, here, Mr. Hoagland, just talking about the hourly high and hourly low. It really is a great way to kind of judge where you want to put on your next position. So for me, if we're breaking above these hourly highs up here, I'm looking to potentially maybe take NASDAQ, a trade somewhere. Sorry?
That's NASDAQ?
Yeah, this is the Nazi over here. So if we do kind of break above that hourly high, I would want to see this kind of encroaching in somewhere into these lows here. So it's just a way for me to keep a pulse on things. If we scroll back here, it's more useful in trending markets or sideways markets, I should say, like this, because if I'm looking for something for flushing into the lows, for instance, when we tapped low before the print this morning, when we tap that low area, if we're breaking below perhaps this low down here, then I'm interested in potentially taking that to the short side. But if we're holding that up and I compare that with some confluence that maybe I'm seeing over in Bookmap or I can see in a dome, I'm going to use that for me to say that this was kind of where we were kind of resting and nestled for the hour, for the past 3, 4 hours, 5 hours there. If we're not breaking below that, I can kind of see that in a bird's eye view there. So it's just an easy way for me to access information and build the context.
Yeah, to get good visual.
Exactly. And the more things that you have that kind of, represent, I used to be just trading off of a price ladder only, trading off of a dome. And then I started factoring in TPO charts, footprint charts, anything that can kind of represent what I kind of see things in my mind's eye. And it's the same thing, when you're a pit trader, you're not looking at a chart, you're looking at the auction, you're looking at the excitement. So you're visualizing it in your head in a certain way when people are, taking certain offers and they're sweeping certain areas of liquidity. You're thinking about that stuff. And I think that if you have a visual representation that takes away having to keep a lot of that information stored in your head, it increases the bandwidth that you can process this information. So a lot of the stuff I use is just simply to help with the bandwidth.
I totally agree. That's why I think this kind of chart indicator I'm thinking about for the tilt might be something useful, because if you can get a visual representation that doesn't take a lot of your bandwidth, I think it could be something really cool. Who knows?
Yeah, the more processing power that you can give to your noggin versus offloading it with certain easy things to see on the chart there. And that's, again, we're talking about, there's some questions in here about using smart money concepts and how we're drawing the inefficiency here. I'll go back to that chart over here. But yeah, this inefficiency was drawn because this is on a 15-minute chart here. We had this candle here. It's a 3-candle pattern. We have candle 1, candle 2, and candle 3 down here. And there's these wicks between the candles, the top of that candle and that lower end of that wick there. The gap between that is the inefficiency. So what we're looking for is that when we have an impulsive move to the downside like that, there's a lot of, like you were talking about with your pit story, there's people that want to get filled in those areas and they're going to be resting there. And when the price moves so quickly and there's an impulsive move like that, we have to go back and clean up the orders because the market's seeking liquidity. So when we get back up into that inefficiency, it's finding that liquidity that it missed on that first thrust to the downside. And that's where we're repainting that inefficiency, and then we're potentially coming back down. I'd want to see, we could potentially chop sideways for up until power hour here, but what I'd want to see for a breakdown, since I did miss that 50% inefficiency tag there, what I would like to see is a clear breakdown through 560.25 there. If we do get that, targeting something as modest as 537.5 to the downside, if not 523. So that's what I'd be looking for there.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. The inefficiency is basically what you would call like single TPOs, or like ICT would be, what is it?
Fair value gap.
Fair value gap, right?
Exactly right. And then, it's all just different ways to describe the same thing that we're all kind of talking about here.
I was going to say that. Right. This is one of the biggest pet peeves in this industry is that there's 3 or 4 different ways to say the exact same thing.
Yeah.
And this touches into what, go ahead.
No, I wish we could streamline it somehow. So, one word for one meaning for one term that we're talking about. That's all. But yes, there's like 3 or 4 different ways to say the exact same thing.
Right.
Yeah. And that's kind of what Hoag was talking about, with the why do I use the hourly high, hourly low on my chart? It's the same thing. I'm just looking for confluence. So if we have that chart that's showing that, I can pair it with what I'm looking for in Bookmap or in a dome. I can see in the time and sales, they're really hitting these offers really hard and they're not budging, and it's lining up with this area. It's the same exact thing. This is just one big auction where it's seeking liquidity, seeking where people are going to actually transact some volume. And that's it. There's a lot of different ways to view this stuff. There's no one right way to trade. It's whatever that's working for you that you should lean into.
So if we don't fill that inefficiency reps, that would be something that would kind of make you think that there's probably more legs to the downside, right?
Yeah, I mean, we did tap into it. I'm going to drop down into the 1 minute so we can get extra granular here. But, we did tap into it. We pretty much nailed that 50% retracement of that inefficiency on that 1 minute bar there. And we rejected super hard off of it. So if you're looking for an entry, your key entry is that spot right there. Obviously, I missed it. We're yapping away, but that is your key entry if you're trading this type of concept here. And you're looking for a flush below somewhere into this level. So the trade would have been just simple, nice base hit trade where you're taking that short from somewhere in the high 80s, mid to high 80s, and flushing that down to the 60s. So you're talking about a nice 20, 25 handle trade on that one. It's just a base hit, one contract that's going to get you $480 on that trade, $500 on that trade. Just a nice, quick, easy trade like that. That's what you want to be looking for. Just one swing at a time.
What do you, if you guys want to put it on my chart here for just a second, I was going to talk to Rips just for a minute about what he looks at it in like the bigger picture, the daily chart. One thing in the S&Ps or in the NASDAQ, we had this trend line here, and we traded basically right back to that in the NASDAQ today. And there's the other trend line down here that is, that's where we broke out from the area of balance that we were in. Would you be thinking, here's the daily in the NASDAQ, would you be thinking in longer time frame about that trend line, which was magnetic here, traded right to it here, magnetic, breakout above, pulling back to it? Is this something that you would be kind of considering for a bit longer time frame, bigger opportunity, something like that?
Yeah, especially if it has been respected recently. The more recent the trend line, the more respected it usually is. Trend lines tend to work because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way, because a lot of traders are setting their, these algorithms that everybody talks about, the algorithms. These are people who are writing instructions to these algorithms to say, our buy program is going to be here. We want to sell up until this point, and then we're looking to buy from here. And it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So if everybody's focused on that recent trend line and it is respecting it, absolutely, I want to factor that in my trading. But again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. I don't want to be single-sided in what I'm looking at here. I'm not just going to look at one single trend line and say, that's my trade no matter what. I want to see confluence across the board from other things.
Sure. And, here's that same trend line in the S&Ps. We haven't been there yet. And that same 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart is right there. So would that be conflict?
To your screen there,
would that be confluence?
Well, yeah, if can you draw that again, because your screen wasn't up?
Okay, yeah. So here's the S&Ps. Here's that same trend line in the S&Ps. And just like in the NASDAQ, the 200 session moving average is right there. Is that enough confluence?
Yeah, so the ideal trade would be that if they're both kind of getting within encroachment of that trend line at a similar time frame or at the similar time of doing that. In the same way we talked about at the top of the call, when you have Apple and Microsoft moving in tandem, it tends to shuffle the weight around of both the S&Ps and the NASDAQ in tandem. Sure. So if we're coming up to that level of confluence and we have more points of touches at the same time, then yes, it's going to help a lot. The S&Ps and the NAS like to move in the same time because they have a lot of the same components and a lot of the same weights of those components. Like we said, Apple, Microsoft, very heavy weights in both the S&P and the NAS. So yes, absolutely. And those are the advantage trades that, I have friends who trade 5-6 times a quarter, if that. And these are very, very strong traders. They look for those singular levels of confluence where everybody's going to be buying right there. We're getting these touches. It's all making sense. The news is in line. Everything's perfect. Boom. We're going to buy it. We're going to go heavy. We're going to trade that very heavy. Yes. And that's the thing that goes back to talking about the patient trader. You don't have to be firing in and taking scalps all the time. You can look for these higher time frame trades where you're having that confluence form across the board, like Hoag is pointing out here. And you could be patient and waiting for those times to show up in the market. I always say this, wait for the price to come into you. Don't chase around the price. Wait for the price to come to you to play into your trade plan and take trades from those areas.
So you boys are bringing the heat today. Not gonna lie, you guys are bringing the heat. I hope everyone's enjoying this in the chat. You're listening to the best traders, tons of experience, putting on good trades, talking real stuff here on Topstep TV. Real quick, we got Power Hour coming up here in 15 minutes. Dolby, myself, and Rips. We'll chop it up there. I know everyone has a good time. Just I don't know if you guys caught it, but we will be having a fire drill for our 100th episode. So please tune in for that. As we look at the price action right now, oil keeps making new highs, guys. I don't know, it just keeps ripping higher. I don't know if news came out or what, but we just keep seeing push moving to the upside. Bulls on parade in oil. Rips, what was your target there? 77.65?
We are at 77.65 for our upside target there.
Upside target. All right, you guys. So you guys were saying back to NASDAQ and equity. Sorry, guys. Thanks for that.
So Rips, the reason I'm kind of going kind of longer time frame and, kind of picking your brain on all this is the shorter time frame trades, the ones that, I think you're kind of looking for, and you're taking nice little bites out of the market with a little bit of size. That whole thing is new to me, and I feel like I'm torn between two time frames. I don't know. Rips, do you remember that song, Torn Between Two Lovers?
Yeah. Well,
What
it's
a bad
really good
song,
question,
but it's a bad place to be.
It's a really good question, and it's another thing that we could talk about is Fibonacci retracement. And Fibonacci is one of those things where patterns exist within patterns, right? And so if you find patterns on the higher time frame, those exact same patterns can be found on the lower time frame. So it's simply just pretending that you're, instead of looking at a daily chart, you're looking at a 15-minute chart, and you're extracting the same type of tool set that you use on a daily, but you're trading on a 15-minute, setting up your trades on a 15-minute, maybe executing then on a 1-minute chart, or setting up your trades on an hourly and executing on a 15-minute chart. That's what you want to be doing, using your exact same strategy. The markets tend to repeat these patterns on these lower time frames in the same way that they're repeating on the higher time frames, which is exactly why Fibonacci retracements work. It's exactly why all of this stuff works. It's fractal, exactly right.
Have you ever looked at pitchforks, Andrew's pitchforks?
It's one of the ones that I've never really had a lot of experience with. No, but I know the tool, but I've never been one of those people who uses it.
I mean, it's nothing works for everybody, right? Nothing works every time. Some things never work. Some things work a lot. Who knows? But
it's the one that looks like a ripple in a pond, right?
Well, it looks like parallel lines in a specific direction. I've got a friend of mine from the pit who was showing people how he uses Andrew's pitchforks, and he's a day trader, and he does it very well. And I had him on Make Hoag Money a couple of times and showing people how he kind of puts together the pitchforks and how the measured moves. It's like an angled fib, I guess. If price gets beyond this, then the next measured move would if it gets up to here and then it breaks out above that, the next measured move would take it up to here. And like everything, Rips, you can look at a chart and say, well, obviously this is why this happened, right?
Yes.
But it's doing it in real time that's the difficult part.
Yeah, I would definitely want to revisit that, because it's just one of those tools that I never got into myself. I love using fib retracements. They're an excellent tool. The price tends to respect that a lot now. And, it might not last forever, but for the time being in the current market cycle that we're in right now. So yeah, it might be something that I definitely want to revisit. I think that could actually be a lot of fun to do together, maybe on a segment in the future here.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome stuff. You guys are bringing the absolute fire today. Great job. Looking around crude. Keep talking about crude. Crude kind of flatline for a little bit. Some downside pressure. Should be interesting. Hey, John, real quick, and Rips, can we get a update on Delta, please?
Yeah.
Well, I'm seeing negative 6,000 on my end for the NQs for the Delta there. How about you, Hoag?
NQ minus 6,000.
Yeah.
And ES?
Closer to negative 7,000 on my platform, but they're always congruent. They're always about the same. Minus 9,200 in the S&Ps.
Wow. So I have something completely different for my S&Ps. I'm negative 2,700. So I'm way off on that one.
Oh, really?
Why is there a difference there? Why is there a difference there, guys? I know we sometimes get different. What is it?
Platforms.
It could be just simply because of the platform, and I might have a different session start time that measures my CBD versus his.
Mine's at 8:30 Central.
Yeah, mine might be at 8:30 Eastern. So that hour might be all the difference there. Or I have it set to do the 6 p.m. Eastern, the Globex Open.
This one is on Tradeovate down. I don't know if you can see it down here in the corner. It's negative 8,700. I'm seeing minus 9,100 on my T4 platform. It's, unfortunately, even electronic trading isn't perfect.
Yeah, exactly. What's interesting, though, is that we haven't seen a large delta divergence at all today. It's really been in lockstep with the price. It's made the logical sense today, which is it's good to see. You like when delta goes down, prices going down. I like to see that personally. It doesn't make me feel like a Looney Tune, like we saw. I think it was on Tuesday's session where it was just what's going on here? Big delta divergence like that.
Yeah, and those are great at the end of the day. If you see, let's say, for example, in the S&Ps today, if we see price moving lower on more and more positive delta, right now it's negative. It's congruent with direction. That's what we would expect to see. Most of the more aggressive traders, sellers, we would like to see price moving lower, right? But let's say, we started positive delta here, and then we increased delta here, more positive, and we're still seeing positive delta here. That's saying that there may be longer time frame sellers here using ICE orders to execute some sort of position. You've got the pit, in other words, retail traders, pea shooters like us, so freaking short that at the end of the day we got to flatten up, we got to turn and go buy it, and then we run the price up on ourselves. Right,
short squeeze.
Right,
yep,
right. So that's one of the things that I like to see. And Andre, when's the last time we saw that? It was last year before we can find something like that, right?
I think it was. Hey guys, if you're seeing getting a little blurry in YouTube, just refresh it. I think it should clarify. Someone kicked the wire. It was not us. YouTube's hating. Yes, YouTube's getting nervous about Power Hour. Dolby, I agree. They're trying to turn on the lights on us. Not just yet, but a couple more minutes left in this segment. Johnny, any more trades for the day, or what are we looking for going into the close?
Don't ask me.
So you folks were just talking about this. What I'm looking for on the NAS specifically is that it feels like to me that on this downside move, because we've had so much acceptance to the downside here, but we haven't had a lot of, there's folks that are trying to put up on the offer, but they're a little bit weak, and we keep on pushing through that. So as we're breaking above the 90s here, we come into this sort of area of indecision where if these shorts start to panic, we could definitely see a reversal in the NAS all the way back up above 650 here, 17,650. And that would be a short squeeze from all of these shorts that took that leg down from basically 1:45 until 2 p.m. Because what I was seeing is that they were trying to defend this position below 17,585. And a lot of defense was coming in, but the buying was relentless. So what that means to me, at least in this time frame, is that we have a lot of short-term shorts that were panicking to cover. And anybody who did not cover their shorts from that sell-off, basically from the Janet Yellen sell-off from 145 on, I think we're going to start to see some panic to the upside here.
Well, yeah, we're starting to take out those single TPOs or that fair value gap right now, that inefficiency.
Right, exactly.
We just took out a big part of it right now.
And there needs to be defense going into Power Hour if we don't see defense stepping in, if we don't see bears really capping off a lot of heavy offers that are going to slow down the price to the north side here, I think above 600, it starts to get a little bit scary in that final hour for those folks who are still holding short positions.
17,600 up. We just took a peek above there.
We may see those longs get paid again today.
It's hard to stay short in these markets, boys. Super hard to stay short in these markets.
Very hard. Very hard.
Yeah, I mean, if we're even just looking at the regular old 15-minute chart here, you can see how wicky it was on these 15-minute candles here to the downside. And that's saying that we have a lot of downside rejection. We have a lot of bids that are firming up there. And again, like I just want to reiterate, if those offers are not thick enough to defend a lot of this upside movement, this would invite a squeeze in this final hour here.
All right. It's an important safety tip. Thanks.
Be sure to tune in for Power Hour. We got 1 minute left. We start to see the buyers come in. My goodness. How do you stop?
I know, right?
How do you stop these? Yeah. Yes, but be sure to tune in. John, I think this is going to be it for today. Please leave us with some parting wisdom, some words. I know the trade hasn't always been so kind, but your words of wisdom, people love it. We love the passion. You brought it strong today. We'll see you for the rest of the day. Please leave us with some parting words and what you want to say. And by the way, tune in for tomorrow.
If I find a big winner, I'll pop in.
Yeah, you will. Hell yeah, you will, man. Yeah, John will be here for. John will be here tomorrow. Yes, Andre Hoag Dolby Rips for Fast Market.
Yep.
Hello.
Tomorrow with Rips in the morning.
Oh, I can't wait. I'm excited about that
Quick
one.
turnaround.
Oh.
Also, we got just to look at the calendar really quick. We got what do we got here, Rips? I think we got some PCE, US core PCE month over month, year over year for tomorrow morning. Should definitely get the markets rocking and rolling. All right, that's it for Back to the Futures. We got Power Hour coming up. Johnny, thank you so much for joining us. Rips, we'll see you in a few.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to Power Hour. Rips and Andre are already warmed up. I'm just getting started. This is their second hour, my first. I already got NASDAQ up here. Got my little boxes drawn, my lines drawn. NQ looks bullish. How we doing, gentlemen?
Fine, man. Just don't know what's in store. This one gets wild.
Could be probably a 15 lots in store. Who knows?
Man, I'm just along for the ride on this one. Not gonna lie, dude. I'm honored just to be a part of this one.
How close are you to passing that thing over there, Dolby? At last I heard, you were up about 4 G's in that bad dogger.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So our balance is $153,011.90. We lost about $1,000 yesterday, and we put up like $4,000 before that. So we're doing fine. We got room. You can't win them all.
That is amazing.
Can't win them all. It's totally fine. A lot of tempting setups in NASDAQ, it seems like.
Yeah, so I put on a long over the break. I put a 1 contract long in here. I want to see us holding these 600s. I have my stop a little bit wide here. I'm going to actually tune that up a little bit there. Yeah, but I'm trading the NAS here. I'm looking to see if we can actually get up and go out of this area. Maybe perhaps get up to those 630s, 640s. I'd be interested in adding into this position since we rejected right now at the top of this inefficiency block right here. We have, this is the 15-minute. We encroached upon that inefficiency. We rejected off of it, and then we found bidders again. So I think that there's a potential that we could run higher for power hour. The only thing that is concerning right now is that Apple is rejecting as well as Microsoft, and we're right up against the VWAP and the S&Ps. So if we do have some nice push through that VWAP, that should probably get people off sides and starting to scare these shorts a little bit. In fact, we are rallying a touch here, up about $80 in one contract trade here in the NAS.
It looks really strong, right?
I think so. Yeah, we'll have to see.
A long time frame level. Got the 30-minute here on my chart right now, and it looks like it. Support turned into resistance? Is that what you're looking at there?
That's right. And apparently, TopstepTV says Dolby is ready to fire off another 15 lot. Let's go.
I see that.
They're ready for it. Half of chat is so excited to see a 15, and the other half is like rolling their eyes so hard they might go blind. So we'll see. We will see.
I added in a second lot here because I am feeling kind of frisky. I mean, I read that at the bottom there, and I only have 1 lot on. So I feel like, 1 lot isn't enough for the party here. As long as we're holding these 610s, as long as we're holding 600s, I do want to find the strength to continue to add to this position as long as we are rejecting off lows here and finding bid support for a potential power hour rally here.
The settlement come into play at all, Rips? Are you concerned about coming up to settlement in NQ at all?
Oh, well, we're pretty close. So not really. I mean, let me go ahead and map that out. That's good that you point that out here. I definitely love that. 2 heads are better than 1. Let's see here. Yeah, we're getting pretty close. I would want to see us kind of cresting above that 615. Or what is settlement right now? Is it 614 and 3/4? What's settlement today on NQ?
That's 7. Oh, NQ, I got it at, what is that? 2621s? Sound about right?
26, 21s? Okay. I'm a little bit off there, but
621 even. 621 even. Yeah, 17.
Okay, good to know. Well, there are some folks that are front running that 615 level right now. So as long as these 600s are holding, we would potentially have a reversal here. So I want to actually get a little bit more granular here in the chart. And yeah, again, I'm using this fair value gap, this inefficiency sort of as my backstop on the trade. My stop is nestled at 588. So as long as we're holding and we bounce off that 600, I could probably find the strength to put in a 3rd lot here.
And I want to work an order here at 1 evens. At 601 evens.
How many contracts are we looking at?
Just 1 for right now. I guess got to test the waters. Just 1 for right
Dip
now.
the toe in the jacuzzi, eh?
Yeah, and I'm a limit order guy, so I'm gonna wait for my order to get filled. We'll see what happens.
Now, let me ask you this. If we start to get a breakout of the 15s here, are you looking to buy into the market?
Nope.
Are we looking to fire in a market order?
Nope.
He's a limit order guy.
I'm a limit order guy.
Well, if you drag that limit order up, it could turn into a market order. You just have to believe in yourself.
That's right.
Touche, Rips. My man.
Also, if I place a limit order above the market, it also turns into a market order.
Limit order up.
I think it just comes down to believing in yourself there, Dolby. Just believe.
Yeah. Well, I've been a shitty market order because now we're pulling back. So I'm hoping to get this 601. So it's coming back a little bit.
If we get 601s, I might actually put a resting order there at 601 and join you.
Oh, that's good.
Bring this down here. I'm going to be 601 3/4. I want to front run you just a little bit here with my I'm front running you with demo money, by the way. This is on a Topstep combine.
Yep, you and Goldman getting my sim stops. That's how those interns train. That's what they're doing.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's what I heard as part of their summer intern program now is you have to watch over 80 hours of TopstepTV. That is part of the requirement now.
Go stop hunting.
And yes, and I think there's some other influencers too that you have to chase their stops down as well. I think that's also part of their
Incredible how
job.
they know. It's
crazy.
incredible.
Yeah, well, they train the best.
Yes,
But
absolutely.
I do like this. I do like this pullback though. This looks good so far.
Yeah, I still have a limit order resting there at 601 3/4. The longer that we're holding above 600s, the more excited I get about this position. The real trigger point starts to come up if we start cresting above that 615 level. I think that's going to be the trigger point for momentum here.
615, nice. Well, we're getting a nice little range here in the 5-minute, which I do like. It looks like we are getting a series of higher lows on the 1-minute, which is a good sign if you're bullish, at least near term. But we'll see if that can maintain. I've had a streak of bad luck, but I want to try to hang out with the longs as long as possible here.
Yeah, I mean, I would have no problem dipping my toes back in short as long as if we retest 590 and a quarter down to the downside there, and we're starting to roll over heavily, I could see this getting exhausted, and I would potentially try this to the short side, but I'm happy with the long right now. And by the way, I love that. TopstepTV says RIPS is going off script and working limit orders here. This is definitely off script.
If you slide that limit order peer out, pressure,
it's so good.
Can't handle it. It didn't get filled though, but you can kind of see what I was looking for as far as my entry goes. Is getting a little bit of a pullback, kind of hanging on like that 5-minute range, get the pullback, and then get in. Don't take a little bit less heat, then it kind of rolls up. Just didn't hit it. But this is kind of how I got into that 13 lot before. Is that I had a limit order resting for about half an hour, got filled on 3, it went up, pulled back down to my entry. I added 10, and then it went back up again. So that was my $4,000 trade. And it looks kind of similar to this, just, different market structure, but I'm okay waiting.
Patience can be a good thing until the market just grabs legs and starts running for it. So I don't know. Be prepared to, we're jamming up above 615 here now. So I do have my finger on the buy button here. I am curious if we are going to start to spark through this. Apple is through the EMAs that was kind of holding things back. S&Ps are bumping up against that VWAP right now at 49.11 evens. So again, we're just watching to see if we can start to see some volume pickup. The idea is that we're looking for shorts to start to panic cover because we did have a lot of shorts on Yellen's speech here. There's a lot of people who are net short right now, and they're just hoping and praying that the offers are going to be thick enough to hold this price action back. But if the door starts to get too small and the volume of people trying to rush out that exit gets too voluminous, then I do think that we do have a potential short squeeze on deck here. Again, trigger point 615 through 620 here.
Get there easily. He's like, this is like where FOMO kicks in. It's like, oh, am I going to chase this long? No.
I think you can be patient because if we break above the VWAP and the S&Ps, I think that this is going to be the trigger point.
What's VWAP right now for NQ?
49.11. Oh, for NQ, we're way up high, way too high to even pay attention to that one. But on the S&Ps, 49.11 evens.
Okay, got it. You're doing like a cross market type of thing.
Keep bumping up against it, trying to look to see if we can knock on the door and bust through this thing. But yes, I'm looking to the upside as well. See how it trades against VWAP. VWAP's been the play lately.
Yeah, we got 65.35 long tilt in favor. Average price is 03s, which is a pretty good entry for the average.
In the money?
Long. That's not bad. Yeah, I mean, average long is 603, which is a solid entry. Actually, I wouldn't have minded that entry at all. That's kind of what I wanted in the first place.
Yeah, my average is 610.25 right now.
Ooh.
You're right there. There you go.
That's the short average. Actually, is 610.5.
Well, we know who's on the other side of that trade.
Yep. All of the rest of the Topstep is on the other side of that trade.
Pretty much.
Let's see. Oh, I got a question in chat. Monkey trades. What's the emoji about? Oh, that's my spirit emoji, man.
There it is.
Dipping. My spirit emoji hangs out in my chart. Reminds me to care less but not be careless. So a little mom just on my screen for me. Yeah.
Very well.
Bohard in chat says, any tips on breaking the funk of passing combines just to blow XFAs? Trade those combines in the exact same way that you're going to trade those XFAs. The great thing about Topstep is you have that scaling plan in place. So that should keep you in check. Try to be consistent for an entire week where you're only trading 1 or 2 lots. Don't go over 2 lots. Try to be consistent in that, and that will get you really in check. If you're going into your XFA and you're thinking about how many millions of dollars you're going to make, you're probably going to blow it. So keep those hungry eyes at bay, as we like to say in here. Keep those hungry eyes at bay.
Yeah, that's common. Like I did, just for background, I was the 123rd trader ever at Topstep. So I've been doing trading combines for a long time. That's where I learned how to trade. So there's a lot of psychology that goes into passing a trading combine. And Rips is right on the money. Like you don't want to define your success when you're in a trading combine as passing, because once you pass, then you have to redefine what your goal is going to be, and that can be a little bit cumbersome, especially when you're under pressure. So what you want to do when you're in the trading combine is focus more on like your system, your strategy, and then you just want to carry that all the way through and just be really consistent. But if your goal is I want to get funded, and then you get funded, now you don't have a goal anymore, and you have to think of a new one while you're trying to trade a live account, and it's awkward. So just focus more on the process and less on what you're doing at Topstep and what you're trying to achieve. The money will just come to you as you follow your system.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with that more. It really is about showing up to the market and looking for advantageous trades, and that's it. Not focusing on what happened yesterday with your account, where it's going tomorrow. Focus on the market in front of you and look for those. By the way, we just got filled on the bid there.
I just got filled, yeah. So I'm long here.
I don't know if I'm liking this right now, to be honest with you. I don't know if I'm liking this. As long as 600s are holding, I think we'll be fine. But I don't know if I'm liking this roll right now, especially since we rejected those 615s. But we'll see. We're buckled in. We're strapped in. I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm only going to risk like 200 on this one. But it is.
Yeah, same, except for I'm down $520 right now.
Ooh.
No, I have a 3 lot on, and as long as these 600 holds, I want to see if we can get back up towards those 615s. If I see these 600 holdings, I might actually get a 4th lot on here.
Okay.
I mean, I tried averaging up yesterday, and it really screwed up my average position. So yesterday you missed it. The theme was right direction, wrong entry.
Yep,
Just
yes, it was.
Hair early on the short, but it would have been a good trade. What do you do in those situations, Rips? Those are pretty frustrating, right? Right direction, wrong entry.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you're just using stops in place, you're going to be just fine. Using stops is paramount to any type of trading style. If you're trading without stops, you're going to be a lot of trouble. There's actually some prop firms that don't even allow you to trade unless you have a stop in place. Yep. So stops are everything for me. I put my stop in a place that makes sense. I put on the risk that I'm willing to take in a trade, and that's pretty much it. And when the trades go against you, sure, it can be frustrating, but it's just one trade. It's not going to define your entire trading career.
Right. Those feels terrible.
Yeah, right now we are trending back down. We did flush below those 600s. If we bounce back towards 600, we do start to reject that. I could find a flip in this position here. But right now we are looking for drawing down below 600 and potentially breaking back above 600 here.
Yeah, I'm still learning a lot about NASDAQ here.
What are you learning, Dolby? Exactly. What have you learned about NASDAQ?
Well, it can teleport. Not all markets can do that, but NASDAQ can. So if it wants to go somewhere super fast, it can do it and doesn't really care about your stop. So that's frustrating. I feel like the ranges are a little bit like wider. So I'm used to crude oil. And you see I have these little boxes drawn here. Typically in crude oil, these are going to be much tighter. But in NASDAQ, they're really, really wide. And I found that to be really frustrating so far. So I kind of have to like adjust my my stops a little bit. Typically, I might only risk like 15 to 20 ticks in a CL trade, which I'm happy with. And that gives me enough room to get my stops on the other side of like a 5-minute range. But with NASDAQ, I feel like those 5-minute ranges are a lot whippier. So it's hard to adjust to that. So I just need to just practice a little bit more and just get used to letting those run a little bit as far as hitting those kind of wider ranges. But we're doing okay. We're doing okay.
Yeah, NASDAQ, if you've never traded it before, it can be a little bit whippy and wild. You should always be trading it with micros to start, never jumping in the minis. Definitely trade it on your sim. Definitely trade it on a practice account. You don't need to be putting in money into the market to learn something. Again, one of the reasons why Topstep's program is so fantastic. You don't have to put real capital at risk. Instead, you're putting, a lower price to combine at risk. And then if you're passing that, that's real combine there. So that's real capital there rather. So yeah, definitely. If you're ever going to be learning to trade the NAS, take your time. It's going to take a long time to really start to understand the movement of the NAS. It's its own character. It's its own beast. It's a bucking bronco. You need a cowboy hat and a gunslinging belt to ride that thing.
Yeah, you most certainly do. Certainly do. It's like I could have been really comfortable like setting a limit order at like 89 and 3/4, so it kind of get like a resistance turns into support thing off that previous consolidation down here. But you also want to make sure like you get in the market and get filled. And I think that's always a balance that we're trying to have is how do I get the best price yet protect myself from, maybe having a bad entry. I think that's where a lot of FOMO comes from for a lot of traders too. It's like you want the entry and like God, like my worst days were always if I missed my entry by a tick and then it ran in my favor. Like I was on tilt almost immediately.
Yep.
If that ever happens.
You start chasing.
Oh, exactly. You chase, then your entry shit. And then your stop is terrible.
Now you're filling all the orders that you wish you got in with. Now you're filling them to the upside if you're trying to get long, and you missed a long, and now you're buying, and you're lifting their offers, and they're saying thank you, and now you're chasing your tail. FOMO sets in, and you're like,
yeah. Then you have to wait another half an hour, 45 minutes for a setup because I like the 5-minute consolidation, and that takes probably at least 15 to 20 to set up again after it's busted out of a range. So it can be frustrating to miss an entry.
Rips, are you still adhering to the shot clock? And if you are, please tell the audience about the shot clock and why you find that useful. I think about it all the time.
Absolutely. Yeah, I actually used the shot clock today live on my stream simply because I was feeling out of the pocket. So the shot clock is a very easy thing to do. We all have our phones, right? We're not in the Stone Age anymore. We all have phones. And so on your phone, there's a timer, whether you're on an iPhone or on an Android. Everybody's got a timer on their phone. You find that timer, you slide it down to 5 minutes, and you press start the moment that you get out of a trade, whether you get stopped out, whether you take profit. And it's especially if you're feeling out of the pocket. So you start that 5-minute timer, and right when that 5-minute timer starts, you're not allowed to trade. You're not allowed to take a single trade until that 5-minute timer goes off. Now, you shouldn't be jumping into a trade right when that 5-minute timer turns off. Absolutely not. But what you should be waiting for is when you're feeling back and relaxed and in the pocket, where you can take on another trade. So that is the shot clock. I think everybody out there should be using it because if you're not, you're probably tilting into trades. You're probably over analyzing your trades. You're probably hyper scalping. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. So try using the shot clock. There's a question here. I don't use my phone while trading. Well, you just have to use your phone. Pull it out of your pocket. It's not being, on your phone and trading from your phone. You just set the timer on your phone.
Yep. Your phone's certainly right next to you.
Exactly. Dolby, I think you're in the profit here, aren't you?
Like $135, but Chat doesn't care about $135. Chat wants like $4,000 or $5,000 or something. So we have to figure out how to get it for Chat.
Right now, we are cresting up towards 615 here. I am now $300 in the profit, which is good to see. I do like that. But I do want to see if we can actually break above these 615s because now the S&Ps are pushing back up against that 49.11 even price target that we're looking at. Apple cresting above the 9 again. So things are looking juicy here as long as we can get the follow through. Let's see if we can have that.
And I'm going to get a buy limit order just above this 5-minute range too to see if we can size up. It's probably going to move my average up a ton, but y'all are saying NASDAQ can run, so let's see it run. Here
we go.
There's that break above 615. Things are in motion here, so things are getting pretty crazy. I am up about 600, just over $600 in my position here. So we will see if we can actually get this puppy to run a little bit higher. We did break above 615s, trending up towards 620s almost. A little bit of rejection, somebody front running those 620s. So we'll have to see if we can have any kind of continuation in this move. We do have a little bit of mud to get through from that flush when Janet Yellen was speaking. So we'll have to see whether or not we can bust on through those 20s now.
Yep. Flirting with the VWAP right now in S&Ps, 49.11 is the level we keep targeting. Are right there. We'll see how we react to it. If we can push to the upside, like Rips was saying, I think there's more room to run, but the sellers, it's a little choppy right now. It's like pulling teeth right
now. Not great. I'm long 4 now. Average is 09.
Whoa. Holy smokes.
I averaged up.
Dolby coming in with the 4 lot. Slow down. My goodness.
I'm not feeling it though. It doesn't feel great.
Yeah, the rejection off 19 wasn't too kind, but we'll have to see if there are bid supports. What we're looking for here is folks that are panicking to cover shorts on the bid. So if we get some really firm bids here pre-600, because you have to imagine if there's shorts that are panicking right now, they're looking at that 600 level. They're knowing that there's going to be a lot of firm bids that are there at that 600. So if you're trying to get out the door, you're probably starting to front run that 600 level. So that's what we're kind of seeing right now. People are stepping up at 607, 605s, all the way down to 602.5. So as long as those bids are staying firm, this trade is going to remain in play here. But we did reject VWAP once more up on the S&Ps.
Yes, we did.
Okay. All right. Not great. Not great. Not enough, Dolby. Need 15? Oh, buddy.
Dolby. You showed it to him once, Dolby. You know they're going to come back for more, man.
Once they get a taste of it, they can taste nothing else.
Nope. Like that Nas crack, man. It's no joke.
I'm probably going to get stopped out on this one for like 8 hundo unless we get like a nice rally here.
Yeah, we are flashing back down below my entry here as well.
God, this product is so annoying to trade.
What's that, the Nas crack?
Nas is so annoying. It's okay. We love it.
Everyone loves it.
We love it. We love it so much.
Well, the good thing about NASDAQ is once we get into that open air area above the 20s, it's going to be nice, smooth sailing from up there. I think that we'll get a nice crosswind port side, and we'll be sailing into the horizon towards the close here. So if we're just patient enough, Dolby, I really think we'll be fine. You know, the NASDAQ has a lot of strength in it in towards the close. So if we start to trend up there and we start to get shorts in trouble, we could potentially seeing this thing possibly come alive like a jungle cat in the wild.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa.
There he is, Ribs. Oh, shit.
I did not expect that. My cat looks like terrified. See, I'd almost rather do what you do, Rips, and have more on first. Because I feel like my entry was way better the first time, and then my averaging up, it screwed up my average. And now I'm kind of
that's where you want to be using those limit orders there, Dolby. That's where you want to be putting your orders on the bid so that you're only getting filled on those pullbacks.
Right. So I'm gonna get stopped out most likely. And the thing that sucks is like,
strong.
This is still a legit.
Strong, Dolby.
That's still a legit consolidation. So let's not do that anymore. Where's my journal at? Let's write that down.
Where's my journal?
Pulling out the journal, and we're only 23 minutes into power hour here. Slow down.
Journaling live.
Dear diary.
Live. Dear diary. I already had a pen in there and everything.
What are you above?
Let's see.
Retesting these 600s now off the lows here. Potentially want to see if we can firm up that 595 area, but sellers are looking like they really want to take this thing lower here. We had that draw of liquidity in the S&Ps above 49.11 there. Not at 59.11 yet, maybe later in this year, but 49.11 here in the S&Ps. So that has rejected for now. We are just kind of in this range-bound chop right now, 595 up to 620 in the NAS, and looking like the S&Ps kind of caught betwixt 49.08 and 49.11. So a very tight range in the S&Ps and a little bit more loose there in the NAS crack.
What's Delta looking like, Rips?
Delta I have for the NAS is negative 5,700, and that is from the Globex start. That's where I get that number from, the Globex beginning session. So from 6 p.m. on.
S&Ps, sorry, as well.
S&Ps, let's see here. Let me bring that up. S&Ps almost flat Delta at 400 here.
Is it really?
Yeah.
That consolidation was so good. I would have gotten stopped
I
out,
almost got stopped out there. My stop is at 588. We came down to 590 here. So I almost got stopped out on that trade, but a little bounce at 590. Can we stay alive in this thing?
Yeah, I just got long on that pullback.
Wow, there we go. I like that a lot. Very nice.
Just the one. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
We are back above 600 here. My goodness.
Speaking of celebrating, tomorrow, boys, 100th episode. How about it?
Crazy,
I'm super excited about that.
That is pretty amazing.
Did we tell them, we got something special in store for them? I think we've told them.
We do.
I think they need to hear it again. I think the people
fire
need to know,
drill. We got a fire drill coming. We'll just be point blank. We got a fire drill. We're not saying when. I'm sure you guys can guess when, but it's definitely coming. Make sure to tune in. We appreciate you guys being here with us. Yeah. Say thank you tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that the modus operandi tomorrow is to come dressed to impressed. So going to put on our Sunday best for tomorrow's show.
Definitely get dressed up. I'm going to have my coat on. Chat, if you're going to get dressed up, please send us a picture to the Topstep TV email in your Sunday's best. Maybe we'll share that stuff tomorrow. So
that sounds like
Sunday
a lot of fun.
best. Oh yeah, it's going to be a great time. It's going to be a great time.
Party time.
So fire drill is tomorrow, right? Tomorrow is the fire drill, not today. Just to correct, make sure that comes correct, right? Fire drill is tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
No one cares about the 99th episode. How about the 100th episode?
Tell that to Jay-Z.
Oh, I got 99.
Hey, that was a good
Hey,
one.
well done.
That was a good one.
So yeah, that 600 level is giving us a lot of trouble here. 600 level still kind of rejecting for that NQ right now, and same thing in the NAS here. The S&Ps are, I'm sorry, in the S&Ps, not the NAS. S&Ps are really having trouble getting over that here. We will have a draw. We will have an injection of liquidity here in about 3 minutes for the bottom of the hour. So we will have to see whether or not that injection of liquidity will start to float the price back up to the upside here to favor our longs. I believe Andre's long has a really nice entry. And I believe that Dolby, are you still in this, or did you come out?
Oh, I got out. That average up ruined me.
Yeah, that's
we're still trying to blend and like adjust my CL system over to Nasdaq. But either way, averaging up is I'm never really a fan. The only way
Nasdaq is one of those names where you average up and then it rips right against you the moment you click that buy button. Usually works like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think for a good average up system, you need to be on a real big time frame. And you need to try to play a large level. And then, like, let's say we were short up here, right? Say 30 evens. And then you can add one down here, have it consolidate, add another one, have it come down again, consolidate again. And then you can try to play this whole thing on the way down. But trying to average up within just a 5-minute range, you're basically just making the bet this has to break out right now or else I'm losing money. That's like the bet that you're making. There is like really no in between.
And it gets stressful when you start adding, and now you have a whole mess of size to manage, and that's just not where you want to be.
Yeah. So I probably still could have been in this trade had I not averaged up and then had just kept my one lot and then maybe add more down here where the price was better and a little bit cheaper for a long instead of paying the most expensive price for a long.
What would bring you back in here? That's the question I have, Dolby. What would bring you back into the NAS here? What would you like to see to be back in long or even short?
Oh, 89 and a quarter. I have an order on right now for a 3 lot waiting to get filled.
Wow, there you go. 89 and a quarter. So
there you go.
I'm ready.
Answered.
I like that a lot.
It's the same setup. You have a 5-minute range consolidation, and I want to get long bottoms and short tops. But for that average up, I got long at top, and then it came back down again, and then found support. Right, so if you're doing like a range strategy on the 5, you have to be like really, really cognizant of like kind of where you're putting your entries and make sure you respect the formation of the consolidation. I should still be in this trade. The consolidation is not done doing its thing, and obviously it's not going to stay here for the rest of the day, right?
You would think not. We've had some power hours that can be pretty boring, but I don't think that's going to. I think there's still a lot of orders to work out through the end of the day here, and I think that we'll see that coming in pretty shortly here. We have about 20 seconds now until the bottom of the hour. We should see some price shuffling around just a touch here.
Yeah.
I have a question for you, Andre. Do fire drills usually mean free reset?
They do indeed mean free resets. That's exactly what they mean. We'll be giving out free resets tomorrow. Not going to say when, but please tune in. Yes, RIPS, they are free resets indeed.
Just wanted to get some clarity on that. There's the bottom of the hour injection of liquidity. Nasdaq is pumping and jumping around here. 595 is holding. We're careening up towards 600 here. Let's see if we can get a little push back up to the upside here. Seeing a lot more liquidity entering in the market, and it's looking very heavy to the top side here. So I don't know if I'm liking my position much longer here, but I'm going to let it play out. If we get stopped out, we get stopped out, and we will see if there's another trade that we can put on in the future here.
That's right. Yep. In the downside here. Okay. Failed auction. Yeah, no failed auction.
I think I'm going to get this long. Just a question of, is it going to behave itself?
Yeah, I think that you might get filled. I'll get stopped out, and then we'll reverse.
Love it.
That's how it works.
Exactly what I want to see.
Well, thanks for that, Dol. We appreciate that.
Power hour, every man for themselves. Whoever I have to throw under the bus for a 15-lot winner, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Eat what you kill in the power hour.
Yeah, Chad is not exempt. I'll even throw Chad under the bus. I do not care.
And we really need to see this range break to the upside here. We keep on trending down towards these 590s and getting back above these 600s. So just this about 8 to 10 handle range here in the NAS. We really need to see some folks stepping up, moving and shaking around here. We did come down to retrace about 50% of that inefficiency block that we've had sitting there, that 15-minute inefficiency. Came back down, retraced at our level about 590 and a quarter here. So we'll have to see, can we actually burst back above those 20s? 19 was front running those 20s. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see and be patient in the interim here.
Yep, 49.11 VWAP. We keep bouncing off of that. Let's see if we can push through there. I did get long from 08 We'll see if we can keep pushing through. I think everyone's long.
What's the tilt looking like? Because this thing just lit a fire.
No, I missed
question.
it by like
68% long NASDAQ, 62% long ES, 76% short in crude.
My goodness. So crude people are actually going short here.
Yeah, I didn't.
Oh, really? I mean,
on the top.
Like nothing going on. That's okay. Okay. But yeah, you can see how this trade is manifested into right direction, but wrong entry.
Wrong timing. Timing is everything in the futures market.
Yep. So yeah, my whole philosophy and my whole trade was still dead on, but now I'm not in the position because I decided to average up.
Do you think chat had influence on that, Dolby? It doesn't seem like that would be something you would do. I feel like you're the kind of guy who would just nail this trade.
Oh yeah, when no one's watching, yeah, I'm like perfect. Yeah,
that's what I thought. That's what I figured.
No losers ever. Yeah, everything.
Yeah, 100% win rate is really all you should ever shoot for as a trader. Anything less, you're pretty much underperforming.
Yeah,
good luck to you. Haven't you seen my social media, dude? It's just dubs all day. That's all I have. Great dubs.
We are pushing up, by the way, up above 615. Andre, I do believe that you do have a position on, so I do at least have one roll dog out of the three of us.
Let's go
with me.
Yes, this is a hell of an entry by me. Not to pat my own back, but yeah, I usually never really nail.
Look at that, sir, through the 620s. My goodness gracious.
Long from 08 long from 08 Keep rallying. Here we go.
That's what I'm talking about. Up through the 620s. Who were those folks in chat that were saying, Rips, get out now. You're going to be losing that trade.
Nope. Rips, get out. Get out.
Rips is winning. God damn it.
Now, that's knuckleheaded behavior if I've ever seen it.
I love that.
Dude, this is, oh my God. I keep on talking about consolidations, but this is why
smokes,
averaging
look
up.
at this thing. This is really perking up. I'm actually going to peel off a lot here because this is looking, I got hungry eyes, so I'm actually going to eat a little bite of this sack lunch.
That's what we call a sack lunch.
Sir.
I'm
flat.
So peeling off a lot there in the profit, that's sitting very pretty there.
Yeah, had to get flat there. Took that runner. Like a rubber band, it's going to expand and maybe overextended a bit. But yeah, able to catch that runner. That was nice. Well done, Rips.
Thank you so much. I'm going to move my stop actually right to break even. We did realize $360 worth of profit there on that trade so far. 625 is holding for now, so I may be interested in peeling off one more lot. The target to the upside is 630 3/4, but that seller at just above 625 is given. It's actually rustling my jimmies is the technical term. Just a little bit here.
Uh-oh. I mean, chat is very sensitive to some of that stuff. You got to be careful. You missed top quiz today, and all it takes is just one little word. Chat cannot handle it. Not even a word. That's just a sigh. Just a sigh is all it takes for chat to lose its mind.
Oh, we might not be done here.
Oh, I don't think we are. Did you peel out all the way there, Andre, or did you leave on a
it was a one lot. It was a one lot, and not done.
That's the one thing that's a shame about features. You can't split one lot into a half lot. Wouldn't that be something? You could trade on the micros and do it, but in the minis, that one lot trade is always going to be that one lot on and off.
Gotta commit. Gotta commit.
Skittering on up, Ash says. Yes, we are. We are skittering.
Skittering to the top side. That's an old Ripsism there. When are we going to do Lingo Bingo, by the way?
Ooh,
they're not going to tell us.
Ooh.
Yeah, not going to tell us. Yes.
Oh my.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun game, though. I'll tell you that right now.
So pushing up above these 25s, I'm feeling a little like I want to take off a peel here, which would leave 33% of the position. Well, 50% left, but of the total position size, we had 3 lots to start. So this would be 66% of the position coming off here. I'm just looking whether or not we are going to be holding this push. ES is looking strong, so I'm going to hold it long and strong here. My second target here is 30 3/4. The question is whether or not I want to hold for this burst up through 30 3/4 here or not. Watching here. And I'm peeling off one lot there. I'm leaving the rest as a runner, hands free from here on out.
Nice.
The final piece is in the profit here. We have realized just under $600 in the profit. If you caught that long with myself, Andre, and Dolby, you were there in spirit, but if you caught that here in chat, let's see a W in chat if you caught that.
Sorry. No, sorry.
Dude. My FOMO is
Rips.
like 11 out of 10 right now.
Stop it.
11 out of 10. Oh, good question. Rips, how many push-ups can you do?
I can do 11D3.
11D3 push-ups.
11D3
Nice.
push-ups, and then that's the record.
11D3. That is you guys crack me up.
Wow, look at all these W's in
laugh.
chat. Give it up for yourselves out there. That is amazing. Love to see that.
W's. So, I mean, we can talk about ranges again. So why it's so frustrating to like buy the upper end of a range is because if a range is ranging, like it can range for theoretically as long as possible. But if you're buying the high, you're making the bet that at that moment, that is the one moment in which it's going to break the range. Otherwise, you should just be, in my opinion, shorting tops and buying bottoms unless you think you have that timing down perfectly, because odds are it's already ranged for a while. It's probably going to keep on ranging again. Who's getting short? Huh? Any shorts in the building?
I know.
Not me. Maybe.
No,
Maybe not. I don't know.
Me either.
My stop right now is at 607 3/4, and the price is getting close to tickling me out here. But that would be the final piece in the profit, and we'll see if this trade will be coming off here. And if it does, we'll see what the final profit is on this trade. But boy, it was just beautiful to see all those W's in chat. And I saw a couple ghost emojis for those folks that were supporting your trade in spirit there, Dolby. So hats off to you.
I appreciate it. I need a lot of spirit. I need all the spirit I can get from chat.
Spirit emoji, spirit trading, spirit warehouse. There we go. Look at that. Stop that on that trade there. So that's going to put us in the profit. We made $705 on that trade. How about that?
Oh my goodness. Hey, wait,
You're the
give it
bag.
up.
Wait,
Hey,
what is it? What
that's
do you
some
call
good
it?
stuff.
What's that? Lunch sack? What do you call that, Rips?
That's the SLG. That's the sack lunch gang.
That's what we call a
Sack lunch
sack
gang. Get that.
Nom, nom, nom,
Secure the bag, man. Good job.
I love to see it. How did you do on that one there, Andre? How much did you pull down on that?
Up 663 on the day on that trade.
Wow, that is amazing. Well done on that one there.
From downtown.
Love to see that.
663?
663.
Okay. I was like $63 or $600? $600.
$600. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Live money. Yup. Sometimes blind squirrel. You never know. Real quick. Hold on. I just saw the MOC imbalance real quick. I think I saw 21 million to the buy side. Early MOC.
Ooh, that's light.
It is very light.
That is like a crescent dinner roll, light and buttery and a little bit crispy. We'd like to see something a little bit more voluminous there for the MOC, and I think we'll see that probably 10 minutes towards the close there. See if we can get out of the crescent roll territory.
I'm gluten-free, so I don't know what you're talking about. Sounds like inflammation to me. So I'm just going to wait for this pullback here and see what we can get. Andre, what was your strategy getting into your long? You just
the pullback. We kept knocking up against. We kept knocking up against VWAP, and we kept talking about the shorts, and the shorts kept. The market wasn't going lower. Kept bumping up against VWAP. And eventually, I'm like, maybe this is the time we go through, and sure enough, we did. But the shorts weren't getting paid. They kept trying to take the market lower. And it's super hard to stay short in this market. Basically, just buy dips. That's moving forward. I'm just looking to buy dips. Staying short in this market is damn near impossible.
Yeah, it's if you are trading this to the short side right now, besides that Yellen drop to the floor earlier, Yellen was dropping it low. And if you didn't catch that big old move there, I mean, it's a see profit, take profit market for shorts.
That's all you got. There's no follow through to the downside is damn near impossible. Look, especially overnight, we keep making all-time highs in the S&Ps and NASDAQ as well. It's shorts. It's hard. It's hard to stay short. There's a natural bid to the market, and all this downside pressure is very short-lived, whether it be Bostic or the 5-year auction or Yellen today. It's just an opportunity to get discount prices.
Dan Trader asks, Rip, does the MOC or MOO give you any indication of possible direction? Not really. The MOC, it's a good number to have, but you can have 2 billion to the buy side and the market can completely roll over. So if you're looking for just a clear inclination of if the MOC is to the buy side, should you go long? If the MOC is to the sell side, should you go short? No, because there's a lot of orders that need to be matched up. And just because it's weighted to one side or the other, that's not going to change the general direction of the market. However, in those final 10 minutes when those orders are being matched, there is an advantage trade for momentum traders who like to trade that. It's similar to trading earnings and equities after the bell, but it's very, very risky. So I would recommend if you are interested in trading that type of setup or pattern or momentum trade, you want to do it first in a practice account.
I'm trying to use my concentration to move the market down.
Dolby.
I think you'll get a trade on before we finish this segment here, Dolby. I believe.
100%. 3 minutes, more injection, more liquidity.
Great. That's what we need.
Quarter of the hour.
It's like, Rips, do you trade your P&L or do you try to get back to break even on the day? I'm down 915. Do you just what would you do?
Nope. You look at your P&L. You don't say you're down 915. You say you're at flat zero. The extra, each and every trade that you take is its own independent event. You don't trade your P&L ever. You take good trades when they show up. You don't get desperate in the markets. You don't try to get even with the markets. The markets have no idea what your P&L is. They never will. So you want to be always looking at one trade as each independent event.
I'm going to let that wash over me.
I was gonna say, he's so right, though, Dolby. I was just going to say, so much easier said than done. He's 100% right. I fall victim to it. I don't know who doesn't, but yes, everything's supposed to be independent of each other. But
Rips, what is your YouTube and social media?
So on Twitter and Instagram, it's @sellingrips, because my name was derived from if we're going to the top side, we're selling those rips and we're taking profit. And if we want to short it, we sell that rip and we short the pants off the market. So @sellingrips on Instagram and Twitter. And also the channel on YouTube is Market Clubhouse. So if you just go into YouTube and you type in Market Clubhouse, you'll find the channel. I live stream every single morning at 8 a.m. Eastern time. And there, Vanessa posted it. Thank you so much, Vanessa. Really appreciate that.
It is good stuff. Andre, you on socials?
I am not on socials by design. I'm good on social. It could be a nasty place out there, but yes, I follow you guys, and yes, I'm on YouTube TV.
That's right. Yes, you are. So am I. I'm on Instagram too and Twitter, but it's not trading stuff.
That's the extent of it.
It's cat pictures. Oh yeah, we're gonna wait. Kind of bummed.
Injection of liquidity coming in less than 60 seconds. So let's stand by for that. I want to see if we can find a trade, all three of us together here.
Okay. Just lock arms and just buy some contracts. It's gonna be great.
They're not getting through our simulated trades hitting the market. Believe me, they're not getting through our liquidity.
That's right. A wall of our 10 contracts on sim. No one can stop it.
Oh, you guys, man.
That's the word on the streets lately. If you're looking on social media, the word on the streets is that these market makers are watching out for demo traders. That's the word I've heard on the streets all day, shouted from the mountaintops.
That is what I'm seeing. That is the conversation on Twitter these days.
Oh my God.
If we keep talking about this, we might get thrown in a white van, and the people who wrote the algorithm might start talking to us here. So just be careful.
That's true. That is true. That is true.
All right.
50 minutes to go, folks.
Posted.
I'm going to change my desk tomorrow. That's going to be fun. We're going to do a little something different in the office. So
okay.
Things might look different tomorrow. We're going to rotate the desk 90 degrees. So we're going to have a different background, a little bit more room, more spacious.
Get the feng shui going.
It's all about the feng shui. Yeah. So this is pretty funny. So my fiance is in grad school, and I know when she doesn't want to do any homework is when she starts doing tasks around the house that she has no business doing. And so last year it was dusting the blinds. And then this year we got 2 pieces of furniture, and she spent 2 hours rearranging our family room and dining room. And I was like, dude, what are you doing right now? She's like, I'm procrastinating. It's like, I forgot.
Need to be done, Dolby.
I forgot. This is the telltale sign someone has homework to do and doesn't want to do it. But I don't care because the house is super clean.
Oh, shit.
So we have about 4 minutes until the big injection of liquidity. This is where all these MOC orders like to get matched up. So this is the biggest injection of liquidity, then the 5 minute, final 5, and then the final one. So these are the areas that we want to watch if you're going to be trading momentum. I can't promise you that I'm going to take a trade on this stuff. I did like the one trade that we took to make $705 there, just using the market to guide our trades. And thankfully we didn't get flushed out. And thankfully the market held those 590s there. So very happy about that.
You still long rips?
No, I'm flat. I've been flat since we covered that trade.
Gotcha. All right, let's update that. Update the.
Yeah, I made $705 on a combine. The real money though is in the live account today. We continued our streak. This is the 6th day of the streak. We currently, let me pull up those stats really quick. Let me see what we're at on that. So since January 18th, we are up $12,520 with a total loss on that $96. The max drawdown was $46 trading the NQ. And profit factor of 99 because that's, I think, as high as Ninja Trader will rate you on that.
I was going to say, not too shabby. Oh, shit.
Yeah, I should technically still be long. I should still be long. I should still be long one for sure. The range, actually.
Dude, chill, Dolby.
Can't. It's too much FOMO. It's the problem when your setup takes 20 minutes, but your FOMO lasts longer than your setup. But rearrange.
Too good.
Rearrange the room. Rearrange the inner spirit. It's gonna be good.
90 degrees.
90 degrees. That's right.
Sorry.
Or 98 degrees, either way.
Degrees, well, it's too much. That's too much.
You guys. Come on, focus here. We got 12 minutes, guys. Come on.
I mean, 2 minutes, really. We have 2 minutes until
correct.
Big volatility event starts.
2 minutes till I get filled on a 3 lot, and I'm in a good spot. Richard Holt. That is not for market hours, sir.
What is
market hours?
What did it say? What did it say?
He said go long at 420. That's what he said.
Gotcha.
Exactly
Right. All right.
Eddie special.
Yes, sir. Okay.
I'm excited to see what Eddie's going to be wearing for the Centennial tomorrow.
Yes.
Ooh, good call. What is he gonna wear? I think something like Cheech and Chong related. He might do maybe a suit. Maybe it's a suit. I'm gonna do a coat. I think it's gonna be good.
I think I'm making a visit to the dry cleaners here after this.
When was the last time you put on a coat, Andre?
It's been a minute. When was it? For Halloween, I dressed up as Blues Brothers. Does that count?
Okay, I'll allow it. That's fair.
Yeah. Besides that, fun. That's for damn sure. But yeah, it's been a minute.
I heard you're getting married.
When are you getting married?
Next year. Next year.
I'll be after that. I can assure you that.
You just got engaged.
Yeah. Congratulations, Dolby. Congratulations.
I got engaged like a year ago. Where did you propose?
20 seconds, by the way, folks. Here we come.
I have not proposed. I'm not engaged.
Married to the markets, right, Andre?
I'm married to the game. Yeah, I'm married to the game, Dolby.
5 seconds. Good luck, everybody.
Sorry. Here we go. Ooh.
Little perk to those 620s. Oh, things are getting a little shaky here. Market seems like it wants to trend back up.
Okay.
Dolby, are we thinking about going long here?
Nope.
Business Beyond says, Rips, thought you were down 4K this morning on combines. Yeah, I lost. I definitely lost on combines this morning. That is correct. Thank you for holding me to that. I really appreciate that. We did make $1,000 in our live, and then we did make $705 in a combine just now. So that's where we're sitting at all together today. But thank you for pointing that out. Thanks for keeping us honest in here.
They sure do, man.
Very important information, of course.
Nothing like the chat.
I just
all right.
turned Andre the color of one of my red candlesticks. I apologize.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
I don't think she's listening. I don't think she's listening.
She's not tuning in.
I don't think she's listening.
I thought I heard somewhere that was happening. Maybe I was wrong. I don't know.
No, not quite. But yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, Dolby.
But you did just move in, though, right? That happened?
She did just move in. Yes.
Hey, there we go.
This is
I'm
Power
caught up.
Hour, correct? This
I'm
is
caught
Power
up.
Hour, not behind the scenes, right?
This is the real life behind the scenes of Andre's life.
Just checking, guys. Come on. Oh, shit. Oh, you guys, man. It's a blast. Always a blast. What would I do without you guys? Oh, here comes a poll. Here comes a poll. Oh.
You know where my vote went.
Yeah. I sleep in a suit.
Sleeps. That's what I put, obviously.
Obviously. Yeah, all of it. Let's have some fun.
We still didn't get out of this range. See, that's why I wouldn't go long, Rips, because now we're at the top of the 5-minute range. It just comes right back down again. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're going to buy at the top of a range, you're betting it's going to break out right now, and it's not going to do anything else because your entry is so bad that your stop is going to be like in the middle of a 5-minute range that you still want to break out. So in my opinion, this whole system right here is not bad until it goes down here or all the way up here. So in my opinion, this would be a good short.
Yeah, shorting that double top would have been a nice prescient move, but I didn't take it myself. Like I said,
No, I wouldn't.
Probably wasn't going to take anything off that final 10 there.
I wouldn't have. I don't have the cojones to rock a short there. No way.
Yeah, it's one of those things too. You don't want to disrupt your day after your day is at a close here. Like right now, I would never be trading my TopStep live funded account. Never right now. Because if you ended up losing money on that, you feel like a real knucklehead and it kind of haunts you for the rest of the day and the rest of the afternoon there.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm still trying to pass a trading combine at a market that I'm not used to trading at a time frame that I normally would not trade. I'm more of a 8 to 10, sort of like 8 to 10:30 guy, or even anything before 1:30, but anything after 2, I was already at the gym typically when I was trading at this point. But it's coming back down again, back in range. Maybe we're not getting that breakout.
NASDAQ does not want to crack through settle to the upside, does it? It keeps hitting settle and all the sellers keep coming in. But then again, staying short, it's hard, very hard to stay short.
Yeah, really. I mean, either side of this, it's hard to stay short. It's hard to stay long. It's just really a see profit, take profit type of market here.
All right, Rips, real quick. So we're going to see you again tomorrow on Fast Markets. Dobie, I believe you're doing Fast Markets too tomorrow.
Oh, that's going to be trouble.
Oh, God.
I think it's just us three plus Hoag?
And Hoag. I think it's a little bit more serious tone. I will have fun, but
okay.
All right, guys, chill. All right, chill. What do we Rips, what are we thinking for tomorrow? Where's our mindset? What do we think, like, strategy-wise?
Well, we do have earnings coming out from Intel after the bell. That should give us sort of a lead in. The darling of the week so far has been Tesla. That has caused a lot of stirring in the market because I think that a lot of analysts were shooting low on Tesla and it ended up coming in even lower than where they were shooting already. So I think that could spell trouble on the horizon. Next week is very, very important with FOMC. We have earnings from 5 of the Magnificent 7, which is going to be very, very important. So it's going to be a lot of sitting and waiting tomorrow for me unless we have clear direction in the market. I don't want to get chopped to bits off the open, so I'm probably going to be pretty docile in my trading. How about you? What are you thinking?
Yeah, same. We'll see which way the market goes. Obviously, keep an eye on those numbers and earnings as well. Typically, I think like Robert was saying, I don't typically trade the first half hour of the market unless something really comes in. John may or may not take that opening range trade. I sit back and wait, watch. Typically, I've been making my money in the afternoons. So no rush. Like we said, we got a full day, 6 hours of trading. It's Fire Drill Friday tomorrow. It's our 100th episode. Please tune in. We got a cool Fast Markets for you guys. Yeah, it should be a good one.
I'm excited for it, but I just don't think I'm going to be finding a lot of trades unless we have clear direction. It's going to be more of a light and tight versus a grip and rip for me.
Yeah. Also, account preservation as well. It's funny you say that we're going to keep it light and tight, and then, opportunity comes in and it's super volatile, and before you know it, you're slinging size left and right. Sometimes that's how it works.
Yeah,
I'm going to try to work a short limit order here at 28.5. We'll see if we get fill, but I'm just hoping we maybe just test the top of the wicks again and roll back over for maybe grab a couple $100.
Just be careful in the final 2 minutes there, Dolby, because that thing can rip right through the order, tag your stop, and come right back down. So just be careful. It gets extremely volatile in these final 2 minutes, final 1 minute here.
That is good to know. I'm still keeping the order on, though, just in case.
No, I like it. How many lots is that?
You guys
Only
crack
three.
me up, man.
Only three.
Oh, only three. Only three.
Only three.
Okay.
It's not, is that a lot? I don't know.
And the NAS, it can get can get a little jolty pretty quickly.
Looking forward to it. Doing it for you, chat. I don't want to
chat.
talk about my short yesterday because my short yesterday was not good.
No, well, it was right idea, wrong entry.
Yep. Hate it when that happens. Hate it when that happens.
Yeah, tomorrow before fast markets, we do have the personal income, personal spending, real personal spending data that's going to be out at 8:30. The PC deflator, PC core deflator is going to be out as well at 8:30. And there's not going to be any data. There's going to be a break of data until 10 a.m., 30 minutes after the open, where we're going to get the December pending home sales. So not a lot of data coming out, and it is Friday. So with FOMC on the table next week, we might have a very lackluster day. So my expectations, again, just to reiterate, for tomorrow's trade are quite low.
That's good to know. I'm going to certainly take that into tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun trading with you guys tomorrow. Typically, I'm not on for fast markets, so I don't get access to trade those types of markets. So I am looking forward to it. I will get to trade some crude oil tomorrow, which I am looking forward to.
Nice.
And we're approaching my short here at 28.50. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
Not King Dolby. Amateur Dolby. Amateur.
It's
I
King Dolby.
am much more like chat than I am like Rips. Let's put it that way.
it's King Dolby. Don't get it twisted.
I don't know about that. If I get one more $4,000 trade, yeah, sure.
Yeah, we're cruising my
hands for the rest
of entry here.
It wants to touch it and just roll over.
It might get a little speedy here. Here's the final 2 minutes. Only 120 seconds left in the trade here.
Okay.
Intel is going to be reporting pretty quickly here too, by the way. So there might be a lot of late positioning that goes into this close, where usually on a regular close where we wouldn't have earnings from Intel, there'd be a lot of positioning right around that 4 p.m. bell. But because Intel is reporting, you might have a lot of those folks who are willing to leave on risk going into those earnings. So keep that in mind as well.
Good point. That is a very good point. And also, we had a push-up guessing contest. We are going to be sending out codes for those who want it, I believe, this week. Danielle got back to me on that. So if you did guess the number of push-ups I did in the video, we are going to send you out the reset code this week.
42.
And then
42 push-ups.
Speaking
42?
of reset codes, we do have the top quiz winners. We can show really quick.
Oh yeah, put those up. Those are great names.
Really hard.
I am very close to getting filled.
I'll hold off a second then. I want to see this action.
God, I don't want to see this action. Okay,
Yeah,
we're lost.
Did you get filled there?
We're short. Yeah, we're short.
Good luck.
Let's get our risk down to something tolerable.
All right, real quick then. Here is
Hundo? That
yesterday's top quiz winners. This is for yesterday. Since we didn't get to it yesterday, I had to run to that meeting. So take a look. You can always replay this video. You can pause it if you want to look and see who's there, if your name's up there. And then here are today's winners.
Okay. Everything appropriate? Yeah, for the most part.
You know, we don't proofread these. So
you on this one.
There's that ripper to the top side. Oh my goodness.
And there's my range finally expanding.
Wow.
Yeah, they waited until the final 5 seconds today.
They really did. That's frustrating.
Wow.
That's really
Devin Harlan
Holy
just got gobbled up at
smokes.
25. Holy
yeah. So I'm down 1,400.
Still going, by the way. Wow.
So yeah, I initially had a really good long order at 601, and then over managed the position, and then basically lost my entry and my setup and my potential profits. So there's a note to chat right there. Don't do what I just did. It ruined my position. That's unfortunate.
Happens to the best of us, Dolby. It's fine. Shake it off. New day tomorrow.
It's okay. We're just get better and better and better. And it's nice I get to talk through all this stuff with you guys, with chat. And I just get better every single day. But it's 3 o'clock. We're all done. Chat, thank you so much for joining us. All 3 of us are going to be back tomorrow at 8 a.m. or 8:30 a.m. Central Time. It's going to be a grand time. It's the 100th episode. And what else we got, Andre?
That's it. See you guys on Fast Markets. Wow, what a power hour! That's it's been a pleasure, gents. We're gonna take her. Yeah, we're gonna take this to fast markets tomorrow. Let's get it.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tighten up. No more losers. No more.
Intel
bad
out with a
trades.
report, by the way, really quickly before we
Let's do
go.
it.
Revenue beating on the top line, and wow, looks like a 10-cent beat on the non-GAAP gross margin as well. So Intel with a beat here.
Nice.
Thanks,
Nice.
Roy Jenkins.
That's all we got. I don't have a bell. There's crappy stainless steel mug, but we will see you all tomorrow morning, 100th episode. Put your best on. I'll be in a nice fancy coat. Should be a fun one, but we'll see you all tomorrow.